Chapter 22 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. A Village Iago. Edward Clare came back to his native village a few days later, looking somewhat dilapidated by his campaign in the great metropolis. He'd found the gates of literature so beset with aspirants, many of them as richly endowed as himself, that the idea of pushing his way across the threshold seemed almost hopeless. Indeed, quite hopeless for a young man who wanted to succeed in life without working very hard, or with at most a little spasmodic industry. His verses, when he was lucky, had earned him something like £5 a month. When luck was against him, he had earned nothing. A newspaper man whose acquaintance he made at the Cheshire Cheese had advised him to learn shorthand and try his fortune as a reporter, working upwards from that platform to the editorial chair. This was an honest drudgery which might do very well for your dull plodders, but against which the fiery soul of Edward Clare revolted. "I am a poet, or I am nothing," he told his friend. "Aut Caesar, aut nullis." That was a first-rate motto. "For Caesar," said the journalist, "but I think it's rather misleading for fellows of average talent. The result is so often nullis." Mr. Clare was on the point of asking his friend to take another brandy and soda, but at this remark he coiled up, as the Yankees say. Average talent, indeed! Imagine one of Mr. Swinburne's most facile plagiarists hearing himself called a fellow of average talent. Edward Clare would not yoke his noble mind to the newspaper plough, nor would he stoop even so low as to write prose. A wretched publisher had told him that if he would write children's books there was a field open for him, but Edward Clare left that publisher's office bursting with offended pride. "Children's books, forsooth!" he muttered. "I suppose if Catnach had been alive he would have asked me to write halfpenny ballads." So having failed to carve his way to fame, or to make a regular income, and having wasted the money he had earned on kid gloves and stalls at fashionable theatres, Mr. Clare conceived an intense disgust for the metropolis, which had treated him so scurvily, and turned his thoughts homewards to woodland and moor, to trout stream and meadow. He found that the poetic temperament required rural scenery, blue skies, and pure air. Heine had contrived to live and write in Paris, and so had de Musset. But Paris is not London. Edward made up his mind that the streets and squares of Bloomsbury were antagonistic to poetry. No bird could sing in such a cage. True that Milton had composed Paradise Lost within close city lanes, under the clamorous bells of St. Bride's. But then Milton was blind, and Edward Clare was like a popular lady novelist of the present day, who begged that she might not be compared with Dickens. He would have protested against being put on a level with such a passionless bard as Milton. "I shall never achieve any great work in London," he told himself. "For my magnum opus I must have the tranquillity of wood and moor." He'd quite made up his mind that he was to write a great poem, though he had settled neither on the subject nor the form. He was waiting for the divine breath to inspire him. The poem was to be as popular as the Idylls of the King, but as passionate as Chastelard. He was not going to write in a goody-goody strain to please anybody. Edward Clare felt himself a little like the prodigal son when he came home to the vicarage after this abortive campaign in the field of literature. If he had not wasted his substance, it was only because he had little substance to waste. He'd spent all that his father had sent him, and had received small additions to this allowance out of his mother's scantily supplied purse. He came home penniless and dispirited, and he felt rather offended that no fatted calf was slain to do him honor, and that his parents received him with an air of unmistakable despondency. "Really, my dear Edward, you ought to begin to think of some definite course," said the father. "It may be too late for a profession, but the government offices—" "Red tape and drudgery, with a salary that would scarcely afford dry bread in a garret," interrupted Edward contemptuously. "No, my dear father, as a poet I will stand or fall." "I'm sorry to hear it," sighed the vicar, "for at present it looks like falling." What Edward really meant was that he would depend upon his father until the public and the critics, or the critics and the public, could be brought to acknowledge him as one of the new lights in the starry world of imagination. Mr. Clare understood this, and felt that it was rather hard upon him as a man of limited means. Edward arrived at Hazelhurst only the night before Mrs. Treverton's dinner party. "Oh, yes, I'm going," he told Celia, when she asked him if he had accepted Laura's invitation. "I want to see how this Treverton fellow plays the country squire." "As if to the manner born," answered Celia. "The part suits him admirably. I don't want to wound your feelings, Ted, dear, but Mr. Treverton and Laura are the happiest couple I ever saw." "These violent delights have violent ends, and in their triumph die," quoted Edward, with a diabolical sneer. "I'm not going to envy them their happiness, my dear. Whatever feeling I once entertained for Laura is dead and buried. A woman who could sell herself, as she has done—" "Sell herself? Oh, Ted, how can you say anything so dreadful? I tell you she is devotedly attached to John Treverton." "And he rewards her devotion by running away from her before the end of their honeymoon, and when he turns up again, after an interval of 6 months or so, during which nobody knows what he's been doing, she receives him with open arms. A curious couple, assuredly. But an estate worth £14,000 a year excuses a good deal of eccentricity, and I can quite understand that Mr. and Mrs. Treverton are immensely popular in the neighbourhood." "They are," said Celia warmly, "and they deserve to be. If you knew how good they are to their tenants, their servants, and the poor." "Goodness of that kind is a very sagacious investment, my unsophisticated child. It may cost a man 5% of his income, and it buys him respectability." "Don't be bitter, Edward." "I am a man of the world, Celia, and not to be hoodwinked by shams and appearances." "Then you'll never be a poet," protested his sister. "A man who doesn't believe that good deeds come from the hearts of men, a man who looks for an unworthy motive behind every generous action, such a man as that will never be a great poet. It's quite too dreadful to hear you talk, Edward. That odious London has corrupted you." Edward went to the dinner next day, but not with his family. He came alone and rather late, in order to observe the effect of his entrance upon Laura Treverton. Alas for his wounded vanity! She welcomed him with a frank smile and a friendly grasp of the hand. "I am so glad you've come back in time to be with us tonight," she said. "I came back on purpose for tonight," he answered, throwing as much tenderness as he could into a commonplace remark. "I think you know everyone here. I need not introduce you." "I know the local magnates, of course, but I dare say there are some of your husband's swell friends who are strangers to me." "There are none of my husband's friends," answered Laura. "We are strictly local." "Then I'm afraid you'll find the evening rather uphill work." "I expect you to help me through it by the brilliancy of your conversation," Laura answered lightly, as Edward moved aside to make way for a new arrival. He had contrived to make her uncomfortable for a minute or so, for that speech of his had set her wondering why her husband had no friends worth summoning to his side, now that fortune smiled upon him. The dinner party was not a very joyous festivity, but everybody felt, nevertheless, that it was a great social success. Lady Parker, in ruby velvet and diamonds, and Lady Barker, in black satin and rubies, made two central lights round which the lesser planets revolved. There was the usual county and local talk, reprobation against the farming parson of a neighbouring parish for having treacherously trapped and slain 4 cub foxes since last season, cordial approval of a magistrate who'd sent a lad of 9 to jail for stealing 3 turnips, and who had been maligned and held up to ridicule by the radical newspapers for that necessary assertion of the rights of property. A good deal of discussion as to the prospects of the hunting season, a good deal of talk about horses and dogs, and a little about the outside world and its chances of peace or war, famine or plenty. The party was too large for general conversation, but now and then the subdued babble of voices became concentrated here and there into a focus, and a gentle hush descended on a select few listening eagerly to a single talker. This happened oftenest at that part of the table nearest which Edward Clare was sitting, next but one to John Treverton. Mr. and Mrs. Treverton were seated opposite each other in the middle of the long table, with all the more important guests clustered about them in a constellation of local splendor, leaving the two ends of the table for youth and obscurity. Edward Clare had got himself into the constellation by a fluke, a portly justice of the peace having suddenly succumbed to gout and sent an apology at the last moment, whereupon Laura had dispatched Celia with a message to the butler, and had contrived that there should be a shuffling of cards, and that Edward Clare should be put into this place of honor. She did this from a benevolent desire to soothe his wounded feeling, suspecting that there might be some soreness in his mind at this first meeting with her in her new character, and knowing that vanity made the larger half of this young man's sensibility. Edward had rewarded her by talking remarkably well. He was fresh from London, and well posted in all that is most interesting in the butterfly life of a London season. He told them all about the pictures of the year, let fly some sharp arrows of ridicule against the new school of painting, described the belle of the season, and let his hearers into the secret of her popularity. "The curious part of the story," he said in conclusion, "is that nobody ever considered the lady pretty till she burst all at once upon society as the one perfect creature that the world had seen since the Venus was dug up at Milo. She never was thought so in her own world. No one was more surprised than her own family when she was elected Queen of Beauty, unless it was herself. Her mother never suspected it. At school she was considered rather plain than otherwise. They say she was married off early because she was the dowdy of the family, and now she cannot take her drive in the park without all London craning its neck and straining its eyes to get a look at her. When she goes into society, the women stand upon chairs to stare at her over other people's shoulders. I suppose they want to find out how it's done. This kind of popularity may seem very pleasant in the abstract, but I think it's rather hard upon the lady." "Why hard upon her?" inquired John Treverton. "Because there's no salary goes with the situation. The belle of a season ought to get something to lighten the expenses of her year of office, like the Lord Mayor. See what is expected of her. Every eye is upon her. Every woman in London looks to her as a model of taste and elegance, and eagerly strives to dress after her. How is she to put a limit upon her milliner's bill, when she knows that all the society journals are lying in wait to describe her last gown, to eulogize her newest bonnet, to write an epigram upon her parasol, to be ecstatic about her boots? Can she ride in a hired carriage? No. Can she be absent from Goodwood, or missing at Cowes? No. She must die standing. I say that since she furnishes the public with interest and amusement, much better than the Lord Mayor does, by the way, she ought to get a handsome allowance out of the public purse." When he had exhausted pictures and reigning beauties and the winner of the Ledger, Edward began to talk about crime. "People in London have a knack of wearing a subject to tatters," he said. "I thought neither the newspapers nor the public would ever get tired of talking about the Chicot murder." "The Chicot murder? Ah, that was the ballet dancer, was it not?" inquired Lady Barker, who was so interested in this vivacious young man on her right hand that she'd hardly given due attention to Mr. Treverton, who was on her left. "I remember feeling rather interested in that mystery. A diabolical murder, certainly. And how stupid the police must have been not to find the murderer. Or how clever the murderer to sink his identity so completely as to give the police the slip," suggested Edward. "Oh, but he must have got away to the colonies, or somewhere, surely," cried Lady Barker. "There are so many vessels leaving England nowadays. You don't imagine for a moment that the murderer of that wretched woman remained in England?" "I think it highly probable that he did, discreetly hidden under some outer shell of intense respectability." "I suppose you think it was the husband," put in Sir Joshua Parker, from his place at Laura's right hand. "I don't see any ground for doubt," replied Edward. "If the husband was not guilty, why should he disappear the moment the crime was discovered?" "He may have had reasons of his own for wishing to get away, reasons unconnected with the mode and manner of his wife's death," hazarded John Treverton. "What reasons could he have had strong enough to induce him to run the risk of being thought a murderer?" asked Edward incredulously. "No innocent man would place himself in such a position as that." "Not knowingly," said John, "but this man may have acted on impulse, without reckoning the consequences of his act." "To admit that would be to consider him a fool," retorted Edward, "and from all I have heard of the fellow, he belonged to the other half of humanity." "You mean that he was a knave?" "I mean that he was a fellow who knew the ropes. He was not the sort of man to find his wife's throat cut and to make a bolt, leaving every newspaper in London free to brand him as a coward and a murderer," said Edward decisively. John Treverton pursued the subject no further. Lady Parker, who sat at his left, had just begun to question him about a late importation of Jersey cows, in which she was deeply interested, whereupon he favored her with a detailed account of their graces and merits. Laura happened to look up at Edward Clare as he finished speaking, and the expression of his countenance startled and shocked her. Never had she seen so keen a look of malice in any living face. Only in the face of Judas in an old Italian picture had she ever beheld such craft and such venom, and that malignant look, brief as a flash of lightning, glanced at her unconscious husband, whose face was gravely courteous as he bent his handsome head a little to tell Lady Parker about the Jersey cows. "Good heavens!" thought Laura, with a sense of absolute fear. "Is it possible that this young man can be so bitter against my husband because I loved him best? What could the love be like that could engender such malice?" Later in the evening, when Edward came and hung over the ottoman where Laura was sitting, she turned from him with an involuntary movement of disgust. "Have I offended you?" he asked in a low voice. "Yes. I saw a look in your face at dinner that told me you dislike my husband." "Do you expect me to love him very dearly at first? You must at least give me time to get accustomed to the idea that he is your husband. Time cures most wounds. Give me time, Laura, and do not judge me too hardly. I possess the poet's curse, a mind more sensitive than the minds of ordinary men, dowered with the love of love, the hate of hate, the scorn of scorn." "I hope you will leave your dowry outside when you come across this threshold," said Laura, with a smile that was more contemptuous than relenting. "I can accept friendship from no one who does not like my husband." "Then I will struggle with the original man within me and try to like John Treverton. Believe me, Laura, I want to be your friend, in honest and unequivocal friendship." "That is the kind of friendship I expect from your father's son," said Laura, in a gentler tone. She was too happy, too secure in her own happiness to be unforgiving. She reasoned with herself, arguing against instinct and conviction, and told herself that Edward Clare's malevolent look had meant less than it seemed to mean. Edward looked on, and saw John Treverton play his part as host and master in a manner that he was compelled to admit was irreproachable. The new squire showed none of the pride in himself and his surroundings which might have been anticipated in a man unexpectedly raised to the possession of a large fortune. He did not brag of his wine, or his horses, his pictures, or his farm. He accepted his position as quietly, and filled it as naturally, as if he had been born heir to an entailed, unalienable estate. "Upon my word, they are a charming couple," said Sir Joshua Parker in his fat voice, "and an acquisition to our county families." Sir Joshua was very fond of talking about our county families, although his own establishment in that galaxy had been but recent, his father and grandfather having made their fortunes in the soap-boiling business amidst the slums of Lambeth. Lady Barker, the dowager, was of the vieille roche, having been a Trefusis and an heiress when she married the late General Sir Rodney Barker, K.C.B. After that one little flash of anger on the night of a dinner party, Edward Clare was all friendliness. Celia spent a large portion of her life at the manor house, where she was always welcome, and it seemed only natural that her brother Edward should drop in frequently, almost as he had done in the old days when Jasper Treverton was alive. There were so many reasons for his coming. The library at the manor house was much larger and better than the vicar's modest collection of old-fashioned books. The gardens were a delight to the young man's poetic soul. John Treverton showed no dislike to him. He appeared to consider the poet a poor creature, whose going or coming could make no difference. "I confess that I have a contempt for that kind of man," he told his wife candidly, "an effeminate, white-handed mortal, who sets up as a wit and a poet on the most limited stock in trade. All his best goods in his windows, and nothing but empty shelves inside the shop. But, of course, as long as you like him, Laura, he will be welcome here." "I like him for the sake of his father and mother, who are my oldest and best friends," answered Laura. "Which means in plain English that you only tolerate him," said John carelessly. "Well, he is harmless and sometimes amusing. Let him come." Edward came, and seemed at home and happy in the small family circle. He lounged beside the fire in the snug book-room, and joined in the easy, familiar talk when the autumn dusk was deepening, and Laura made tea at her pretty little table with her husband by her side, while Celia, who had a fancy for eccentric positions and attitudes, sat on the hearth-rug. One November evening, about a month after the dinner party, the conversation happened to light upon the county magnates who had adorned that banquet. "Did anybody ever see such a funny little figure as Lady Barker, surmounted by that wig?" cried Celia. "I really think her dressmaker must be very clever to make any kind of gown that will hold together upon her. I don't complain of her being fat. A woman may weigh 16 stone and carry herself like a duchess. But Lady Barker is such an undecided figure. There's no consistency in her. When she sinks on a couch, one expects to see her collapse like a mold of jelly that hasn't cooled properly. Oh, Edward, you should see Mr. Treverton's portrait of her. The most delicious caricature." "Caricature!" echoed Edward. "Why, that is another new talent. If Treverton goes on in this way, we shall have to call him the Admirable Crichton. It was only last week that I found out he could paint, and now you say he is a caricaturist. What next?" "I believe you have come to the end of my small stock of accomplishments," said John Treverton, laughing. "I used once to amuse myself by an attempt to illustrate the absurdities of human nature in pen and ink. It pleased my brother officers, and helped to keep us alive sometimes in the dullness of country quarters." "Talking of caricature, by the way," said Edward lazily, as he slowly sipped his cup of tea, "did you ever see Folly as It Flies?" "The comic newspaper? Yes, often." "And then you must have noticed the things done by that fellow Chicot, the man who murdered his wife. They were extraordinarily clever, and out and away the best things I have ever seen since the days of Gavarni. Rather too French, perhaps, but remarkably good." "It was natural the style should be French, since the man was French." "I beg your pardon," said Edward. "He was as English as you or I." Celia had risen from the floor and lighted a pair of lamps on Laura's open davenport, near which Edward was sitting. She selected a sheet of paper from a heap of loose sheets lying there, and showed it to her brother, candle in hand. "Isn't that too lovely?" she asked. Edward examined the sketch with a critical air. "I don't want you to suppose I'm trying to flatter you," he said at last, "but upon my word, this little sketch is as good as anything of Chicot's, and very much in his style." "It is the only accomplishment of my husband's that I cannot praise," said Laura, with gentlest reproof, "for it cannot be exercised without unkindness to the subject of the caricature." "He that is robbed not wanting what is stolen, let him not know it, and he is not robbed," quoted Celia, who had resumed her lowly place at Laura's feet. Shakespeare's ineffable wisdom found that out, and may not the same thing be said of caricature? If Lady Barker never knows what a lifelike portrait you've drawn of her, with half a dozen scratches of a Hindu pen, the faithfulness of the picture can't hurt her. But isn't it the usual course to show that kind of thing to all the lady's particular friends, till the knowledge of it percolates to the lady herself? Inquired Edward with his lazy sneer. I'd rather cut off my right hand than make a harmless, good-natured old lady unhappy, said Laura, warmly. Turn up your cuff, Mr. Treverton, and prepare your wrist for the chopper, cried Celia. But really now, if Lady Barker's figure is like a dilapidated mould of jelly, she ought to know it. Did not one of those 7 old plagues of Greece, whose names nobody ever could remember, resolve all the wisdom of his life into that one precept, know thyself? Celia rattled on gaily. Laura and Edward both joined in her careless talk. But John Treverton sat grave and silent, looking at the fire. This ends chapter 22. Chapter 23. In the meanwhile, the skies 'gan rumble sore. After that portrait of Lady Barker, John Treverton drew no more caricatures. It seemed as if he had laid aside the pen of the caricaturist in deference to his wife's dislike of that somewhat ill-natured art. But he had not abandoned the higher walks of art, for he had made himself a studio out of one of the spare bedrooms that looked northward, and was engaged on a portrait of his wife, an altogether fanciful and ideal picture, which he worked at for an hour or 2 daily with infinite delight. He had many pleasant labors and occupations at this period of his life. The farm, the hunting field, the business details of a large property, which he wished to conduct in an orderly manner, not hiding his talents in a napkin, but improving the estate, which Jasper Treverton had considerably increased during his long life, but upon which the old man had been somewhat loath to spend money. It was altogether a full and happy life which John Treverton led with his wife in this first year of their union, and it seemed to both that nothing was wanting to perfect their happiness. And yet, by and by, when there came the prospect of a child being born in the grave old house, which had so long been undisturbed by the patter of childish feet, the fulfillment of this sweet hope seemed the one thing needed to fill their cup of joy. While at the manor house all was bliss, life dawdled on comfortably enough at the vicarage, where the good, easy-tempered, hard-working vicar had begun to be reconciled to the idea that his only son was to be an idler all his life, until perchance the seemingly barren plant should some day put forth the glorious flower of genius. And then the father's patience, the mother's love, would be rewarded all at once for weary days of waiting and despondency. Edward had contrived to make himself particularly agreeable since his return to the family roof-tree. He was less cynical than of old, less apt to rail against fate for not having set his lines in pleasanter places. Even Celia was beguiled into the belief that her brother was completely cured of his attachment to Laura. "I suppose his passion was like that poor sentimental old Petrarch's," mused Celia, who had read about 6 sonnets of the illustrious Italians in the whole course of her life, "and he will go on spinning verses about the lady of his love for the next 20 years without feeling any the worse for his platonic affection. He seems to enjoy being at the manor house, and he and John Treverton get on very well together, considering how different they are in character." Edward made himself very comfortable in his rural home. He had tried London life and had grown heartily sick of it, and he was now less disposed than of old to grumble at the dullness of a Devonshire village. What though he saw the same stolid bovine faces every day? Were they not better and fairer to look at than the herd of strange faces, keen and sharpened as if the desire for gain was an absolute physical hunger, that had passed him by in the smoke-tainted streets of London? These faces knew him. Here hats were touched as he passed by. People noticed whether he looked well or ill. Here at least he was somebody, an important figure in the sum of village life. His death would cause a sensation. His absence would make a blank. Edward did not care a straw about these simple villagers, but it pleased him that they should care for him. He settled himself down in his old home, the good, substantial old vicarage, a roomy house with stone walls, high gables, and heavy chimney stacks, shut in from the road by a holly hedge of a century's growth, sheltered at the back by the steep slope of the moor, while its front windows faced undulating pastures and distant woods. Here Edward made himself a study, or den, where he could work at his magnum opus, and where his solitude was undisturbed by intrusion. It was understood that his labors in this sanctuary of genius were of the hardest. Here he gave up his soul to convulsive throes and struggles, as of Pythoness on her tripod. The chamber was at the end of a long passage, and had a lattice overlooking the moor. Here tobacco was not forbidden, although the vicar was no smoker, and had an old-fashioned detestation of cigars. Edward found a good deal of smoke necessary to relax the tension of his nerves during the manufacture of his poem. If the door was suddenly opened by Celia or Mrs. Clare, the poet was apt to be discovered reclining in his rocking-chair, with a cigar between his lips and his eyes fixed dreamily upon the topmost ridge of moorland. At such times he told his mother and sister he was doing his thinking. The scored and blotted manuscript on his writing table testified to the severity of his labors, but the sharp-eyed Celia perceived that the work progressed but slowly. There was a good deal of meditation and cigar smoke necessary to its elaboration. Once or twice Edward had been discovered reading a French novel. "One soon forgets a language if one doesn't read a thoroughly idiomatic work now and then," he said, explaining this seeming frivolity. He kept up his connection with the popular magazines, sending them as many trifles in the drawing-room style as they could expect from him, and by this means he contrived to be well-dressed and provided with pocket-money, without sponging on his father. "All I want is the run of my teeth for the next year or so, till I have made a name," he told his mother. "That's not much for an only son to ask of his father." The vicar agreed that the demand was modest. He would have preferred a son of a more active and eager temperament, a son who would have taken to the church, or law, or medicine, or even soldiering. But it was not for him to complain if heaven had given him a genius instead of a commonplace plodder. It was the old story of the ugly duck, no doubt. By and by the snow-white wings would unfold themselves for a noble flight, and the admiring world would acknowledge the beauty of the swan. Mrs. Clare, who adored her only son, after the manner of weak-minded mothers, was delighted to have him at home, for good, as she said, delightedly. She made his den as luxurious as her small means would allow, put up bookshelves wherever he wanted them, covered his mantel-board with velvet, and draped it with point lace of her own working, bought him cigar-stands and ash-trays, tobacco jars and fusee-boxes, blotting books, slippers, down pillows for his hours of lassitude, soft fluffy rugs to cover his feet when he sank on his snug little couch, prostrate after lengthened wrestling with an unpropitious muse. All that a doting mother can do to spoil a young man, Mrs. Clare did for her son. And it happened, unfortunately, that he was not made of that strong stuff which the sweet flatteries of love cannot corrupt. There were certain hours when the poet was approachable. At 5 o'clock on those evenings when the brother and sister were not at the manor house, Celia used to bring him a cup of coffee and the small stock of gossip which she had been able to collect in the course of her frivolous day. She would seat herself on a hassock beside the fire, or even on the edge of the fender, and chatter gaily, while Edward lay back in his easy-chair, sipping his coffee and listening with an air of condescending indulgence. A good deal of Celia's talk was naturally about her friends at the manor house. She got over her prejudice against John Treverton, and was even enthusiastic in her praise of him. He was quite too lovely. As a husband she declared him perfect. She wished that heaven had made her such a man. "I really think Laura is the luckiest girl in creation," she exclaimed. "Such a husband, such a house, such a stable, such gardens, such a rent roll. It is almost provoking to see her take everything so quietly. I believe she's grateful to Providence because she's dreadfully religious, you know. But her placidity almost enrages me. If I had half such good fortune, I should want to jump over the moon." "Laura is thoroughly good style, my dear. Well-bred people never want to jump over the moon," Edward remarked languidly. "Strictly fraternal," ejaculated Celia, with a shrug. "I am very glad to hear she's so happy," pursued Edward, with an air of ineffable good nature. "Thank heaven, I've got quite over my old weakness about her, and can contemplate her happiness without a twinge of jealousy. But at the same time I do rather wonder that she can be thoroughly happy with a man of whose antecedents she knows nothing." "How can you say that, Ted? She knows who he is and what he is. She knows that he was a lieutenant in a crack regiment and sold out because he'd run through his money." "Sold out just 7 years ago," interrupted Edward. "What has he been doing with himself in the meantime?" "Knocking about London." "That is a very vague phrase. 7 years! He must have earned his living somehow during the greater part of that time. The money he got for his commission would not last him long. He must have had his own particular circle of acquaintances during that interval. Why are none of them forthcoming? Why is he so silent about the experiences of those 7 years? Man is an egotistical animal, my dear Celia. Be sure that there's always something to be ashamed of when a man keeps silence about himself." "There is something rather odd about that, certainly," assented Celia in a musing tone. "John Treverton never talks of his past life, or at any rate of the time that has gone by since he left the army. I suppose he's been in London all the time, for he talks as if he were awfully disgusted with London life. If I were Laura, I should insist upon knowing all about it." "There can be no happiness between man and wife without perfect confidence," said Edward. "No enduring happiness, at least." "Poor dear Laura," sighed Celia. "I always said that it was an ill-omened marriage. But lately I have thought that I was going to turn out a false prophet." "Has she ever told you what took her husband away after their marriage?" "No. On that point she has been as silent as the grave. She told me once that he had been to Buenos Aires, called away on business. I've never been able to extort anything more out of her." "It must have been a curious kind of business which called a man away from his newly wedded wife," said Edward. Celia nodded significantly and looked at the fire. She loved Laura well, but she loved scandal better. Edward gave a short, impatient sigh, and turned his head fretfully upon the cushion which maternal hands had worked in softest wool. That movement, expressive of disgust with life in general, did not escape the sharp eyes of his sister. "Ted, dear, I'm afraid you have not left off being unhappy about Laura," she murmured sympathetically. "I am only unhappy about her when I think she's married to a scoundrel." "Oh, Ted, how can you say such a thing?" "Celia, a man who can give no account of 7 years of his life must be a scoundrel," Edward Clare said decisively. "Say nothing to alarm Laura, I beg you. I'm talking to you today as if you were a man and to be trusted. Wait and watch, as I shall." "Edward, how you frighten me! You make me feel as if we were living in one of those villages at the foot of Vesuvius, with a fiery mountain getting itself ready to explode and destroy us." "There will be an explosion some day, Celia. Depend upon it. An explosion that will blow up the manor house as surely as Kirk O'Field was blown up the night Darnley was slain." He said no more, though Celia did not willingly let the subject drop. Indeed, he was inclined to be angry with himself for having said so much, though he had not given his sister his confidence without a motive. He wanted to know all that could be known about John Treverton, and Celia was in a position to learn much that he could not discover for himself. "I really thought you were beginning to like Mr. Treverton," the girl said presently. "You and he seem to get on so well together." "I'm civil to him for Laura's sake. I would be guilty of a worse hypocrisy if I thought it would serve her interests." Edward sighed and gave his head another angry jerk upon the cushion. He wanted to do John Treverton deadly harm, and yet he knew that the worst he could do to his rival would bring about no good result to himself. There was nothing to be gained by it. The injury would be irrevocable, deadly, a blight upon name and fortune, perchance the gallows, a shame so deep that a loving wife would scarcely survive the blow. All this was in Edward Clare's mind as a not impossible revenge, and unhappily there was no smaller revenge possible. He felt himself possessed of a deadly power, but of no power to wound without slaying. He was like the cobra, whose poisonous fangs are provided with an ingenious mechanism which keeps them in reserve until the creature wants to use them. Two hinged teeth lie back against the roof of the snake's mouth. When he attacks his victim, the hinge moves, the fangs descend, the poison gland is pressed, and the deadly poison runs down a groove in the tooth and drops into the puncture prepared to receive it. Lop off the wounded limb ere the shadow on the dial has marked the passage of 20 seconds, or the venom will have done its work. Medicine has yet to discover the antidote that can save the life of the victim. This ends chapter 23. Chapter 24. And purple light shone over all. Christmas was at hand, the first Christmas in Laura's married life, and to her happy fancy it seemed the most wonderful season that had ever been marked on the calendar of the ages. How could she and John Treverton be thankful enough for the blessings Providence had given them? How could they do enough to make other people happy? About a fortnight before the sacred festival, she carried Celia off to Beachhampton in the pony carriage to buy a tremendous stock of blankets and flannel petticoats for the old women, and comfortable homespun coats for the rheumatic old men. "Have you any idea as to the amount you are spending, Laura?" asked the practical Celia. "No, dear, but I have one fixed idea, and that is that no one near Hazelhurst shall be cold and wretched this Christmas, if I can help it." "I'm afraid you are encouraging pauperism," said Celia. "No, Celia, I'm waging war against rheumatism." "I hope you don't expect gratitude." "I only expect the blankets to keep out Jack Frost. And now for the grocer's." She shook the reins gaily and drove on to the chief grocer of Beachhampton, in whose plate-glass windows a pair of tall Japanese jars announced the superior character of the trade transacted inside. Here Mrs. Treverton ordered 100 parcels of plums, currants, sugar, spice, and candied peel, each parcel containing an ample supply for a family Christmas pudding. The shopman rejoiced as he booked the order, and was eloquent in his praise of our new fruit. From the grocer's they drove to the confectioner's, and there Laura ordered such a supply of plum cake and buns, muffins and tea cakes, all to be delivered at the manor house on Christmas Eve, that Celia began to be seriously alarmed for her friend's sanity. "Can you want with all that indigestible rubbish?" she exclaimed. "Are you going to open a pastry cook's shop?" "No, dear, these things are for my juvenile party." "A juvenile party? Already? I can't understand your motive, unless it is to get your hand in for the future. Who are you going to have? All Lady Parker's nursery, of course, and Lady Barker's grandchildren, and Mrs. Pendarvis's 7 boys, the Briggses and the Dropmores, and the Seymours. You'll want dissolving views and a conjurer, and you might have tableaux vivants, as you don't seem to care how much money you waste. People expect so much at juvenile parties nowadays." "I think my guests will be quite happy without tableaux vivants, or even a conjurer." "I doubt it. Those little Barkers are intensely old for their age." "The little Barkers are not coming to my party." "And the Pendarvis boys give themselves as many airs as undergraduates after their first term." but I have not invited the Pendarvis boys." "Then what children, in goodness' name, are to eat all those cakes?" cried Celia. "My party is for the children of the cottagers. All your father's infant school will be there." "Then all I can say is, I hope you have arranged for the ventilation of your rooms, for if you expect me to spend Christmas Eve in an atmosphere at all resembling that of our infant schoolroom, you're reckoning without your host." "I am not reckoning without a knowledge of Celia Clare's good nature. I shall expect you to help me with all your heart and soul. Even your brother might do something for us. He could give us a comic reading, Mrs. Brown at the play, or something of that kind." "Picture to yourself Algernon Swinburne reading Mrs. Brown to a herd of charity children," exclaimed Celia laughingly. "I assure you my brother Edward thinks himself quite as important a person as Mr. Swinburne. Would you have him lay aside his magnum opus to study Mrs. Brown at the play?" "I am sure he won't mind helping us," said Laura. "I shall have a Christmas tree loaded with gifts, a good many of them useful ones. I shall hire a magic lantern from London, and for the rest we can have all the old-fashioned games. Blind man's buff, oranges and lemons, thread my needle, all the noisiest, wildest romps we can think of. I'm going to have the servants' hall cleared out and decorated for the occasion, so there will be no fear of any of the dear old furniture coming to grief." "If poor old Mr. Treverton could come to life again and see such goings-on!" ejaculated Celia. "I'm sure he would be glad to know that his wealth was employed in making other people happy. Think of all those poor little children, Celia, who hardly know the meaning of the word pleasure, as rich people understand it." "All the happier for them," said Celia, philosophically. "The pleasures of the rich are dreadfully hollow, as sickly sweet and crumbly as a meringue from an inferior pastry cook, with the cream gone sour inside." "Well, Laura, you are a good soul, and I will do my very best to help you through your juvenile muddle. I wonder if 14,000 a year would make me benevolent. I'm afraid my expenses would increase at such a rate that I should have no margin for charity." Before Christmas Eve came, a shadow had fallen upon Laura's life, which made complete happiness impossible, even for one who was bent upon giving joy to others. John Treverton fell ill of a low fever. He was not dangerously ill. Mr. Morton, the local doctor, who had attended Jasper Treverton for 20 years, and who was a general practitioner of skill and experience, made very light of the malady. The patient had got a chill riding a tired horse a long way home through the rain after his last hunt, and the chill had resulted in slightly feverish symptoms, and Mr. Treverton was a little below par. That was all. The only remedies wanted were rest and good nursing, and for a man in John Treverton's position both were easy. "Ought I to put off my children's party?" Laura asked, anxiously, the day before Christmas Eve. "I should be very sorry to disappoint the poor little things, but—" Here her voice faltered. "If I thought John was going to be worse—" "My dear Mrs. Treverton, he's not going to be worse. In fact, he's rapidly mending. Didn't I tell you the pulse was stronger this morning? He will be well in a few days, I hope. But I shall keep him in his room to the end of the week, and I shall not allow him to take part in any Christmas festivities. As for your children's party, if you can prevent the noise of it reaching him, there's no reason in the world why it should be postponed." "The servants' hall is quite on the other side of the house," said Laura. "I don't think the noise can possibly reach the next room." This conversation between Mrs. Treverton and the doctor had taken place in John Treverton's study, the panelled room adjoining his bedroom, the room in which he and Laura had first met. "Then that's all you need care about," replied Mr. Morton. Laura had been her husband's only nurse throughout his illness. She'd sat with him all day and watched him through the night, taking snatches of slumber at intervals on the comfortable old sofa at the foot of the big old-fashioned four-poster bed. In vain had John Treverton urged the danger of injury to her own health from the fatigue involved in this tender care of him. She told him she'd never felt better or stronger, and never enjoyed more refreshing sleep than on the roomy old sofa. They had been happy together, even in this time of anxiety. It was Laura's delight to read aloud to the invalid, to write his letters, to pour out his medicine, to minister to all the trivial wants of an illness that caused at its most only a sense of languor and helplessness. Her only regret with regard to the children's party was that for this one evening she must be for the most part absent from the sick room. Instead of reading aloud to her husband, she must give her mind to blind man's buff, and all her energies to thread my needle. The winter twilight came gently down, bringing a light snow shower with it, and at 4 o'clock Laura was seated at the little Chippendale table by her husband's bed, drinking tea with him for the first time since the beginning of his illness. He'd been sitting up for a few hours in the middle of the day, and was now lying outside the bed, wrapped warmly in his long fur-bordered dressing-gown. He was intensely interested in the children's party, and asked Laura all about her arrangements for entertaining her guests. "I should think the great point was to give them enough to eat," he said meditatively. "The nearest approach to perfect happiness I ever beheld is a child eating something it considers nice. For the moment the mind of that infant is in a state of complete beatitude. It lives in the present, and the present only. Its little life is rounded into the narrow circle of now. Slowly, thoughtfully, it smacks its lips and gloats upon the savor it loves. Hardly an earthquake would disturb it from that deep and tranquil delight. With the last mouthful its gladness departs, and the child learns that earthly pleasure is fleeting. Let your children stuff themselves all the evening and stuff their pockets before they go home, Laura, and they will realize the perfection of bliss." "And tomorrow the poor little creatures would be ill and miserable." "No, Jack, they shall enjoy themselves a little more rationally than you propose, and every one of them shall have something to take back to the person they love best at home, so that even a child's idea of enjoyment shall not be utterly selfish. But I shall be so sorry to be away from you all the evening, Jack." "And I shall be still more sorry to lose you, love. I shall try to sleep away the hours of your absence. Could you not give me a good dose of chloral now, Laura?" "Not for the world, dear. I have a horror of opiates, except in extreme cases. I shall contrive to be with you for an odd half-hour or two in the course of the evening. Celia is to be my lieutenant. Then I hope you will let her do a good deal of your work, and that I shall see the sweet face I love very often." "Who is coming besides the children?" "Only Mr. Sampson and his sister, and Edward Clare. Edward is going to read an Inglesby legend. I suggested Mrs. Brown at the play, but he would not hear of her. I am afraid the children won't understand Inglesby." "You and Celia must start all the laughter." "I don't think I could laugh while you are a prisoner here." "It has been a very short imprisonment, and your sweet society has made it very happy." This ends chapter 24. Chapter 25. The Children's Party. The servants' hall was one of the finest rooms in the manor house. It was at the back of the house, remote from all the reception rooms, and had been part of a much older building than the Carolinian mansion to which it now belonged. It was lighted by 2 square latticed windows with stone mullions, looking into the stable-yard. There was also a door opening directly into the same stable-yard, and offering a convenient approach for the wandering tribes of tramps, hawkers, and gypsies, who boldly defied the canine guardians of the yard, knowing that the stoutest mastiff that ever thundered forth his abhorrence of rags and beggary is only formidable within the circle described by the length of his chain. On this Christmas Eve the servants' hall looked as cheerful a room as one could choose for a night's revelry. Huge logs flamed and crackled in the wide old fireplace, and shone and sparkled on the whitewashed wall, which was glorified with garlands of holly and ivy, and lighted with numerous candles in tin sconces made for the occasion by the village blacksmith. 2 long tables on trestles were spread with such a meal as a rustic child might see in some happy dream, but could scarcely hope to behold in sober reality. Such mountains of plum cake, such mighty piles of buns, such stacks of buttered toast, such crystal jars of ruby jam and amber marmalade. The guests had been invited for the hour of 6, and as the clock struck, they all came trooping in with shining faces and cheeks and noses cherry red after their run through the lightly falling snow. It was not often that snow fell in this western world, and a snowstorm at Christmas was considered altogether pleasant and seasonable, an event for the children to rejoice at. Laura was ready to receive her young visitors, supported by Mr. Sampson and his sister, Celia Clare, and all the servants. Edward had promised to drop in later. He had no objection to distinguish himself by a comic reading, but he had no idea of sharing all the fatigue of the entertainment. Mr. and Mrs. Clare were to come in the course of the evening to see their small parishioners enjoying themselves. The tea party was a great success. Celia worked nobly. While Mrs. Treverton and Miss Sampson poured out the tea, this vivacious damsel flew hither and thither with plates of cake, spread innumerable slices of bread and jam, tied the strings of a score of pinafores, filled every plate the instant it was empty, and provided at every turn for the pleasure of the revellers, who sat in a happy silence, stolid, emotionless, stuffing automatically. "You'd hardly think they were enjoying themselves intensely, would you?" whispered Celia, coming to Laura for a fresh supply of tea. "But I know they are, because they all breathed so hard. If this was a gathering of the county families, you might think it a failure. But silence in this case means ecstasy." At the stroke of 7, the tables were being cleared, while Celia, in wild spirits, ran about after the smiling housemaids, crying, "More light, ye knaves, and turn the tables up." Then came a merry hour at blind man's buff and thread my needle, and the silent tea party grew clamorous as a flight of rooks at sunset. At 8, Mr. and Mrs. Clare arrived, followed a little later by Edward, who sauntered in with a somewhat languid air, as if he had not quite made up his mind that he ought to be there. He came straight to Laura, who had just returned from a stolen half-hour by her husband's bedside. "What an uproar!" he said. "I've come to keep my promise. But do you really think these little animals will care for the jackdaw of Reims? I think they will be glad to sit still for a little while after their romp, and I've no doubt they'll laugh at the jackdaw. It's very good of you to come." "Is it? If you knew how I detest infant school children, you might say so. But if you knew how I—" He left the sentence unfinished. "How is Treverton?" he asked. "Much better. Mr. Morton says he will be well in a day or 2. I passed a curious-looking fellow in the road just outside your gates, a regular London bohemian, a man whose very walk recalled the most disreputable quarters of that extraordinary city. I have no idea who the fellow is, but I'll swear he's a Londoner, a swindler and an adventurer, and I have a lurking idea that I have seen him before." "Indeed? Was it that which attracted your notice?" "No, it was the man's style and manner altogether. He was loitering near the gate, as if with some intention, possibly not the most honorable. You've heard perhaps of a kind of robbery known as the portico dodge?" "No, I am not learned in such distinctions." "It's a common crime nowadays. A country house with a portico is a fine field for the display of genius in burglary. One of the gang scales the portico after dusk, most likely at the family dinner hour, gets from the roof of the portico through a convenient window, and then quietly admits his accomplices. In all such robberies there is generally one member of the gang, the cleverest and best educated, who has no active part in the crime. He does all the intellectual work, schemes and directs the whole business. But though the police know him and would give their eyes to catch him tripping, he never tumbles into their trap. The fellow I saw at your gates tonight seemed to me just this sort of man." Laura looked very serious. as if she were alarmed at the idea of robbery. Was this man young or old? She asked thoughtfully. Neither. He's middle-aged, perhaps even elderly, but certainly not old. He's as straight as a dart, spare but broad-shouldered, and with something of a military air. What made you fancy he had some evil design upon this house? Asked Laura, her face clouded with anxious thought. I did not like the way in which he loitered by the gate. He seemed to be looking for someone or something, watching his opportunity. I don't want to scare you, Laura. I only want to put you on your guard so that you may have all the doors and shutters looked after with extra care tonight. After all, the man may be perfectly harmless. Some seedy acquaintance of your husband, perhaps. A man cannot live in the world of London without that kind of burr sticking to his coat. You do not flatter my husband by such a supposition, said Laura, with an offended look. My dear Laura, do you think a man can live his life without making acquaintance he would not care to exhibit in the glare of noonday? You know the old adage about poverty and strange bedfellows. I hope there's no treason in reminding you that Mr. Treverton was not always rich. No, I am not ashamed of his having been poor, but it would shame me if I thought he had any acquaintance in his poverty whom he would blush to own now he is rich. Will you begin your reading? The children are ready. The infants, flushed and tousled by their sports, had been ranged on benches by the joint efforts of Tom Sampson, his sister, and Celia Clare, and were now being regaled with cakes and negus. Celia had placed a small table, with a pair of candles and a glass of water, at the end of the room, for the accommodation of the reader. "Silence!" commanded Mr. Sampson, as Edward walked to his place, gave a little preparatory cough, and opened his book. "Silence, for the Jackdaw of Reims." The jackdaw sat on the cardinal's chair. Bishop and abbot and prior were there. Many a monk and many a friar, many a knight and many a squire, began Edward. A loud peal of the front door bell startled him. He stopped for a moment and looked at Laura, who was sitting with the vicar and his wife in a little group near the fireplace at the other end of the room. At the sound of the bell she looked up quickly, and with an agitated air kept her eyes fixed on the door, as if she expected some one to enter. He had no excuse for leaving off reading, curious as he felt about that bell and Laura's evident concern. He went on mechanically, full of wondering speculations as to what was going on in the entrance hall, hating the open-mouthed and open-eyed infants who were hanging on his words, while Celia, seated at the end of the front row, started all the laughter and applause. "Where did I meet that man?" he asked himself, over and over again, while he read on. The answer flashed upon him in the middle of a sentence. "It's the man I saw with Chicot in Drury Lane, the man I talked to in the public-house." The door opened, and the slow and portly Trimmer came in, and softly made his way to the place where his mistress was seated. He whispered to her, and then she whispered to Mrs. Clare, doubtless an apology for leaving her, and anon followed Trimmer out of the room. What can that man, if it is that man who rang the bell, want with her? Wondered Edward, so deeply moved that he could scarcely go on reading. Is the secret going to be told tonight? Are the cards going to be taken out of my hands? This ends chapter 25. Chapter 26, Part 1. A Disinterested Parent. "A person is called to see you, ma'am. He begs to apologize for coming so late, but he's traveled a long way and will be very thankful if you can see him." This is what the butler had whispered in Mrs. Treverton's ear, handing her at the same time a card on which there was a name written, Colonel Mansfield. At sight of this name Laura rose, whispered her excuse to Mrs. Clare, and glided quietly from the room. "Where have you left this gentleman?" she asked the butler. "I left him in the hall, ma'am.
I did not feel sure you would see him."
"He's related to my family," said Laura, faltering a little. "I cannot refuse to see him." This brief conversation occurred in the corridor leading from the servants' hall to the front of the house. A tall man, wrapped in a loose, rough greatcoat, was standing just inside the hall door, while Trimmer's subordinate, a rustic youth in a dark brown livery, stood at ease near the fireplace, evidently placed there to protect the mansion from any evil designs on the part of the unknown intruder. Laura went to the stranger and gave him her hand without a word. She was very pale, and it was evident the visitor was as unwelcome as he was unexpected. "You had better come to my study," she said. "There is a good fire there. Trimmer, take candles to the study and some wine."
"I'd rather have brandy," said the stranger. "I'm chilled to the bone. An 8 hours' journey in a cattle truck is enough to freeze the youngest blood. For a man of my age, and with chronic neuralgia, it means martyrdom."
"I'm very sorry," murmured Laura, with a look in which compassion struggled against disgust. "Come this way. We can talk quietly in my room." She went upstairs, the stranger following close at her heels, to the gallery out of which John Treverton's study, which was also her own favorite sitting room, opened. It was the room where she and her husband had met for the first time 2 years ago on just such a night as this. It adjoined the bedroom where John Treverton was now lying. She had no desire that he should be a witness to her interview with this visitor of tonight, but she had a sense of protection in the knowledge that her husband would be within call. Hitherto, on the rare occasions when she had been constrained to meet this man, she had confronted him alone, defenseless, and she had never felt her loneliness so keenly as at those times. "I ought to have told John the whole truth," she said to herself. "But how could I? How could I bear to acknowledge?" She glanced backward with a suppressed shudder at the man following her. They were at the door of the study by this time. She opened it, and he went in after her and shut the door behind him. A fire was burning cheerily on the pretty, bright-looking hearth, antique in its quaint ornamentation, modern in the artistic beauty of its painted tiles and low brass fender. There were candles on the mantelpiece and on the table, where an old-fashioned spirit bottle on a silver tray cheered the soul of the wayfarer. He filled a glass of brandy and drained it without a word. He gave a deep sigh of contentment or relief as he set down the glass. "That's a little bit better," he said, and then he threw off his overcoat and scarf and planted himself with his back to the fire, and the face which he turned to the light was the face of Mr. Desrolles. The man had aged within the last 6 months. Every line in his face had deepened. His cheeks were hollow, his eyes haggard and bloodshot. The sands of life run fast for a man whose chief nourishment is brandy. "Well," he exclaimed, in a hard, husky voice, "you do not welcome me very warmly, my child." "I did not expect you." "The surprise should be all the pleasanter. Picture to yourself now our meeting as it would be represented in a novel or a stage play. You would throw your arms wide apart, shriek, and rush to my breast. Do you remember Julia in The Hunchback? With what a yell of rapture she flings herself into Master Walter's arms." "Do you remember what Master Walter had been to Julia?" asked Laura, looking steadily into the haggard eyes, which shifted their gaze as she looked. "Real life is flat and tame compared with the stage play," said Desrolles. "For my part, I'm heartily sick of it." "I'm sorry to see you looking so ill." "I am a perambulating bundle of aches. There's not a muscle in my body that has not its particular pain." "Can you find no relief for this complaint? Are there not baths in Germany that might cure you?" "I understand," interrupted Desrolles. "You would be glad to get me out of the way." "I should be glad to lessen your suffering.
When I last wrote to you, I sent you a much larger remittance than I had ever done before, and I told you that I should allow you 600 a year to be paid quarterly. I thought that would be enough for all your requirements. I'm grieved to hear that you have been obliged to ride in a third-class carriage in cold weather." "I have been unlucky," answered Desrolles. "I have been at Boulogne, a pleasant place, but peopled with knaves. I fell among thieves and got cleaned out. You must give me 50 or 100 tonight, and you must not deduct it from your next quarterly payment. You are now a lady of fortune, and can afford to do 3 times as much as you are doing for me. Why did you not tell me you were married? Pretty treatment that from a daughter."
"Father," exclaimed Laura, looking at him with the same calm gaze which his shifting eyes had refused to meet just now, "do you want me to tell you the truth?" "Of course. Whatever else do you suppose I want?" "Even if it seems hard and cruel, as the truth often is. Speak away, girl. My poor old bones have been too long battered about in this world for hard words to break them." "How can you ask me for a daughter's dutiful love?" asked Laura, in low, earnest tones. "How can you expect it from me? What of a father's affection or a father's care have you ever given to me? What do I know of your life except fraud and mystery? Have you ever approached me except in secret and as an applicant for money?" "It's a true bill," ejaculated Desrolles, with a laugh that ended in a groan. "When I was a little motherless child, you gave me to the one true friend of your youth. He took me as his adopted daughter, leaving you dying, as he supposed. Years passed, and you let him believe you dead. For 10 years you made no sign. Your daughter, your only child, was being reared in a stranger's house, and you did not trouble yourself to make one inquiry about her welfare." "Not directly. How do you know what measures I may have taken to get information indirectly, without compromising your future? It was for your advantage that I kept myself dark, Laura. It was for your sake that I let my old friend believe me dead. As his adopted daughter, your prosperity was assured. What would your life have been with me? To save you, I lent myself to a lie." "I am sorry for it," said Laura coldly. "In my mind all lies are hateful. I cannot conceive that good can ever come of them. In this case good has come of my innocent deception. You are mistress of a fine estate, wife of a husband whom, as I hear, you love." "With all my heart and soul." "Is it too much to ask for a ray of your sunshine, a little benefit from your large wealth?" "I will do anything in reason," answered Laura, "but not even for my own father. Had you been all that a father should be to his child, would I suffer Jasper Treverton's wealth to be turned to evil uses? You told me that you stood alone in the world, with no one dependent on you. Surely 600 a year is an income that should enable you to live in comfort and respectability." "It will, when I've got myself clear of past liabilities. Remember that until 6 months ago the help you gave me amounted only to 100 a year, except when I appealed to you under the pressure of circumstances for an extra trifle. 100 a year in London, to a man in bad health, hardly served to keep the wolf from the door. I had debts to pay. I have been unfortunate in a speculation that promised well. In future you will have no occasion to speculate." "True," said Desrolles, with a sigh, as he filled himself another glass of brandy. Laura watched him with a face full of pain. Was this a father she could acknowledge to the husband she loved? Only with deepest shame could she confess her close kindred with a creature so sunk in degradation. Desrolles drank the brandy at a gulp, and then flung himself into the chair by the hearth. "And pray, how long have you been married?" he asked. Laura's face crimsoned at the question. It was just the one inquiry calculated to give her acutest pain, for it recalled all that was painful in the circumstances of her marriage.
"We were married on the last day of last year," she said. "You have been a year married, and I only learned the fact tonight from the village gossips at the inn where I stopped to eat a crust of bread and cheese on my way here. You might have seen the announcement in the Times. I might, but did not. Well, I suppose I surrendered a father's rights when I gave my child to another man's keeping. But it seems hard." "Why pain yourself and me with useless reproaches? I'm prepared to do all that duty can dictate. I'm deeply anxious that your future life should be comfortable and respected. Tell me where you intend to live, and how I can best assure your happiness." "Happiness!" cried Desrolles, with a derisive shrug. "I've never known that since I was 25. Where am I going to live, do you ask? Who knows? Not I, you may be sure. I am a wanderer by habit and inclination. Do you think I'm going to shut myself in a speculative builder's brick-and-mortar box, a semi-detached villa in Camden Town or Islington, and live the monotonous life of a respectable annuitant? That kind of vegetation may suit a retired tradesman who spent 3/4 of his life behind the same counter. It would be living death to a man with a mind, a man who has travelled and lived among his fellow men. No, my dear, you must not attempt to limit my movements by the inch measure of middle-class respectability. Give me my pittance unfettered by conditions of any kind. Let me receive it quarterly from your London agent, and, since you repudiate my claim to your affection, I pledge myself never again to trouble you with my presence after tonight." "I do not ask that," said Laura thoughtfully. "It is only right that we should see each other sometimes. By the deception which you practiced upon my benefactor, you've made it impossible that I should ever own you as my father before the world. Everybody in Hazelhurst believes that my father died when Jasper Treverton adopted me. But to my husband at least I can own the truth. I have shrunk from doing so hitherto, but tonight, while we've been sitting here, I have been thinking that I have acted weakly and foolishly. John Treverton will respect your secret for my sake, and he ought to know it." "Stop!" cried Desrolles, starting to his feet, and speaking in a louder tone than he had used hitherto. "I forbid you to breathe a word of me or my business to your husband. When I revealed myself to you, I pledged you to secrecy. I insist—" He stopped and stood facing the doorway between the two rooms, staring aghast, horror-stricken, as if he'd seen a ghost. "Great heaven!" he exclaimed. "What brings you here?" John Treverton stood in the open doorway, a tall, dark figure, in a long velvet dressing-gown. Laura flew to his side. "Dearest, why did you get up?" she cried. "How imprudent of you!" I heard a voice raised as if threateningly. "What has brought this man here, with you?" "He is the relation about whom you once questioned me, John," Laura answered falteringly. "You have not forgotten?" "This man related to you?" cried Treverton. "This man?" "Yes. You know each other?" "We have met before," answered Treverton, who had never taken his eyes from the other man's face. "We last met under very painful circumstances. It is a surprise to find a relation of yours in Mr. "Mansfield," interrupted Desrolles. "I have changed the name of Malcolm for Mansfield, a name in my mother's family, for Laura's sake. It might be disadvantageous for her to own kindred with a man whom the world has played football with for the last 10 years. Desrolles had grown ashy pale since the entrance of Laura's husband, and the hand with which he poured out his third glass of brandy shook like a leaf. "Highly considerate on your part, Mr. Mansfield," replied John Treverton. "May I ask for what reason you have favoured my wife with this late visit?" "The usual motive that brings a poor relation to a rich man's house. I want money, and Laura can afford to give it. Why beat about the bush?" "Why, indeed? Plain dealing will be best in this case. I think, as it is a simple matter of business, You had better let me arrange it with you. Laura, will you leave your kinsman's claims for me to settle? You may trust me to take a liberal view of his position." "I will trust you, dearest, now and always," answered his wife, giving him her hand. And then she went to Desrolles and offered him the same frank hand, looking at him with tender earnestness. "Good night," she said, "and good-bye. I beg you to trust my husband as I trust him. Believe me, it will be the best for all of us. He will be as ready to recognize your claim as I am, if you will only confide in him. If I have trusted him with my life, cannot you trust him with your secret?" "Good night," said Desrolles curtly. "I haven't got over my astonishment yet." "At what?" "At finding you married." "Good night," she said again, on the threshold of the door. And then she came back to tell her husband not to fatigue or excite himself. "I can only give you a quarter of an hour," she said to Desrolles. "Pray remember that my husband is an invalid and ought to be in bed." "Go to your school, children, dearest," said Treverton, smiling at her anxiety. "I shall be careful." The door closed behind Laura, and the two men, fellow lodgers a year ago in Cibber Street, stood face to face with each other. "So you are John Treverton," said Desrolles, wiping his lips with that tremulous hand of his, and looking with a hungry eye at the half-empty decanter, looking anywhere rather than straight into the eyes of his fellow man. "And you claim relationship with my wife?" "Nearer, perhaps, than you would care to hear. So near that I have some right to know how you, Jack Chicot, came to be her husband. How it was that you married her a year ago, at which period the lovely and accomplished Madame Chicot, whom I had the honor to know, was still living. Either that charming woman was not your wife, or your marriage with Laura Malcolm is invalid." "Laura is my wife, and her marriage as valid as law can make it," answered John Treverton. "That is enough for you to know. And now be good enough to explain your degree of kindred with Mrs. Treverton. You say your real name is Malcolm. What was your relationship with Laura's father?" "Laura urged me to trust you with my secret," muttered Desrolles, throwing himself into his former seat by the fire, and speaking like a man who is calculating the chances of a certain line of policy. "Why should I not be frank with you, Jack? Treverton? How much handier the old name comes! Had you been the punctilious piece of respectability I expected to meet in the heir of my old friend Jasper Treverton, I might have shrank from telling you a secret that hardly redounds to my credit from the churchgoer and ratepayer's point of view. But to you, Jack, the artist and bohemian, the man who has tumbled on every platform and acted in every show at the World's Fair, to you I may confide my secret without a blush. Come, fill me another glass, like a good fellow. My hand shakes as if I had the Scrivener's palsy. You know the history of Jasper Treverton's adopted daughter?" "I have heard it, naturally." "You have heard how Treverton, who had quarrelled with his friend Stephen Malcolm about a foolish love affair, was summoned many years after to that friend's sick-bed, found him dying, as everyone supposed, then and there adopted Malcolm's only child and carried her off with him, leaving a £50 note to comfort his old friend's last moments and pay the undertaker?" "Yes, I've heard all this, but not what follows. When a doctor gives a patient up for dead, he's sometimes on the high road to recovery. Stephen Malcolm contrived to cheat the doctor. Perhaps it was the comfort provided by that £50 note. Perhaps it was the knowledge that his only child's future was provided for. Anyhow, it seemed as if a burden had been lifted from the sick man's shoulders, for from the time Jasper Treverton left him, he mended, got a new lease of life, and went out into the world again, a lonely wayfarer, happy in the knowledge that his daughter's fate was no longer allied with his, that whatever evil might befall him, her lines were set in pleasant places." "Do you mean to tell me that Stephen Malcolm recovered, lived for years, and allowed his daughter to suppose herself an orphan and his friend to believe him dead? To tell the truth would have been to hazard his daughter's good fortune. As an orphan and the adopted child of a rich bachelor, her lot was secure. What would it have been if she'd been flung back upon her actual father to share his precarious existence? I considered this and took the unselfish view of the question. I might have claimed my daughter back. I might have sponged on Jasper. I did neither. I went my solitary way along the stony highway of life, uncheered, unloved. "You!" cried John Treverton. "You?" "Yes. In me you behold the wreck of Stephen Malcolm." "You, Laura's father? Great heaven! Why, you have not a feature, not a look in common with her. Her father! This is indeed a revelation." "Your astonishment is not flattering to me. My child resembles her mother, who was one of the loveliest women I ever saw. Yet I can assure you, Mr. Treverton, that at your age Stephen Malcolm had some pretension to good looks. I am not disputing that, man. You may have been as handsome as Adonis, but my Laura's father should have at least something of her look and air, a smile, a glance, a turn of the head, a something that would reveal the mystic link between parent and child. Does she know this? Does she recognize you as her father?" "She does, poor child. It is at her wish I have revealed myself to you." This ends chapter 26, part 1. Chapter 26, part 2. A disinterested parent. How long has she known? It's a little more than 5 years since I told her. I had just returned from the continent, where I had spent 7 years of my life in self-imposed exile. Suddenly I was seized with the outcast's yearning to tread his native soil again, and look upon the scenes of youth once more before death closes his eyes forever. I came back, could not resist the impulse that drew me to my daughter, put myself one day in her pathway, and told her my story. From that time I have seen her at intervals. "And have received money from her," put in John Treverton. "She is rich, and I am poor. She's helped me to live." "You might have lived upon the money she gave you a little more reputably than you were living in Cibber Street, when we were fellow lodgers." "What were my vices in Cibber Street? My life was inoffensive. Late hours and the brandy bottle, the ruin of body and soul. I have a chronic malady which makes brandy a necessity for me. Would it not be more exact to say that brandy is your chronic malady? Well, Mr. Mansfield, I shall make a proposition to you in the character of your son-in-law. I have a few words to say to you before you make it. I have told you my secret, which all the world may know and welcome. I have committed no crime in allowing my old friend to suppose me dead. I have only sacrificed my own interests to the advantage of my daughter. But you, Mr. Treverton, have your secret, and one which I think you would hardly like to lay bare to the world, in which you are now such an important personage. The master of Hazelhurst Manor would scarcely care to be identified with Jacques Chicot, the caricaturist and husband, at least by common repute, of a dancer whose name used to adorn all the walls of London." "No," said Treverton, "that is a dark page in my life which I would willingly tear out of the book. But I have always known the probability of my finding myself identified with the past, sooner or later. This world of ours is monstrous big when a man tries to make a figure in it, but it's very small when he wants to hide himself from his fellow men. I have told my wife all I can tell her without stripping the veil from that past life of mine. To reveal more would be to make her unhappy. You can have no motive for telling her more than I have told her. I can rely on your honor in this matter?" "You can," answered Derolles, looking at him curiously. "But I shall expect you to treat me handsomely, as a son-in-law whose wealth has come to him through his marriage should treat his wife's father."
"What would you call handsome treatment?" asked Treverton. "I'll tell you. My daughter, who has a woman's petty notions about money, has offered me 600 a year. I want 1,000. "Do you?" asked Treverton, with half-concealed contempt. "Well, live a respectable life, and neither your daughter nor I will grudge you 1,000 a year." "I shall live the life of a gentleman. Not in England. My daughter wants to get me out of the country. She said as much just now, or at any rate what she did say implied as much. A continental life would suit my humour, and perhaps mend my health. Annuitants are long-lived." "Not when they drink a bottle of brandy a day." "In a milder climate I may diminish the quantity. Give me 100 in ready money to begin with, and I'll go back to London by the first train tomorrow morning, and start for Paris at night. I ask for no father's place at your Christmas table. I don't want you to kill the fatted calf for me." "I understand," said Treverton, with an involuntary sneer. "You only want money. You shall have it." He took a bunch of keys from his pocket and unlocked a despatch box, in which he was in the habit of keeping money received from his steward before he sent it off to the bank. There was a little over £100 in the box, in notes and gold. John Treverton counted 100. The crisp notes, the bright gold, lay in a tempting heap on the table before him. But he kept his hand upon the money for a minute or two, while he sat looking at it with a meditative countenance. "By the way, Mr. Mansfield," he began after that thoughtful silence, "when, after a lapse of so many years, you presented yourself to your daughter, what credentials did you bring with you?" "Credentials?" "Yes. In other words, how did you prove your identity? You had parted with her when she was a child of 6 years old. Did her memory recall your features when she met you as a girl of 17? Or did she take your word for the fact that you were the father she had believed to be in his grave?" "She remembered me when I recalled myself to her. At first her memory was naturally vague. She had a dim recollection of my face, but no certainty as to when and where she had last seen it, until I recalled to her the circumstances of her childhood, the last days we spent together before my serious illness. Her mother, the baby brother that died when she was 3 years old. John Treverton, you libel nature if you suppose that a daughter's instinct can fail her when the father appeals to it. Had material proofs been wanted to convince my child that her father stood before her, I had those proofs, and I showed them to her. Old letters, the certificate of her birth, her mother's picture, the portrait I gave to Laura. I have the documents about me tonight. I have never parted with them." He produced a bloated pocketbook, the leather worn greasy with long usage, the silk lining frayed and ragged, and from this receptacle brought forth 6 papers, yellow with age. One was the certificate of Laura Malcolm's birth. The other 5 were letters addressed to Stephen Malcolm, Esquire, Ivy Cottage, Chiswick. One of these, the latest in date, was from Jasper Treverton. "I am deeply grieved to hear of your serious illness, my poor friend," he wrote. "Your letter followed me to Germany, where I have been spending the autumn at one of the famous mineral baths. I started for England immediately and landed here half an hour ago. I shall come on as fast as rail and cabs can bring me, and indeed hope to be with you before you get this letter. Yours in all friendship, Jasper Treverton. The Ship Hotel, Dover, October 15th, 1850. The other letters were from friends of the past, like Jasper. One had enclosed aid in the shape of a post-office order. The rest were sympathetic and regretful refusals to assist a broken-down acquaintance. The writers offered their impecunious friend every good wish and benevolently commended him to Providence. In every case the respectability and the respectful tone of Stephen Malcolm's correspondence went far to testify to the fact that he had once been a gentleman. There was a deep descent from the position of the man to whom these letters were written to the status of Mr. de Rolls. the second floor lodger in Cibber Street. So far as they went, his credentials were undeniable. Laura had recognized him as her father. What justification could John Treverton find for repudiating his claim? For the money the man demanded he cared not a jot, but it pained him unspeakably to accept this dissipated waif, soaked in alcohol, as the father of the woman he loved. "There's your £100, Mr. Mansfield," he said, "and since you have taught the little world of Hazelhurst to consider my wife an orphan, the less you show yourself here, the better for all of us. Villages are given to scandal. If you were to be seen at this house, people would want to know who you are and all about you." "I told you I should start for Paris tomorrow night," answered Desrolles, strapping his pocketbook, which was now distended to its uttermost with notes and gold. "I shan't change my mind. I'm fond of Paris and Parisian ways, and know my way about that glorious city almost as well as you, though I never married a French wife." John Treverton sat silent, with his thoughtful gaze bent on the fire, apparently unconscious of the other man's sneer. "Ta-ta, Jack! Any message from your old friends in the Quartier Latin? No? I suppose the squire of Hazelhurst has turned his back on the companions of Jacques Chicot, just as King Harry V threw off the joyous comrades of the Prince of Wales. The desertion broke poor old Falstaff's heart, but that's a detail. Good night, Jack." Laura re-entered the room at this moment, and drew back, startled, at hearing her father address her husband with such friendly familiarity. "I have told Mr. Treverton everything, my dear," said Desrolles. "I am so glad of that," answered Laura, and then she laid her hand upon the old man's shoulder, with more affection than she had ever yet shown him, and said with grave gentleness, "Try to lead a good life, my dear father, and let us hear from you sometimes, and let us think of each other kindly, though fate has separated us." "A good life," he muttered, turning his bloodshot eyes upon her for a moment with a look that thrilled her with a sudden horror. "The money should have come sooner, my girl. I've travelled too far on the wrong road. There, good-bye, my dear. Don't trouble yourself about an old scapegrace like me. Jack, send my money quarterly to that address." He threw down a dingy-looking card. "And I'll never worry you again. You can block me out of your mind if you like, and you need never fear that my tongue will say an evil word of you, go where I may." "I will trust you for that," answered John Treverton, holding out his hand. Desrolles either did not see the gesture, or did not care to take the hand. He snatched up his greasy-looking hat and hurried from the room. "Dearest, do you think any worse of me now that you know that man is my father?" asked Laura, when the door had closed upon Desrolles, and the bell had begun to warn Trimmer of the guest's departure. "Do I think any worse of a pearl because it comes out of an oyster?" said her husband, smiling at her. "Dear love, if the parish workhouse were peopled with your relations, not one of them more reputable than Mr. Mansfield, my love and reverence for you would not be lessened by a tittle." "You don't believe in hereditary genius, then? You don't think that we derive our characters mainly from our fathers and mothers?" "If I did, I should believe that your mother was an angel, and that you inherited her disposition." "My poor father," said Laura, with something between a sigh and a shudder. "He was once a gentleman." "No doubt, love. There's no saying how low a man may descend when he once takes to travelling downhill." "If he had not been a gentleman, my adopted father could never have been his friend," mused Laura. "It would not have been possible for Jasper Treverton to associate with anything base." "No, love. And now tell me, when first your father presented himself to you, was not his revelation a great surprise, a shock to your feelings?" "It was, indeed." "Tell me, dear, how it happened. Tell me all the circumstances, if it does not pain you." "No, dear, it pained me for you to know that my father had fallen so low. But now that you know the worst, I feel easier in my mind. It is a relief to me to be able to speak of him freely. Remember, Jack, he bound me solemnly to secrecy. I would not break my promise, even to you. I understand all, dear." "The first time I saw my father," Laura began falteringly, as if even to speak of him by that sacred name were painful to her. "It was summer-time, a lovely August evening, and I had strolled out after dinner into the orchard. You know the gate that opens from the orchard into the field. I saw a man standing outside it smoking, with his arms resting on the top of the gate. Seeing a stranger there, I turned away to avoid him, but before I had gone 3 steps, he stopped me. 'Miss Malcolm, for God's sake let me speak to you,' he said. 'I am an old friend whom you must remember.' I went up to him and looked him full in the face, for there was such earnestness in his manner that it never occurred to me that he might be an impostor. 'Indeed, I do not remember you,' I said. 'When have I ever seen you?' Then he called me by my Christian name. 'Laura,' he said, 'you were 6 years old when Mr. Treverton brought you here. Have you quite forgotten the life that went before that time?' She paused, and her husband drew her to the low chair by the fire and seated himself beside her, letting her head rest on his shoulder. 'Go on, love,' he said gently, 'but not if these memories agitate you.' 'No, dear, it's a relief to confide in you.' I told him that I did remember the time before I came to the manor house. Some events I could remember distinctly, others faintly, like the shadows in a dream. I remembered being in France, by the sea, in a place where the fisherwomen wore bright-colored petticoats and high caps, where I had children of my own age to play with, and where the sun seemed always shining. And then that life had changed to dull gray days in a place near a river, a place where there were narrow lanes and country roads and fields, and yet there was a town close by with tall chimneys and busy streets. I remembered that here my mother was ill, lying in a darkened room for many weeks. And then one day my father took me to London in the omnibus, and left me in a large, cold-looking house in a great square, a house where all the rooms were big and lofty, and had an awful look after our little parlour at home, and where I used to sit in a drawing-room all day with an old lady in black satin, who let me amuse myself as best I could. My father had told me that the old lady was his aunt, and that I was to call her aunt, but I was too much afraid of her to call her anything. I think I must have stayed there about a week, but it seemed ages, for I was very unhappy, and used to cry myself to sleep every night when the maid had put me to bed in a large bleak room at the top of the house. And then my father came and took me home again in the red omnibus. I could see that he was very unhappy, and while we were walking in the lane that led to our house, he told me that my dear mamma had gone away, and that I should never see her again in this world. I'd loved her passionately, Jack, and the loss almost broke my heart. I'm telling you much more than I told the stranger. I only said enough to him to prove that I remembered my old life." "And how did he reply?" "He took a morocco case from his pocket and gave it into my hand, telling me to look at the portrait inside it. Oh, how well I remembered that sweet face! The memory of it flashed upon me like a dream one has forgotten and tried vainly to recall, till it comes back suddenly in a breath. Yes, it was my mother's face. I could remember her looking just like that as she sat at work on the rocks by the sands, where I played with the other children, at that happy place in France. I remembered her sitting by my cot every night before I fell asleep. I asked the stranger how he came to possess this picture. 'I would give all the money I have in the world for it,' I said. 'You shall do nothing of the kind,' he answered. 'I give it to you as a free gift. But I should not have done that if you had not remembered your mother's face. And now, Laura, look at me, and tell me if you have ever seen me before.'
You looked and could not remember him, said John Treverton. No, yet there was something in the face that seemed familiar to me. When he spoke, I knew that I had heard the voice before. It seemed kind and friendly, like the voice of someone I had known long ago. He told me to try and realize what change 10 years of evil fortune would make in a man's looks. It was not time only which had altered him, he told me, but the world's ill usage, bad health, hard work, corroding sorrow. Make allowance for all this, he said, and look at me with indulgent eyes, and then try to send your thoughts back to that old life at Chiswick, and say what part I had in it. I did look at him very earnestly, and the more I looked, the more familiar the face grew. I think you must be a friend of my father's, I said at last. Poverty has no friends, he answered. At the time you remember, your father was friendless. Oh, child, can 10 years blot out a father's image? I am your father. Laura paused, with quickened breathing, recalling the agitation of that moment. I cannot tell you how I felt when he said this, she continued presently. I thought I was going to fall fainting at his feet. My brain clouded over. I could understand nothing. And then, when my senses came slowly back, I asked him how this could be true. Did not my father die a few hours after I was taken away by Jasper Treverton? My benefactor had told me that it was so. Then he, my father, said that he had allowed Jasper Treverton to suppose him dead for my sake, in order that I might be the adopted child of a rich man and well placed in life, while he, my real father, was a waif and stray and a pauper. Mr. Treverton had received a letter announcing his old friend's death, a letter written in a feigned hand by my father himself, and had never taken the trouble to inquire into the particulars of the death and burial. He felt that he'd done enough in leaving money for the sick man's use, and in relieving him of all care about his daughter. This is what my father told me. How could I reproach him, Jack, or despise him for this deception, for a falsehood which so degraded him? It was for my sake he had sinned. And you had no doubt as to his identity? You were fully assured that he was that very father whom you had supposed dead and buried 10 years before? How could I doubt? He showed me papers, letters, that could have belonged to no one but my father. He gave me my mother's portrait, and then, through the mist of years, his face came back to me as a face that had been very familiar. His voice had the sound of long ago. Did you give him money on this first meeting? He told me that he was poor, a broken-down gentleman, without a profession, with bad health, and no means of earning his living. Could I, his daughter, living in luxury, refrain from offering him all the help in my power? I begged him to reveal himself to Mr. Treverton, Papa, as you know I always called him, but he shrank, not unnaturally, from acknowledging a deception that placed him in such a false position. No, he said, I told a lie for your sake. I must stick to it for my own. I could not urge him to alter his resolution upon this point, for I felt how hard it would be for him to stand face to face with his old friend under such degrading circumstances. I promised to keep his secret, and I told him that I would send him all the money I could possibly spare out of my income, if he would give me an address to which I might send it. How often did you see him after this? Asked John Treverton. Before tonight? Only 3 times. One of those occasions was the night on which you saw me admit him at the garden door. True, said Treverton, blushing as he remembered the cruel suspicions that had been awakened in his mind by that secret interview. And you never told my cousin anything about your father? Never. He made me promise to keep his existence a secret from all the world, and even if I had not been so bound, I should have shrunk from telling Mr. Treverton the cheat that had been practiced upon him, for I felt that it was a cheat, however disinterested and generous the motive. A purposeless cheat, I should imagine, said John musingly,
For once having promised to take care of you, I should hardly think that my cousin Jasper would have flung you back upon poverty and gloomy days. No, love, once knowing your sweetness, your truthful, loving nature, it would not have been human to give you up. My poor father thought otherwise, unhappily. Dearest love, do not let this error of your father's cast a shadow upon your life. I, who have known the shifts and straits to which poverty may bring a man, can pity and in some measure understand him. We will do all that liberality can do to make the remnant of his days respectable and happy. This ends chapter 26, part 2. Chapter 27. Desrolles is not communicative. Mr. Desrolles left the manor-house a new man. He held his head erect, and bore himself with a lofty air, even before the butler who showed him out. He was respectabilized by a full purse. There was nothing left in him of the shabby, downcast stranger who had approached the house with an air of mingled mystery and apprehension. Trimmer hardly knew him. The man's seedy overcoat hung with the reckless grace of artistic indifference to attire, and not with a forlorn droop of beggary. His hat was set on with a debonair slant. He looked a bohemian, a painter, an actor, a popular parson gone to the bad, anything rather than an undistinguished pauper. He flung Trimmer half a crown with the lofty elegance of a Lauzun or a Richelieu, nodded a condescending good night, and walked slowly along the gravel drive, humming L'Adam Immobile, with not an unskilful mimicry of him who, of all men that ever walked the boards of Covent Garden, looked and moved like a prince of the blood royal, and the thinnest thread of whose fading voice sent a thrill through every heart in the vast opera-house. The snow was no longer falling. It lay in patches here and there upon the grass, and whitened the topmost edge of the moor, but there was an end of the brief snowstorm. The stars were shining in a deep blue sky, calm and clear as at midsummer. The moon was rising behind the dark ridge of moor. It was a scene that might have stirred the heart of a man fresh from a life of cities, but the thoughts of Desrolles were occupied in considering the new aspect given to affairs by his discovery of Jack Chicot in the young squire of Hazelhurst, and in calculating how he might best turn the occasion to his own peculiar profit. A good, easy-going fellow, he reflected, and he seems inclined to be open-handed. But if the dancer was his legal wife, and if he married Laura a year ago, that poor girl is no more his wife than I am. Awkward for me to wink at such a position as that, in my paternal character, yet it might be dangerous for me to interfere. "Good evening, Mr. Desrolles," said a voice close behind him. He'd been so deeply absorbed in self-interested speculations that he had not heard footsteps on the gravel. He turned sharply round, surprised at the familiar mention of his name, and encountered Edward Clare. In that dim light he failed to recognize the man whom he had met in Longacre, and talked with him for about 10 minutes, nearly a year ago. "You seem to have forgotten me," said Clare pleasantly, "yet we have met before. Do you remember meeting me in Longacre one afternoon, and our talking together of your fellow lodger, Mr. Chicot?" "Your face and voice are both familiar to me," said Desrolles thoughtfully. "Yes, you were the gentleman with whom I conversed for some minutes in the bar of the Rose Tavern. I remember your speaking of Hazelhurst. You belong to this part of the world, I presume?" "I do, but I am rather surprised to see you in such an out-of-the-way nook and corner of the universe, on Christmas Eve, too, when I ought to be hanging up holly in my ancestral mansion and kissing my grandchildren under the mistletoe," interjected Desrolles with a harsh laugh. "Sir, I am a floating weed upon the river of life, and you need never be surprised to see me anywhere. I have no cable to moor me to any harbour, no dock but the hospital, no haven but the grave." Desrolles uttered this dismal speech with positive relish. He had £100 in his pocket, and the world before him where to choose. What did he want with dock or haven? He was by nature a rover.
"I'm very glad we have met," said Edward gravely. "I have something serious to say to you, so serious that I would rather say it within 4 walls. Can you come with me to my house for half an hour and let me talk to you over a tumbler of toddy?"
Toddy had but little temptation for the brandy drinker. It was almost as if someone had offered him milk and water. "I want to get away by the mail," said Desrolles doubtfully. "And what the deuce can you have to say to me?"
"Something of the utmost importance, something that may put money in your purse."
"The suggestion provokes my curiosity. Suppose I forego the idea of the mail. It's a cold night, and I've had a good deal of travelling since morning. Does your village boast an inn where a man can get a decent bed?"
"Yes, they will make you comfortable at the George. You'd better come home with me and hear what I have to say. It's 9:15, and the mail goes at 10:30. You could hardly do it if you tried."
"Well, let the mail go without this Caesar and his fortunes. I'll hear what you have to say." They walked together to the vicarage. Mr. and Mrs. Clare and Celia were still at the manor house, where the Christmas tree was being stripped by the tumultuous infants, with shouts of rapture and shrill screams of delight. Edward had slipped out directly he had finished the jackdaw, under the pretence of smoking a cigar, and had gone round to the front of the house to watch for the unknown visitor's departure. The vicarage was wrapped in darkness, save in the servants' quarters, where some mild rejoicings were in progress. Edward let himself in at the hall door and went up to his den, followed by Mr. Desrolles. The fire had burnt low, but there was a basket of wood by the hearth. Edward flung on a log and lighted the candles on the table. Then he opened the cosy little corner cupboard in the panelling and took out a black bottle, a couple of tumblers, and a sugar basin. "If your whiskey is good, don't trouble to mix it," said Desrolles. "I'd rather taste it neat." He settled himself comfortably in the chair beside the hearth, the poet's own particular rocking-chair, in which he was wont to cradle his fine fancies and sometimes hush his genius to placid slumber. "A tidy little crib," said Desrolles, looking curiously round the room, with all its masculine luxuries and feminine frivolities. "I wonder you should speak so despairingly of a village in which you've such snug quarters."
"The grub is snug in his cocoon," retorted Edward, "but that isn't life."
"No, life is to be a butterfly, at the mercy of every wind that blows. I think on the whole the grub has the best of it."
"Help yourself," said Edward, pushing the whiskey bottle across the table to his visitor.
Desrolles filled the glass and emptied it at a draught.
"New and raw," he said disapprovingly.
"Well, By the way, you did not favour me with your card when last we met."
"My name is Clare."
"Well, Mr. Clare, here I am. I have gone out of my own way to put myself at your disposal. What is this wondrous communication you have to make to me?"
"First, let us discuss your own position."
"I beg your pardon," exclaimed Desrolles, rising and taking up his hat. "I did not come here to talk about that. If you set a trap for me, you'll find you've got the wrong customer. I belong to the ferret tribe."
"My dear fellow, don't be in such a hurry," said Edward, putting up his white womanish hand in languid entreaty. "As a prelude to what I have got to say, I am obliged to speak of your own position with reference to Laura Treverton and her husband John Treverton, otherwise Jack Chicot."
"What do you mean?"
"Simply what I say. John Treverton, squire of Hazelhurst, and Jack Chicot, bohemian, adventurer, artist in black and white, unsuccessful painter in oils, what you will, are one and the same. It may suit Mr. Treverton to forget that he was ever Jack Chicot, but the story of his past life is not blotted out because he's ashamed of it. You know, and I know, that the present lord of Hazelhurst Manor is Mrs. Evatt's old lodger."
"You must be crazy to suggest such a thing," said Dayrolls, looking at the other with an air of half-stupefied inquiry, as a man in whom he did verily perceive indications of insanity. "The two men have not one attribute in common."
"If the man I saw talking to you in Long Acre was Chicot, the caricaturist, then Chicot and Treverton are one."
"My dear fellow, your eyes played you false. Possibly there may be a kind of likeness as far as height, figure, complexion go."
"I saw the man's face at the magazine office, and I'll swear it was Treverton's face."
Dayrolls shrugged his shoulders, as much as to say, "Here is a poor half-cracked fellow laboring under a harmless delusion. I must indulge him."
"Well, my dear sir," he said presently, stretching his well-worn boots before the hearth and luxuriating in the warmth of the blazing wood,
"if this is all you have to say, you might as well have let me get away by the mail."
"You deny the identity of John Treverton and Chicot, the caricaturist?"
"Most emphatically. I have the honor to know both men, and am in a position to state that they are totally distinct individuals, bearing a kind of resemblance to each other in certain broad characteristics, height, figure, complexion, a resemblance that might mislead a man seeing one of the two for a few moments, as you saw Chicot."
"How do you know how often I saw Chicot?"
"I draw my inference from your own conduct. If you had seen him often, if you had seen him more than once, you could not possibly mistake him for Mr. Treverton, or Mr. Treverton for him." Edward Clare shrugged his shoulders, and sat looking frowningly at the fire for some moments. Whatever this man Dayrolls knew, or whatever he thought, it was evident that there was very little to be got out of him.
"You are very positive," Edward said presently, "so I suppose you are right.
After all, I can have no desire to identify the husband of a woman I highly esteem with such a fellow as this Chicot.
I want only to protect her interests. Married to a scoundrel, what might not be her fate? Perhaps as terrible as that of the dancer."
Dayrolls answered nothing. He was lying back in the rocking-chair, resting, his eyes half-closed.
"Have you seen Chicot since his wife was murdered?" asked Edward after a pause.
"No one has seen him. It is my belief that he made straight for one of the bridges and drowned himself."
"In that case, his body would have been found, and his death made known to the police."
"You would not say that if you were a Londoner. How many nameless corpses do you think are fished out of the Thames every week? How many unrecognized corpses lie in the East End dead-houses, waiting for some one to claim them, and are never claimed or identified, and go to the pauper's burial ground without a name? The police did not know Chicot. They had only his description to guide them in their search for him. I am very clear in my mind that the poor devil put himself out of their way in the most effectual manner."
"You think he murdered his wife?"
Dayrolls shrugged his shoulders dubiously. "I think nothing," he answered. "Why should I think the very worst of a man who was my friend? But I know he bolted. The inference is against his innocence."
"If he is alive, it shall be my business to find him," said Edward savagely. "The crime was brutal, unprovoked, inexcusable, and if it is in my power to bring it home to him, he shall suffer for it."
"You speak as if you had a personal animosity," said Dayrolls. "I could understand the detectives being savage with him, for he's led them a pretty dance, and they've been held up to ridicule for their failure in catching him. But why you, a gentleman living at ease here, should feel thus strongly—"
"I have my reasons," said Edward.
"Well, I wish you good night. It's getting late, and I suppose the George is an early house. Au revoir, Mr. Clare. By the way, when you told me your name just now, I forgot to ask you how you came to be so familiar with mine."
I saw it in the newspapers, in the report of the inquest on Madame Chicot.
True. I had told you that I was Jack Chicot's fellow lodger. I had forgotten that. Good night.
You are still living in Cibber Street, I suppose?
No, the house became hateful to me after that terrible event. Mrs. Evatt lost both her lodgers. Mrs. Rawber, the tragedienne, moved 2 doors off. My address is at the Poste Restante all over Europe. But for the next week or so I may be found at Paris.
Good night, said Edward. I must come downstairs and let you out. My people ought to be home by this time, and perhaps you may not care to meet them.
It is indifferent to me, Desrolles answered loftily. They did not encounter the vicar or his wife on the stairs. The children's party had been kept up till the desperate hour of 10:30, and Mr. and Mrs. Clare were now on their road home, leaving Celia behind them to spend Christmas Day with the Trevertons. This ends chapter 27. Chapter 28. Edward Clare goes on a voyage of discovery. To sit beside a man's hearth, drink his wine, shoot his pheasants, and ride his horses would, in a savage community, be incompatible with the endurance of a deadly hatred against that man. The thoroughbred savage hates only his enemy and the intruding stranger. Mr. Stanley tells us that if he could once get close enough to a tribe to hold a parley with them, he and his followers were safe. The difficulty was that they had to encounter a shower of arrows before they could get within range for conversation. When the noble African found that the explorer meant kindly, he no longer thirsted for the white man's blood. His savagery, for the most part, meant self-defense. The ways of civilization are not as the ways of the desert. These are men and women whose animosity is not to be appeased by kindness, who will take all they can get from a man and go on detesting him cordially to the end. Edward Clare, the sleek, white-handed poet, possessed this constancy and hatred. John Treverton had done him no direct injury, for the poet's love for Laura had never been strong enough to outweigh prudence. He had wanted Laura and Hazelhurst Manor, not Laura with her modest income of £250 a year. He was angry with fate and Jasper Treverton for the will which had made Laura's wealth dependent on her marriage with the heir. He hated John Treverton for the good fortune which had fallen into his lap. And this hatred wore such a noble aspect in the man's own mind. It was no base envy of another's prosperity. It was not even jealous anger against a rival, Edward told himself. No, it was a chivalrous ardor in the defense of the woman he had loved. It was a generous desire to serve her which urged him to pluck the mask from the smooth hypocrite's face. If this man was indeed, as Edward believed, the husband of Zaire Chicot, the dancer, then his marriage with Laura was no marriage, and the conditions of the will had not been fulfilled. The estate, the possession of which could only be secured by a legal marriage within the year following Jasper Treverton's death, had been obtained by an audacious fraud. Was this great wrong to pass undetected and unpunished? Was Laura, whose love had been so easily won by this scoundrel, to go on blindly trusting him until some day an accident should reveal his infamy and her dishonor? No, Edward believed that it was his duty to let in the light upon this iniquitous secret, and he determined to leave no stone unturned in the fulfillment of his mission. This fellow Desrolles was evidently a creature of John Treverton's. His denial of the identity between the two men went for nothing in Edward's mind. There must be plenty of people in the neighborhood of Cibber Street able to identify the missing Chicot if they could only be brought face to face with him.
"I wonder you and Mrs. Treverton have not been photographed since your marriage," Edward said one afternoon in the Christmas week, when John Treverton was well enough to join the kettledrum party in the book-room, and they four, Mr. and Mrs. Treverton, Celia, and Edward, were sitting round a glorious fire.
He'd been looking over a volume of photographs by the light of the blazing wood, so the question seemed natural enough. "Ah, by the by, Jack, I really must have you photographed," said Laura gaily. "Lady Barker was very particular in her request for our photographs the other day. She has a very fine collection, she tells me." "About 150 of her bosom friends, I suppose," retorted John Treverton, all simpering in the highest style of art and trying to look unconscious of the photographer's iron collar, gripping them by the scruff of the neck. "No, Laura, I am not going to let the sun make a correct map of my wrinkles in order that I may join the simperers in Lady Barker's photograph album, that fashionable refuge for the destitute in brains, after a dull dinner." "Do you mean to say that you have never been photographed?" asked Edward. "No, I do not. I had my photograph taken by Nadar a good many years ago, when I was young and frivolous." "Oh, Jack, how I should like to have a picture of what you were years ago!" exclaimed Laura. "What has become of all the photographs?" "Heaven knows," answered John carelessly. "Given to Tom, Dick, and Harry, scattered to the four winds. I've not kept one of them." "Nadar," repeated Edward musingly. "You're talking of the man in Paris, I suppose?" "Yes." "You know Paris well?" "Every Englishman who has spent a fortnight there would say as much as that," answered John Treverton carelessly. "I know my way from the Louvre to the Palais Royal, and I know 2 or 3 famous restaurants where a man may get an excellent dinner if he likes to pay for it with its weight in gold." Nothing more was said upon the subject of photographs. Edward Clare left Hazelhurst next day for London. He was not going to be long away, he told his father and mother, but he wanted to see a manager who'd made overtures to him for a legitimate historical drama in blank verse. "He was struck by a dramatic fragment I wrote for one of the magazines," said Edward, "and he's taken it into his head that I could write as good a play as The Hunchback or The Lady of Lyons." "Oh, do go and see him, Ted," cried Celia with enthusiasm. "It would be awfully jolly if you were to write a play. We should all have to go up to town to see the first performance." "Should we?" interrupted the vicar, without looking up from his John Bull. "And pray, who would find the money for our railway fare and our hotel bill?" "Why, you, of course," cried Celia. "That would be a mere bagatelle. If Edward were to burst upon the world as a successful dramatic author, he would be on the high road to fortune, and we could all afford a little extravagance." "But who's your manager, Ted, and who are the actors who are to act in your play?" inquired Celia, anxious for details. "I shall say nothing about that till my play is written and accepted," answered Edward. "The whole affair is in the clouds at present." Celia gave a short, impatient sigh. So many of her brother's literary schemes had begun and ended in the clouds. "I suppose I am to take care of your den while you are away," she said presently, "and dust your books and papers?" "I shall be glad if you will preserve them from the profane hand of my mother's last domestic treasure in the shape of a new housemaid," answered Edward. Before anyone could ask him any more questions, the bus from the George was at the vicarage gate, waiting to take him to the station at Bechampton, in company with 2 obese farmers and a rosy-cheeked girl going out to service, and carrying a nosegay of winter flowers, a bandbox, and an umbrella. How sweet and fresh the air was in the clear December morning, almost the last of the year! How picturesque the winding lane, the wide sweep of cultivated valley and distant belt of hill and moor! Edward Clare's eyes roamed across the familiar scene and saw nothing of its tranquil beauty. His mind was absorbed in the business that lay before him. His heart was full of rancor. He was tormented by that worst of all foes to a man's peace, an envious mind. The image of John Treverton's good fortune haunted him like a wicked conscience. He could not go his own way and forget that his neighbor was luckier than himself. Had fate smiled upon his poetic efforts, had some sudden and startling success whisked him up into the 7th heaven of literary fame, at the same time filling his pockets, he might possibly have forgiven John Treverton. but with the sense of failure goading him, his angry feelings were perpetually intensifying. He was in the London streets just as dusk was falling, after a cold, uncomfortable journey. He took his travelling bag in his hand, and set out on foot to find a lodging, for his funds were scanty, as he had not ventured to ask his father for money since his return to the vicarage. It was an understood thing that he was to have the run of his teeth at Hazelhurst, and that his muse was to supply all other wants. He did not go to the street where he had lodged before, a narrow, dismal street between Holborn and the British Museum. He went to the more crowded quarter, bounded on one side by Leicester Square, on the other by St. Martin's Lane, and betook himself straight to Cibber Street. He had made up his mind to get a room in that uninviting spot, if any decent shelter were available there. Before seeking for this accommodation elsewhere, he went to look at the house to which Lachicot's murder had given such an awful notoriety. He found it more reputable of aspect than when he had last seen it a few days after the murder. A new wire blind shaded the lower part of the parlor window. New red curtains drooped gracefully over the upper panes. The window itself looked cleaner and brighter than it had ever looked during the stately Mrs. Rawber's occupation of the ground floor. A new brass plate on the door bore the inscription, "Mr. Gerard, Surgeon." Edward Clare contemplated the shining brass plate with the blank gaze of disappointment. He concluded, not unnaturally, that the whole house had passed into the possession of Mr. Gerard, surgeon, and that Mrs. Evatt had gone forth into the wilderness of London, where she would be more difficult to find than poor Hagar and her son in the sandy wastes of the great desert. While he stood ruminating upon this apparent change in the aspect of affairs, his eye wandered to a window looking upon the area beneath the parlor, from which there came a comfortable glow of light. The occupant of the basement had not drawn down the illuminated blind which generally shaded her domesticity from the vulgar eye, and, seated by her kitchen fire, indulging in the inexpensive luxury of slumber, Edward beheld that very Mrs. Evatt whom he had supposed lost in the metropolitan labyrinth. He had no doubt as to those corkscrew curls, that vinegar visage. This was the woman with whom he had talked for half an hour one bleak March morning, when he had inspected the scene of the murder, under the pretence of looking for lodgings. He went up the steps to the door. There were two bells, one labelled surgery, the other house. Edward rang the latter, which was answered after an interval by the landlady, looking cross and sleepy. At the sight of Mr. Clare, with his travelling bag in his hand, she scented a lodger and brightened. "Have you a decent bedroom to let on your second floor?" he asked, for although he was no believer in the influences of the spirit world, he would have preferred spending the December night upon the weakest and windiest of the bridges to lying down to rest in the room where Lachicot had been slain. "I've got my first floor empty," said Mrs. Evatt. "Beautiful rooms, all new piped and pinted." "I'd rather go higher up," answered Edward. "You had a lodger named Erroles. What has become of him?" "Gone to travel in foreign parts," replied the landlady. "I believe he had money left him. He was quite a gentleman when he started. Everything new, from his portmanteau to his railway rug." "Can I have his rooms for a few nights? I'm only in town as a bird of passage, but I don't want to go to an hotel." "Their charges are so high, and there's no privacy in 'em," said Mrs. Evatt, with a sympathetic air, as if she divined his inmost feelings. "You can have Mr. Dayrell's room, sir, and we shan't quarrel about the rent." "The rooms are clean, I suppose?" Edward hazarded. "Clean!" exclaimed Mrs. Evatt, lifting up her eyebrows with the indignation of outraged innocence. "Nobody that's ever lodged with me would ask that question. Clean? No house of mine ever harboured dirt." "I should like to see the bedroom," said Edward. "The sitting-room matters very little. I shall be out all the day." "If you'll wait while I fetch a candle, I'll show you both rooms," replied the landlady. "I suppose you want to come in at once?" "Yes,
I've just come from the country and have no more luggage than this bag. I can pay you for the rooms in advance if you like." "Money comes uncommonly handy now that provisions have rose to such an height," returned Mrs. Evatt, with an insinuating air. "Not that I could ever feel an instant's doubt respecting a young gent of your appearance." "Money down is the best reference," said Edward. "I'm a stranger in London. Here's a sovereign. I suppose that'll square us if I only keep the rooms a week." "There'll be a trifle for boot cleaning," insinuated Mrs. Evatt. "Oh, very well. And £half-a-crown for kitchen fire." "Oh, come now, I won't stand kitchen fire. You don't suppose I'm going to dine here? If you bring me up a cup of tea of a morning is all I shall want, and the fire that boils your kettle will boil mine." "A trifle for attendance, then." "I'll promise nothing. If you make me comfortable, I shall not forget you at parting." "Very well, sir," sighed the landlady. "I suppose it will come to the same in the end, but I always think it best for all parties to put things clear." She retired into the darkness at the end of a narrow passage, the dark brown wainscot of which was dimly lighted by an old-fashioned oil lamp, and returned in a minute or two with a tallow candle in a capacious tin candlestick. With this light she preceded Mr. Clear up the staircase, whose shallow, uneven steps and heavy balustrade gave evidence of its age. On the first-floor landing Mrs. Evatt paused to recover her breath, and Edward felt an icy thrill of horror as he found himself opposite the bedroom door. "Is that the room where that poor woman was murdered?" he asked. "Yes, sir," replied Mrs. Evatt, with a deprecating sigh. "It is the room, and I won't deceive you, but it has been done up so nice that nobody as ever knew it before would be able to recognize it. My landlord acted very liberal. Anything that pint and piper can do to set you right with your lodgers, Mrs. Evatt, shall be done," says he. "You've been a good tenant," says he, "always punctual to the minute with your rent," he says, "and I shall take it to heart if you was to suffer." "Come in and look at the room, sir, and you'll see that there isn't a more cheerful bedroom in this part of London." Mrs. Evatt flung open the door with a flourish of pride, and led the way into the room with uplifted candlestick. "That's a brand new bedstead," she said, "which cost me £2.10 without the curtains, and there ain't an inch of carpet or a bit of bedding that was in the room when what you mentioned took place." Mrs. Evatt had pinned her faith upon vivid colour as a charm to exorcise poor Zaire's ghost. A sixpenny chintz of all the colours in the rainbow draped window and bed. A painted drugget of corresponding violence had the worm-eaten old boards upon which soap, sand, and soda had been vainly expended in the endeavour to remove the dark traces of that awful stream which had travelled from the bed to the threshold. The dressing-table was draped with white muslin and rose-coloured calico. The chimney-piece was resplendent with a pair of Bohemian glass vases and a gilded clock. Coloured lithographs in the vilest German art brightened the walls. "Don't it look cheerful?" asked Mrs. Evatt. "Is that the little room where the husband used to work?" inquired Edward, pointing to the door. "Yeah, but that doesn't go with the drawing-room floor. I've let it to Mr. Gerard for a room to put his books in. He's such a man for books. They overrun the place." "Who is Mr. Gerard?" "Oh, by the way, that is the surgeon downstairs. How long has he been lodging with you?" "It was about a month after poor Madame Chicot's death when he come. I'm going to set up in business for myself, Mrs. Evatt," he says. "I ain't rich enough to buy a practice," says he, "so I must try and make one for myself somehow," he says. "Now yours is a crowded neighbourhood, and I think I might do pretty well here if you let me your ground floor cheap. It would be for a permanency," says he, "so that ought to make a difference." "I'll do my best to meet you," says I, "but my rent is high, and I never was an hour behind with it yet, and I never will be." Well, sir, I let him have the rooms very low, considering their value, for I was that depressed in my spirits it wasn't in me to haggle. That ungrateful viper, Mrs. Robber, a woman I've waited on hand and foot and fried onions for her until I've many a time turned faint over the frying pan, and she's gone and turned her back upon me in my trouble, and took a first floor over a bootmaker's, where the smell of the leather must be enough to poison a female of any refinement." "Has Mr. Gerard succeeded in getting a practice?" asked Edward. "Well, he do have patients," answered the lady dubiously. "Gratis ones a many, between the hours of 8 and 9 every morning. He's very steady and quiet in his habits, and that moderate that he could live where another would starve. He's a wonderful clever young man, too. It was him, much more than the grand doctor, that pulled Madame Chicot through after her accident." "Indeed," said Edward, becoming suddenly interested. "Then Mr. Gerard knew the Chicots?" "Knew 'em? I should think he did, indeed, poor young man. He attended Madame Chicot night and day for months, and if it hadn't been for him, I believe she'd have died. There never was a doctor so devoted, and all for love. He didn't take a penny for his attendance." "A most extraordinary young man," said Edward. They went up to the second floor, and Mr. Clare was introduced to the apartments upon which Desrolles had turned his back forever. The furniture was of the shabbiest, but the rooms looked tolerably clean, much cleaner than they had appeared during the occupation of Mr. Desrolles. Edward flung down his travelling bag, and expressed himself contented with the accommodation. "Don't put me into damp sheets," he said, whereupon Mrs. Evatt threw up her hands in horror, and almost wept as she protested against so heartless an imputation. "There isn't a carefuller woman than me upon airing linen in all London," she exclaimed. "I'm over particular. I've scorched many a good pillow-case in my carefulness, and I'm the only loser by that, and I don't mind." "I must go and get some dinner," said Edward, "and then I think I'll drop in at a theatre. I suppose you can give me a latchkey?" "You can have the very key that Mr. Desrolles had," replied Mrs. Evatt graciously, as if according a peculiar privilege. "I don't care whose key it is as long as it will open the door," answered the unappreciative poet. And then he put the key in his pocket, and went out to regale himself cheaply at a French restaurant, and then to the pit of a popular theatre. He'd come to London on a particular errand, but he meant to get as much pleasure out of his visit as he could. From the moment that Edward Clare heard of George Gerard's attendance upon Madame Chicot, he became desirous of making Mr. Gerard's acquaintance. Here was a man who could help him in the business he had to carry through. Here was a man who must know the dancer's husband intimately, a man who could identify Jack Chicot in the present squire of Hazelhurst. This was the man of men whom it was valuable for Edward Clare to know. Having once made up his mind upon this point, Mr. Clare did not lose any time in making use of his opportunities. He called upon Mr. Gerard on the morning after his arrival in town. It was only 8:30 when he presented himself at the surgeon's door, so anxious was he to secure an interview before Mr. Gerard left home. He found George Gerard sitting at his modest breakfast of bread and butter and coffee, an open book beside him as he ate. Edward's eyes marked the neatness of the surgeon's attire, marked also that his coat had been worn to the last stage of shabbiness at all compatible with respectability. A month's wear more, and the wearer would be out at elbows. He observed also the thick slices of bread and butter, the doubtful-looking coffee, with an odor suggestive of horse beans. Here, evidently, was a man for whom the struggle of life was hard. Such a man would naturally be easy to deal with. George Gerard rose to receive his guest with a pleasant smile. "Mrs. Evatt tells me that you wanted to see me," he said, waving his hand to a chair beside his somewhat pinched fire. A scientific arrangement of fire-brick had been adapted to the roomy old grate since Mrs. Rawber's tenancy, and it now held a minimum of fuel. "Yes, Mr. Gerard, I very much want half an hour's talk with you." "I can give you just half an hour before I start for my day's work," answered Gerard, with a business-like air and a glance at the neat little clock on the chimney-piece. The room was curiously changed since Mrs. Rawber's occupation. It had then appeared the model of the vulgar lodging-house parlour. It now looked the room of a student. George Gerard had been able to spend very little money on the decoration of his apartments, but he had lined the walls with deal shelves, and the shelves were filled with books, such volumes as your genuine book hunter collects with loving toil in the lanes and byways of London. He had put a substantial, old-fashioned writing table in the window, a pair of comfortable armchairs by the hearth, a skeleton clock, and a couple of bronze figures, picked up in one of the back slums of Covent Garden for a song, on the mantelpiece. The general effect was of a room which a gentleman might occupy without a blush. Edward Clare saw all this, not without a sharp pang of envy. He recognized, in the capacity to endure such an existence, the power to climb the rugged hill of fame. This is the kind of fellow to succeed in life, he thought, but one can't expect this dogged endurance in a man of poetic temperament. "Do you wish to consult me professionally?" asked Gerard. "No. What I have to say relates to a very serious matter, but it is neither a professional question for you nor a personal affair of mine. You knew the Chicots?" It was Gerard's turn to be interested. He looked at the speaker with sudden intensity, which brightened every feature in his face. "Yes. What of them? Did you know them? I never saw you here when she was ill. You knew them in Paris, perhaps?" "No, I never saw Madame Chicot off the stage, but I am deeply interested in the discovery of her murderer, not for my own sake, but for the protection of someone I esteem." "Have you seen Jean Chicot since the murder?" "No. If I had—" George Gerard stopped suddenly and left his sentence unfinished. "If you had, you would have given him up to the police as his wife's murderer. Is that what you were going to say?" "Something very near it. I have strong reason to believe that he killed her, and yet there is ground for doubt. If he were the murderer, why should he alarm the house? He might have gone quietly away, and the crime would not have been discovered for hours afterwards." "An excess of caution, no doubt. Murderers often overact their parts. Yet, if you look at the thing, you will see he was obliged to give the alarm. Had he not done so, had he gone away and left his wife lying dead, it would have been obvious that he, and he alone, was her assassin. By rousing the household, he put on at least a semblance of innocence, however his flight might belie it afterwards." "It is a profound mystery," said Gerard. "A mystery only to those who refuse to accept the natural solution of the enigma. Here was a man with a drunken wife. It is an acknowledged fact, I believe, that Madame Chicot was a drunkard?" "Yes, poor soul. He might have let her kill herself with a brandy bottle. He would not have had long to wait." "A man so fettered may get desperate. Suppose that I could prove to you that the Chicot had the strongest possible temptation to rid himself of his wife by any means, fair or foul. Suppose I could tell you that his inheritance of a large estate was contingent upon his marriage with another woman, that he had already, in order to secure that state, contracted a bigamous marriage with that other woman. She, innocent as an angel, poor girl, throughout the plot. Suppose I could prove all this, what would you say of Jacques Chicot then?" "Most assuredly I would say that he did the deed. Only show me that he had a motive strong enough to urge him to crime. I know of my own experience that he was tired of his wife, and I will accept the evidence that points to him as the murderer." "Do you think that evidence strong enough to convict him?" "On that point I am doubtful. His flight is damning evidence against him, and then there is the fact that at the bottom of his color box there lay a dagger which corresponded in form to the gash upon that poor creature's throat. I found that dagger, and it is now in the possession of the police. It bears the dark tarnished stain that blood leaves upon steel, and I have no doubt in my own mind that it was with that dagger La Chicot was killed. But these 2 points comprise the whole evidence against the husband. They're strong enough to afford a presumption against his innocence, but I doubt if they're strong enough to hang him." Let it be so. I don't want to hang him, but I do want to rescue the woman I once fondly loved, for whom I still care more than for any other woman on earth, from a marriage that may end in her misery and untimely death. What must be the fate of such a man as this Chicot, if he is, as you believe, and as I believe, guilty? Either remorse will drive him mad, or he will go on from crime to crime, sinking lower in the scale of humanity. Let me but strip the mask from his face, separate him forever from his innocent wife, and I am content. To do this, I want your aid. Jacques Chicot has disappeared from the ken of all who knew him. The man who bore that name is now a gentleman of landed estate, respected and respectable. Will you be disinterested enough to waste a couple of days and travel over 300 miles in order to help me to identify the late adventurer and the present lord of the manor? Your journey shall not cost you sixpence. If I go at all, I shall go at my own expense, answered Gerard curtly. But you must first show me an adequate reason for doing what you ask. To do that, I must tell you a long story, answered Edward. And then, without mentioning the names of people or of places, he told the story of Jasper Treverton's will and of Laura Malcolm's marriage. The facts, as he stated them, went far to show John Treverton a scheming scoundrel, capable of committing a crime of the darkest kind to further his own interest. The case against him looks black, I admit, said Gerard, when Claire had finished. But there is one difficult point in the story. You say that in order to secure the fortune, Chicot married the young lady in the January before Madame Chicot's death. Now, if he had made up his mind to get rid of his lawful wife by foul means, why did he not do it before he contracted that marriage instead of afterwards? The crime would have been the same, the danger of detection no greater. The murder committed after the second marriage was an anachronism. Who can fathom his motives? He may have had no design against his wife's life when he married the lady I know. He may have believed it possible to so arrange his life that no one would ever recognize Jacques Chicot in the country squire. He may have thought that he could buy his freedom from Madame Chicot. Perhaps it was only when he found that her love, or her jealousy, was not to be hoodwinked that he conceived the idea of murder. No man, assuredly no man of decent antecedents, reaches the lowest depth of iniquity all at once. Well, sighed Gerard after a pause, I will go with you and see this man. I had a curious interest in that poor creature's career. I would have done much to save her from the consequence of her own folly, had it been possible. Yes, I will go with you. I should like to know the end of the story. It was agreed between the two young men that they were to go to Devonshire together in the first week of the new year, Edward Clare remaining only a week in London. Gerard was to accompany Clare as his friend, and to stay at the vicarage as his guest. This ends chapter 28.
Chapter 29. George Gerard. John Treverton was out of the doctor's hands before Christmas was over, and able to appear on his mare, Black Bess, with his wife, mounted on the gentlest of grey Arabs, at the lawn meet which was held at the manor house on New Year's Day. It was the first time the hounds had met there since the death of old John Treverton, Jasper's father, who'd been a hunting man. Jasper had never cared for field sports, and had subscribed to the hounds as a duty. But now John Treverton, the younger, who loved horses and hounds, as it is natural to an Englishman to love them, meant that things should be as they had been in the days of his great-uncle, generally known among the elder section of the community as the old squire. He had bought a couple of hunters and a first-rate hack for himself, an Arabian and a smart cob for his wife, and Laura and he had ridden for many a mile over the moor in the mild afternoons of early autumn, getting into good form for the work they were to do in the winter. Laura took kindly to the cob and petted the Arab to a distracting degree. After a month's experience on the moors and a good many standing jumps over furze and water, she began to ride really well, and her husband looked forward to the delight of piloting her across the country in pursuit of the red deer before the hunting season was over. But he meant, if he erred at all, to err on the side of caution, and on this New Year's Day he had declared that he should only take Laura quietly through the lanes and let her have a peep at the hounds from a distance. Celia, in the shortest of habits, a mere petticoat, and the most coquettish of hats, was mounted on her father's steady-going roadster, a stalwart animal of prodigious girth, which contemplated the hounds with unvarying equanimity. "What has become of your brother?" Laura asked, as she and Celia waited about, side by side, watching the assembling of the field. "I haven't seen him since my children's party." "Oh, didn't I tell you? He is in London, making arrangements about a play that he is to write for one of the big theatres. Mother had a letter from him this morning. He's coming home the day after tomorrow, and he's going to bring a London acquaintance to stay 2 or 3 days at the vicarage. A young doctor, good-looking, clever, a bachelor. Now, Laura, don't you really think the world must be coming to an end very soon?" "No, dear, but I congratulate you on the bachelor. He will be an acquisition. You must bring him to us." "Oh, but Edward says he can only stay 2 or 3 days. He has his practice to attend to. He's only coming for a breath of country air." "Poor fellow! What is his name?" "Edward did not tell us that. Something horrid, I dare say. Smith or Jones or Johnson, a name to dispel all pleasant illusions. Here comes Mr. Sampson. Yes, on the horse he drives in his dog-cart. Could you believe, Laura, that a horse could support existence with so much bone and so little flesh?" This was all Laura heard about the expected guest at the vicarage, but poor Celia was in a flutter of wondering anticipation for the next 2 days. She took particular pains to make her brother's den attractive, yet sighed as she reflected how much of a stranger's brief visit would be spent within the closed doors of that masculine snuggery. "I wonder whether he's fond of tea," she mused, when she'd given the last heightening touch to the multifarious frivolities of the poet's study, "and whether I shall be allowed to join them at kettledrum. Very likely he's one of those dreadfully mannish men who hate to talk to girls, and look glum whenever they're forced to endure women's society. A doctor? Scientific, perhaps, and devoted to dry bones. Edward calls him handsome, but I dare say that was only said in order to prepossess us in his favour, and secure a civil reception for him." Thus, in maiden meditation, mused the damsel on that January evening when her brother and her brother's friend were expected. The omnibus from the George was to bring them from the station, and that omnibus would be due at 7:15. It was now striking 7 by the deep-toned church clock, a solemn chime that had counted out Celia's hours ever since she could remember. She hardly knew time or herself out of earshot of that grave old clock. "7!" she exclaimed. "And my hair, anyhow!" She slipped off to her room, lighted her dressing-table candles, and took up her hand-mirror, the better to survey the edifice of frizzy little curls which crowned her small, neatly shaped head. "Shine out, little head, sunning over with curls," she sang gaily, smiling at herself in the glass, as she put her pet ringlets in their proper places and smoothed the corner of an eyebrow with her little finger. "What a blessing not to be obliged to powder, and to have lips that are naturally red," she said to herself. "It might almost reconcile one to be buried alive in a village." She put on her prettiest gown in honor of the visitor. It was by no means an elaborate costume. There were no intricacies of style, no artistic combinations of material. Celia's best indoor gown was only a dark green French merino, brightened by a good deal of ribbon, artfully disposed in unexpected bows and knots, and floating sash ends. Happily, the color suited Celia's complexion, and the soft fabric fell in graceful folds upon her slender figure. Altogether, Celia felt herself looking nice when she put out her candles and ran downstairs. A substantial tea-dinner was waiting for the travellers in the dining-room, to the sore discomfort of the vicar, who hated a tea-dinner and was accustomed to dine at a punctual 6:30. "Why must we have a makeshift meal of this kind?" he asked fretfully.
Why couldn't these young men be here in time for our regular dinner?"
"Why, because there was no train to bring them, you dear stupid old pater," retorted the flippant Celia. "I'm sure the table looks quite too lovely." A fine piece of cold roast beef at the end opposite the urn and tea tray, a pigeon pie, a salad, an apple pasty, a homemade cake or two, diamond-cut jars of marmalade and jam, and a noble glass bowl of junket did not promise badly for two hungry young men. But the vicar looked across the board, from Dan even to Beersheba, and found it all barren.
"I suppose nobody has thought of ordering anything hot for me," he remarked with an injured air.
It was a tradition in the family that the vicar could not eat a cold dinner. It was not that he would not, but that he could not. The consequences were too awful. No one but himself knew the agonies which he suffered if he was forced to dine on cold beef or mutton. His system could accommodate lobster. He could even reconcile nature to cold chicken. But his internal economy would have nothing to do with cold mutton or beef. "Dearest creature," said Celia, raising herself on tiptoe in order to caress her father's iron-gray beard, "there is a particular dish of cutlets for you, with the mushroom sauce your soul loveth." The vicar gave a sigh of satisfaction, and just at that moment the wheels of the omnibus sounded on the road outside. The vicar gate fell back with a clang, and Mr. Clare and his daughter went out to receive the travellers, while Mrs. Clare, who had been indulging herself with a nap by the drawing-room fire, opened her eyes and began to wonder vaguely whether it was night or morning. What sort of man did Celia behold when she went into the lamp-lit hall, sheltering herself shyly under her father's wing, to welcome her brother and his guest? Not at all the kind of young man she expected to see, yet his appearance impressed her favorably, notwithstanding. He was strikingly original, she told Laura afterwards, and that in an age of humdrum was much. She saw a tall, broad-shouldered man with marked features, well-shaped yet somewhat rugged, a pale complexion slightly pitted with smallpox, black hair and beard, dark gray eyes, with a wonderful power and light in them under thick black brows. "The idea of calling this stern-looking creature handsome," thought Celia, while her father and Mr. Gerard were shaking hands. And then in the next instant the stern-looking creature smiled, and Celia admitted to herself that his smile was nice. "You must be desperately hungry," said the vicar, "unless you've dined on the way." "Dined on the way!" echoed Edward peevishly. "We've travelled third class, and we've had nothing but a split soda and a couple of Abernethy biscuits since 9 this morning." "Poor dear things!" cried Celia, with intense pity. "But I can't help being rather glad, for you will so enjoy your tea." Edward had introduced his friend to his father and sister, and now presented him to Mrs. Clare, who came out of the drawing-room smiling blandly and trying not to look sleepy. They all went into the dining-room, where the table which the vicar had despised seemed to the two young men a land of promise. The urn hissed, and Celia made the tea, while Mrs. Clare sat at the other end of the board and carved the beef with a liberal, motherly hand. It was quite a merry party, for George Gerard had plenty to say for himself, and the vicar was pleased to get hold of an intelligent young man, fresh from London, and steeped to the lips in the knowledge of metropolitan politics, which are about a month ahead of rural politics. They sat at table for an hour and a half, and the 3/4 of an hour during which Gerard leaned back in his chair, talking to Celia on one side and the vicar on the other, and consuming numerous cups of tea, was in that young man's estimation the pleasantest part of the time. It was long, very long, since Gerard had found himself in so bright a room, or in such agreeable company. The homelike air of his surroundings warmed his heart, which had been chilled by long homelessness. The family history that lay behind his hard career was not a happy one. A profligate father wasting his opportunities and squandering his resources. A mother struggling nobly against adversity, trying against all disadvantages to maintain, by her own efforts in art and literature, a home for her unworthy husband and her idolized son. A boyhood at a cheap Scotch university,
and just on the threshold of manhood, the loss of this patient, dearly loved mother, some years a widow. And then the young man had found himself face to face with stern necessity, and in a hard, indifferent world that knew nothing of him and cared nothing for him. He had begun the battle of life with the determination to place himself amongst those who conquer. His ambition was hard and bitter. He had none of those incentives to effort that sweeten toil, where a man knows that he's working for mother or wife or children. There was no creature of his own race to rejoice in his success or to compassionate his ill fortune. If nature had not made him of strong stuff, he would most likely have drifted to the gutter. For a weak or so, the unaided struggle would have been too dreary. Happily for George Gerard, he loved his profession for its own sake. That love stood him in the stead of human sympathy and human affection. A word of commendation from one of the famous men at the hospital, a word of gratitude from one of his own patients, for knowledge that he had managed a case well, these things cheered and sustained him, and he tramped along the difficult road with a bold front and a lofty heart, sure of success at the end of it, if he but lived to reach the end. Tonight he abandoned himself to the new delight of pleasant society, a bright room furnished with that heterogeneous comfort which marks the gradual growth of a family dwelling, dark crimson curtains drawn across the broad bay window, family portraits on the walls, lamps on the table, candles on the mantelpiece and sideboard, a fire heaped high with wood and coal, the vicar's favorite collie stretched luxuriously on the hearth-rug. "I don't think I will go into the drawing-room tonight," said the vicar, wheeling his chair round to the fire when the table had been cleared. "I'm sure you haven't so good a fire as this in there." Mrs. Clare admitted that the drawing-room fire was not so good as it might be. "Very well, then, we'll finish the evening here. If these two young men want to smoke, they can go to Ted's room." Mr. Gerard declared that he did not want to smoke. He was much too comfortable where he was. And then the vicar began to question him about his profession, what such and such men were doing, and what these new men were like who had won reputation lately. Gerard talked best when he talked of his own calling, and Celia, working point lace in a corner by the fire, thought that he looked really handsome when he was animated. It was a face so different from all those prosperous, fresh-colored, country-bred faces that her daily life had shown her, a face marked with the strongest determination, vivified by a powerful intellect. The girl's observant eye noted every characteristic in that interesting countenance. She saw, too, that the young man's black frock-coat had undergone harder wear than any garment she had ever seen worn by her brother, that his boots were of a thick and useful kind, and lacked the style of a fashionable maker, that he wore a silver watch-chain, and exhibited none of the trinkets affected by prosperous youth. Now Celia Clare was not fond of poverty. She considered it a necessary evil, but liked to give it as wide a berth as possible. Any visiting she did amongst her father's poor went sorely against the grain, and she always wondered how it was that Laura got on so well with the distressed classes. Yet she felt warmly interested in this young doctor, who was evidently most uninterestingly poor. This ends chapter 29.
Chapter 30. Thou art the man. The next day was Sunday. George Gerard was up as soon as it was light and off for a ramble on the moor before the 9 o'clock breakfast. This glimpse of the country was sweet to him, even in the bleak January weather, and he wanted to make the most of his brief opportunity. When he came back to the vicarage after his walk, he found Edward Clare smoking a cigar in the shrubbery. "What a fellow you are to be rambling about in such wintry weather!" cried Edward, by way of salutation. "I want a few minutes' talk before we go in to breakfast. We may not get a chance of being alone afterwards. Celia is so fussy on Sunday mornings. I should like you to go to church with us if you don't object." "I'd made up my mind to go. I hope you don't suppose I have an antipathy to churches." "One never knows how that may be.
I don't imagine there's much church-going among young professional men in London."
"I used to escort my mother to church every Sunday morning when I was a little boy, and those were my happiest days. If I didn't like the Sunday morning service for its own sake, I should like it because it puts me in mind of her."
"Ah," sighed Edward, "I dare say when a fellow loses his mother early in life, he feels sentimental about her ever afterwards. But when a mother gets to the elderly and twaddly age, one may be fond of her, but one can't feel poetical about her. I'll tell you why I want you to go to church with us, Gerard. John Treverton is sure to be there. It will be a capital opportunity for you to take stock of him. Our pew is just opposite the Manor House pew. You'll have him in full view all through the service."
"Very good," assented Gerard. "If this Mr. Treverton and Jacques Chicot are the same, I shall know him wherever I see him." Celia was in excellent spirits all breakfast time, and poured out tea and coffee with a vivacity and a grace worthy of French comedy. The presence of a strange young man had a wonderfully brightening influence. Celia felt grateful to her brother for having afforded this unaccustomed variety in the monotonous course of rural life. She took more pains than usual in putting on her bonnet for church, though that was an operation which she always performed carefully, and she happened somehow to be walking by Mr. Gerard's side for the few hundred yards between the vicarage and the light gate. The vicarage party were amongst the first arrivals. There were only the charity children in the gallery and a few gaffers and goodies in the free seats. The gentry dropped in slowly. Here was Mr. Sampson, the lawyer, looking his sandiest, accompanied by Miss Sampson in a distinctly new bonnet. Here was Lady Barker, short and fat and puffy, in an ancient velvet mantle bordered with brown fur, like a common councillor's cloak on Lord Mayor's day, and with a bonnet that reached the climax of dowdiness. But when one is Lady Barker, and has lived in the same house for 35 years, it matters very little what one wears. Here came the Pugsleys, the retired ironmonger and his wife from Beechhampton, Mrs. Pugsley positively gorgeous in velvet and sable, and with a bird of many colours in her bonnet. Next arrived Mrs. Darracott, the rich widow, whose husband was the largest tenant farmer in the district, and who looked as if all Hazelhurst belonged to her. And here, after a sprinkling of nobodies, came John Treverton and his wife. The vicar gave out a New Year's hymn 2 minutes after this last arrival, and the congregation rose. "The man is marvellous changed," George Gerard said to himself as he stood face to face with John Treverton. "But he is the man I knew in Cibber Street, and no other." Yes, it was Jacques Chicot. Happiness had given new life and colour to the face. Prosperity had softened the harshness of its outline. The hollow cheeks had filled, the haggard eyes had recovered the glory and gladness of youth. But the man was there, the same man in whose face Gerard had looked a year and a half ago, reading the secret of his loveless marriage. Did he look like an undetected murderer? Did he look like a man tormented by remorse, weighed down with the burden of a guilty secret? Assuredly not. He had the straight outlook of one whose conscience is clear, whose heart is free from guile. If he were verily guilty, he must be the prince of hypocrites. His wife was at his side, and George Gerard looked at her with painful interest. What a lovely, trustful face, radiant with innocence and contentment! And was this guileless creature to be made wretched by the knowledge of her husband's deceit? Was her heart to be broken in order that John Treverton should be punished? Edward Clare had said that it was for her sake he wanted to know the truth about her husband. It was that she might be rescued from a degrading alliance, protected from a man who was, at heart, a villain. George Gerard watched the husband and wife at intervals during the service. He could see nothing but placid content, a mind at ease in the face of John Treverton. The idea of this freedom from care on the part of him who had been La Chicot's husband embittered Gerard. Had that woman been my wife, I should have been sorry for her cruel fate. I should have mourned for her honestly. in spite of her degradation. But had she been my wife, she would never have sunk so low. I would have made it the business of my life to have saved her. Thus argued the man who had passionately loved the beautiful, soulless woman, and who had never comprehended the emptiness of her mind and heart. Once in the progress of the service, John Treverton looked across the aisle and saw the stern grey eyes watching him. In that one glance Gerard saw that he was recognized. "What will he do if we meet presently?" Gerard asked himself. "He'll cut me dead, no doubt." They did meet, for in leaving the church porch, Laura stopped to talk to Mrs. Clare and Celia. Edward and his friend were close behind. "Is it the man?" Edward asked in a whisper. "Yes," answered Gerard. They went along the churchyard path together, and at the gates there was a pause. Laura wanted the vicarage party to go to luncheon at the manor house, but Mrs. Clare declined. Of course, the children could do what they liked, she said, as if her children had ever done anything else since they had emerged from the helplessness of infancy. Even in their cradles they had had wills of their own. Celia looked at her brother, and saw by a warning twitch of his eyebrows that she was to say no. "I think we'd better go home to luncheon," she said meekly. "Papa likes us to be at home on Sundays." Then she gave her brother's sleeve a little tug. "You haven't introduced Mr. Gerard," she whispered. "Ah, to be sure. Mr. Gerard, Mrs. Treverton, Mr. Treverton." "Mr. Gerard and I have met before, under circumstances that made me deeply indebted to him," said John Treverton, holding out his hand. Gerard lifted his hat, but appeared not to see the offered hand. This unexpected frankness took him by surprise. He had been prepared for anything rather than for John Treverton's acknowledgment of their past acquaintance. It was a bold stroke if the man were guilty, but Gerard's experience had taught him that guilt is generally bold. "I should be glad of 10 minutes' talk with you, Mr. Gerard," said Treverton. "Will you walk my way?" "We'll all walk as far as the manor house," said Celia. "We need not be home till 2, need we, mother?" "No, dear, but be sure you are punctual," answered the good-natured mother. "I shall say good-bye, Laura, my dear." While Laura lingered a little to take leave of Mrs. Clare, Treverton and Gerard walked on in front of Celia and her brother, along the frost-bound road under the leafless elms. "The world is much smaller than I took it to be," John Treverton began after a pause, "or you and I would hardly meet in such an out-of-the-way corner of it as this." Gerard said nothing. "Were you not surprised to see me in so altered a position?" the other asked after an uncomfortable pause. "Yes, I was certainly surprised." "I'm going to appeal to your kind feeling, nay, to your honor. My wife knows nothing of my past life, save that it was wild and foolish. You know too well what degradation there was for me in my first marriage. I'm not going to speak ill of the dead." "Pray do not," interposed Gerard, very pale. "But I must speak plainly. When you knew me, I was a most miserable man. I have stood upon one of the bridges many a night and thought that the best thing I could do with myself was to drop quietly over. Well, Providence cut the knot for me, in a terrible manner, but still the knot was cut. I have profited by my release. Fate has been very kind to me. My wife is the dearest and noblest of women. To pluck the veil from my past history would be to give her infinite pain. I ask you then, as a gentleman, as a man of honor, to keep my secret and to spare her and me." "And you," said Gerard bitterly. "Yes, it is doubtless of yourself you think when you ask me to be silent. To spare you? Did you pity or spare the wretched creature who loved you fondly even in her degradation? As for your secret, as you call it, it is no secret.
Mr. Clare, the vicar's son, knows as well as I do that John Chicot and John Treverton are one and the same. He knows it? Edward Clare? Yes. Since when? Positively since this morning in church. He had his suspicions before. This morning I was able to confirm them. I am sorry for it, said John Treverton, after they'd walked a few paces in silence. I am sorry for it. I had hoped that part of my life was dead and buried, that no phantom from that hateful past would ever arise to haunt my innocent young wife. It is very hard upon me. It is harder upon her. There are some ghosts not easily laid, returned Gerard. I should think the ghost of a murdered wife was one of them. Edward Clare is no friend to me, pursued Treverton, hardly hearing Gerard's remark. He will make the most malicious use of this knowledge that he can. He will tell my wife. Might he not do something worse than that? What? What if he were to tell the police where Chicot, the wife-murderer, is to be found? My God! Cried Treverton, turning upon the speaker with a look of horror. You do not think me that? Unhappily, I do. On what grounds? First, on the strength of your cowardly conduct that night. Why should you shirk the responsibility of your position if you were not guilty? Your flight was damning evidence against you. Surely you must have known that when you fled. I ought to have known it, perhaps, but I thought of nothing except how best and quickest to escape from the entanglement which had been the bane and blight of my manhood. My wife was dead. Those glassy eyes with their awful look of horror, that marble hand, told me that life had been gone for hours. What good could I do by remaining? Attend an inquest at which the story of my life would be ripped up for the delight of every gossip-monger in the kingdom, until I, John Treverton, alias Chicot, stood face to face with the world, so tainted and infected that no innocent woman could own me as her husband? What good to me, to that poor dead woman, or to society at large, could have come of my cross-examination at the inquest? This much good at least. Your innocence, if you are innocent, might have been made manifest. As it is, the inferences are all in favor of your guilt. How could I have proved my innocence? I could have offered no stronger proof at the inquest than I offer you now. My own word, the word of a man who at his worst never stooped to dishonor. I tell you face to face, as man to man, that I never lifted my hand against my wife, never, even when the words were bitter between us, and of late we had many bitter words. I tried honestly to save her from her own weakness. But they had been when I was fond of her, in a reckless way, never looking forward to the future, or thinking what kind of a couple she and I would be when age had sobered us, and life had grown real and serious. No, Mr. Gerard, I am not a cruel man, and though the fetters hung heavily upon me, I should never have striven to set myself free. When I saw those people, Deroles and the two women, standing round me that night, it flashed upon me all at once that in their eyes I might look like a murderer. And then I foresaw suspicion, difficulties of all kinds, and above all that which I most dreaded, a hideous notoriety. If I stayed, all this was inevitable. I might escape everything if I could get away. At that moment I considered only my own interest. I saw as it were a gate standing open leading into a new world. Was I very much to blame if I took advantage of my chance and left my old life behind me? No man can leave his past life behind him, answered Gerard. If you are innocent, I am sorry for you, as I should be sorry for any innocent man who had acted so as to seem guilty. I am still more sorry for your wife. Yes, you have need to be sorry for her, said Treverton, with a quiet anguish that touched even the man who thought him guilty. God help her, poor girl. We have been very happy together, but if Edward Clare holds our happiness in his hand, our peaceful days are at an end. They were at the manor house gate by this time,
and here they stopped and waited in silence for the others to join them. Celia and Laura had been talking together merrily, while Edward walked beside them, silent and thoughtful. John Treverton shook hands with Celia, but he only gave Edward a curt nod of adieu. "Good morning, Mr. Gerard," he said with cold courtesy. "Come, Laura, if Celia has made up her mind to go home to luncheon, we mustn't detain her." "Duty prevails over inclination," said Celia laughingly. "If I were to come to the manor house, I should forget my Sunday school work. From 3 to 4 o'clock I have to give my mind to scripture history." "How dreadfully absorbed you look, Mr. Gerard," she exclaimed, struck by the surgeon's thoughtful aspect. "Have you any serious case in London that is preying upon your mind?" "I have plenty of serious cases, Miss Clare, but I was not thinking of them just then," he answered, smiling at her piquant little face, turned to him interrogatively. "My patients are mostly sufferers from an incurable malady." "Good gracious, poor things! Is it an epidemic?" "No, a chronic disorder. Poverty." "Oh, poor souls! Though I'm sure I pity them. I've been subject to occasional attacks towards the end of the quarter ever since I've been an independent being with a fixed allowance." They were walking homewards by this time, Edward in the rear. "Now, do you seriously think, Miss Clare, that a young lady living in her father's house, with every want provided for, can know the meaning of the word poverty?" "Certainly I do, Mr. Gerard, but I must tell you that you start upon false premises. Young ladies living in their fathers' houses have not always every want provided for. I have known what it is to be desperately in want of 6-button gloves, and not to be able to get them." "You've never known what it is to want bread." "I'm not particularly fond of bread," said Celia, "but I've often had to complain of a disgusting staleness of a loaf they give us at luncheon." "Ah, Miss Clare, when I was a student at Marischal College, Aberdeen, I seen many a young fellow walking the street in his scarlet gown, gaunt and hungry-eyed, to whom a lunch of your stale loaf would have been a luxury. When a Scotch parson sends his son to the university, he is not always able to give him the price of a daily dinner. Well for the lad if he can be sure of a bowl of porridge for his breakfast and supper." "Poor dear creatures!" cried Celia. "I'm afraid Edward spends as much money on gloves and cigars as would keep an economical young man at a Scotch university. But then he is a poet." "Is a poet necessarily a spendthrift?" "Upon my word, I don't know. But poets seem generally given that way, don't they? One can hardly expect them to be very careful about pounds, shillings, and pence. Their heads are in the clouds, and they have no eyes for the small transactions of daily life." After this they walked on for a little while in silence, George Gerard thoughtfully contemplative of the fair young face, with its mignon prettiness and frivolous expression. "It would be a misfortune as well as a folly for a man of my stamp to admire such a girl as that," he told himself. "But I may allow myself to be amused by her." A minute afterwards Edward Clare came up to him and took him by the arm. "Well," he said, "what passed between you and Treverton?" "A good deal, yet it amounts to very little. I am sorry for him." "Then you do not believe that he killed his wife?" "I don't know. It is a profound mystery. I should advise you to let things take their own course. What good will it do for you to make that poor wife of his miserable? If he is guilty, punishment will come sooner or later. If he's innocent, it would be a hard thing for you to persecute him." "What? Do you suppose I am such a milksop as to let him go on his way unquestioned? I, who have loved Laura and lost her? Suppose him even innocent of the murder, which is more than I'm ready to believe. He's guilty of a cruel fraud upon his present wife, of an impudent fraud upon the trustees to Jasper Treverton's estate, of whom my father is one. He's no more right to yonder manor house than I have. His marriage with Laura Malcolm is no marriage. Am I to hold my peace, knowing all this?"
To reveal what you know will be to break Mrs. Treverton's heart and to reduce her to beggary. Hardly the act of a friend. I may give her pain, but I shall not reduce her to beggary. She has a small income of her own. And the manor house estate will be devoted to the creation of an hospital. Those are the conditions of Jasper Treverton's will. As a professional man, I am bound to rejoice, but as a mere human being, I can't help feeling sorry for Mrs. Treverton. She seems devoted to her husband. Yes, answered Edward, he has contrived to hoodwink her. But perhaps when she knows that John Treverton is Jacques Chicot, the ballet dancer's husband, she will be disenchanted. Gerard made no reply. He began to understand that personal malignity was the mainspring of Edward's anxiety to let in the light upon John Treverton's secret. He was almost sorry that he had lent his aid to the discovery, yet he had ardently desired that justice should be done upon La Chicot's murderer. It was only since his recent conversation with John Treverton that his opinion as to the husband's guilt had begun to waver. He was haunted all the rest of the day by uncomfortable thoughts about the master of Hazelhurst Manor and his fair young wife, thoughts so uncomfortable as to prevent his enjoyment of Celia's lively company, which had all the charm of novelty to a man whose youth had not been brightened by girlish society, and whose way of life had been dull and hard and laborious. He was to go back to London next morning by the first train, and although the vicar pressed him to remain, and even Celia put in a kindly word, he stuck to his intention. My practice is not of a kind that will bear being trifled with, he said when he had thanked Mr. Clear for his proffered hospitality. The few remunerative patients I have would be quick to take offence if they fancied I neglected them. But you give yourself a holiday sometimes, I suppose, said Mrs. Clare, whose large maternal heart had a kindly feeling for all young men, simply because her son belonged to that section of society. You go to stay with your relations now and then, don't you? No, my dear Mrs. Clare, I do not, and for the best of all reasons. I have no relations. I am the last twig of a withered tree. How sad, replied the vicar's wife. Celia echoed the sigh, and looked compassionately at the surgeon, and compassion in Celia's blue eyes was a sentiment no man could afford to despise. If you will let me come again some day, when I've made a little progress in my profession, you'll be giving me something pleasant to look forward to, said Gerard. My dear fellow, we shall always be glad to see you, the vicar answered heartily. It strikes me you are the kind of friend my son wants. This ends chapter 30. Chapter 31. Why don't you trust me? That winter Sabbath was a dreary day for John Treverton. He walked home almost in silence, Laura wondering at his thoughtfulness and speculating anxiously upon the possible reasons for this sudden change in his mood. Had this friend of the Clares brought him bad news? Yet how could that be? Must it not rather be that this meeting with an old acquaintance had recalled some painful period in that past life of which she knew so little? That is my misfortune, she thought. I am only half a wife, while I am ignorant of all his old sorrows. She did not disturb her husband by questions of any kind, but walked quietly by his side through the wintry shrubberies, where the holly berries were gleaming in the midday sun, and the fearless robins fluttered from hawthorn to laurel. "I won't come in to luncheon, dear," said John, when they came to the hall door. "I feel a little dull and headachy, and I think it might do me good to lie down for an hour or two. Shall I come and read you to sleep, Jack?" "No, dear. I shall be better alone." "Oh, Jack, why are you not frank with me?" exclaimed his wife piteously. "I know there's something on your mind. Why don't you trust me?" "Not yet, dear. You will know everything that can be known about me very soon, I dare say, but we need not anticipate the revelation.
It will not be too pleasant for either of us." "Do you think that anything I can ever learn about you will change me?" she asked, with her hand upon his arm, looking up at him intently. "Have I not trusted you and loved you blindly?" "Yes, dearest, blindly. But how can I tell how you may feel when your eyes are opened?" She looked at him for some moments in silence, trying to read his face, and then with the most pathetic earnestness she said, "John, if there is anything to be told to your discredit, if there is any act of your past life that you are ashamed to remember, ashamed to acknowledge, an act known to others, for pity's sake let me hear it from you, and not from the lips of an enemy. Am I so severe a judge that you should fear to stand before me? Have I not been weakly fond, blindly trustful? Can you doubt my power to excuse and to pardon, where all the rest of mankind might be inexorable?" "No," he answered quickly, "I will not doubt you. No, dear love, it is not because I feared to trust you that I have tried to keep my secret. I wished to spare you pain, for I knew that it would pain you to know how low I had sunk before your influence, your love, came to lift me out of the slough into which I'd fallen. But it seems the pain must come. Good and pure as you are, there are those who will not spare you that bitter knowledge. Yes, dear, it is best that you should learn the truth first from my lips. Whatever garbled version of this story may be told you afterwards, you shall have the truth from me." He put his arm round her, and they went up the broad old staircase side by side to the room that had been Jasper Treverton's study, and which Laura had beautified for her husband. Here they were secure from intrusion. John Treverton drew his wife's favorite chair to the fire, and sat down by her side, as they had sat on a night when Laura told her husband the story of Mr. de Rolls. They sat for some minutes in silence, John Treverton looking at the fire, meditating how best to begin his confession. "Oh, Laura, I wonder whether you will hate me when you have heard what my past life was like," he said at last. "I will not spare myself, but even at this last moment I shrink from uttering the words that may destroy our happiness and part us forever. You shall be free to decide our fate. If, when you have heard all, you should say to yourself, 'This man is unworthy of my love,' and if you should recoil from me, as you may, with disgust and abhorrence, I will bow my head to your decree and disappear out of your life forever." His wife turned her stricken face to him, pale as death. "What crime have you committed that you can think it possible that I should withdraw my love from you?" she asked, with tremulous lips. "I have committed no crime, Laura, but I have been suspected of the worst of crimes. Do you remember the story of a man whose name was bandied about in the newspapers nearly a year ago? A man whose wife was murdered, and whom some of the London papers plainly denounced as the murderer. The man called Chicot, whose disappearance was one of the social mysteries of the year." "Yes," she answered, looking at him wonderingly. "What can you have to do with that man?" "I am that man." "You? You, John Treverton?" "I, John Treverton, alias Chicot." "The husband of a stage dancer?" "Yes, Laura. There have been two loves in my life. First, my love for a woman who had nothing but her beauty to make her dear to the hearts of men. Secondly, my love for you, whose beauty is the lightest part in your power to win and keep my affection. My history may be briefly told. I began life in a cavalry regiment, with a small fortune in shares and stocks. These were so handy to get rid of, that before I had been 5 years in the army I had contrived to make away with my last sixpence. I had not been particularly dissipated or extravagant. I had not vied with my captain, who was the son of a West End confectioner and spent money like water, or with my colonel, who was a man of rank and £30,000 in debt. But I kept good horses and mixed in the best society. And the day I got my company saw me a beggar. There was nothing for it but to sell out, and I sold out. And being of a happy-go-lucky temperament and tired of the confinement of country quarters, I crossed the Channel and wandered over the loveliest half of Europe with a knapsack and a sketchbook. When I'd spent the price of my commission, I found myself in Paris, out at elbows, penniless, with a taste for literature and a facile pencil. I lived in a garret in the Quartier Latin, found friends in a thoroughly bohemian set, and contrived to earn just enough to keep body and soul together. I began this life with the idea that I might one day win distinction in art. I had the will to work and a good deal of ambition. But the young men among whom I lived, small journalists and hangers-on at the minor theatres, soon taught me a different story. I learned to live as they lived, from hand to mouth. All higher aspirations died out of my mind. I became a hanger-on at stage doors, scribbler of newspaper paragraphs, a collaborateur in Palais Royal farces, happy when I had the price of a dinner in my waistcoat pocket and a decent coat on my back. It was at this stage of my career that I fell in love with Zaire Chicot, a popular dancer at the theatre most affected by students in law and medicine. She was the handsomest woman I had ever seen. No one had a word to say against her character. She was not a lady. I knew that, even when I was most in love with her. But the vulgarities and ignorances that would have revolted me in an Englishwoman amused and even pleased me in this daughter of the people. She was fond of me, and I of her. We married without a thought of the future, with very little care even for the present. My wife, the popular dancer at a popular theatre, was so much the more important person of the two, that from the hour of my marriage I was known by her name, first as La Chicot's husband, then as Jacques Chicot, tout court. We were reasonably happy together, till my wife began to fall into those wretched habits of intemperance which finally blighted both our lives. God knows I did my best to cure her. I tried my uttermost to hold her back from a dreary gulf into which she was descending. But I was powerless. No words of mine could ever tell you the misery, the degradation of my life. I endured it. Perhaps I hardly knew the full measure of my wretchedness till the day on which I heard my cousin Jasper's will read, and knew the happiness which might have been mine had I been free from that hateful bondage. Laura sat by his side in silence, her face hidden in her hands, her head bowed down upon the cushion of the chair, crushed by the deep shame involved in her husband's confession. There's little more to tell. When I first saw and loved you, I was La Chicot's husband, a man bound hand and foot. I had no right to come near you, yet I came. I had a vague, wicked hope that fate would set me free somehow. Yet I tried honestly to do my duty to that unhappy woman. When her life was in peril, I helped to nurse her. I bore patiently with her violent temper after she recovered. When the year was nearly gone, it came into my mind that my cousin's estate might be secured to you by a marriage which should fulfill the terms of his will without making me your husband save in name. And then, if in some happier day I should be released from my bonds, we could be married again, as we were. He paused, but there was no answer from Laura except a half-stifled sob. Laura, can you pity and pardon me? For God's sake, say that I am not utterly despicable in your eyes. Despicable? No, she said, lifting up her tear-stained face, ashy pale and drawn with pain. Not despicable, John. You could never be that in my eyes. But wrong. Oh, so deeply wrong. See what shame and anguish you've brought upon both of us. What was Jasper Treverton's fortune worth to either of us, that you should be guilty of a fraud in your endeavour to gain it for me? A fraud? Yes. Do you not see that our first marriage, being really no marriage, was an imposition and a sham, that neither you nor I have a right to a sixpence of Jasper Treverton's money or an acre of his land? All is forfeited to the hospital trusts. We have no right to live in this house. We possess nothing but my income. We can live upon that, Jack. I am not afraid to face poverty with you. But I will not live an hour under the weight of this shameful secret. Mr. Clare and Mr. Sampson must know the truth at once." Her husband was kneeling at her feet, looking up at her with a radiant face. "My love, my dearest, you've made me too happy. You do not shrink from me. You do not abandon me. Poverty! No, Laura, I am not afraid of that. I have feared only the loss of your love. That has been my ever-present fear. That one great dread has sealed my lips. You can never lose my love, dear. It was given to you without the power of recall. But if you want to regain my esteem, you must act bravely and honorably. You must undo the wrong you have done. We will hold a council tonight, Laura. We will take Edward Clare's cards out of his hands." "What? Does Edward know?" "He knows that I and Chicot are one." "Ah, then I can understand the look he gave you on the night of our first dinner party. A look full of malignity. He'd just been talking of Chicot." She shuddered as she pronounced a name associated with such unspeakable horror. And that name was her husband's. The man branded with the suspicion of a hideous crime was her husband. "I am afraid Edward is your secret enemy," she said, after a pause. "I am sure he is, and I believe he is on the eve of becoming my open enemy. It will be a triumph in a small way for me to take the initiative and resign the estate." This ends chapter 31. Chapter 32. On his defense. A letter was brought to the vicar just as he was sitting down to his 5 o'clock dinner that Sunday evening in the bosom of his family. The vicar dined at 5 on Sundays, giving himself an hour for his dinner and 50 minutes for repose after it, before he left home for the 7 o'clock service. There were those among his congregation who affirmed that the tone of the vicar's evening sermon depended very much upon his satisfaction with his dinner. If he dined well, he took a pleasant view of human nature and human frailty, and was milder than Jeremy Taylor. If his dinner had been a failure, the bitterest Calvinism was not severe enough for him. "From the manor house, sir," said the parlour maid. "An answer waited for." "Why do people bring me letters just as I'm sitting down to my dinner?" ejaculated the vicar pettishly. "From Treverton, too. What can he have to write about?" Edward Clare looked up with an eager face. "Wants to see me after church this evening. Particular business," said the vicar. "Tell Mr. Treverton's man, yes, Susan. My compliments, and I'll be at the manor house before 9. Edward was mystified. Was John Treverton going to throw himself upon the vicar's mercy, to win that good, easy man over to his cause, and persuade him to wink at the fraud upon the trusts under Jasper's will? Edward had no opinion of his father's wisdom or his father's strength of mind. The vicar was so weakly fond of Laura. "I hate going out of an evening in such a weather," said Mr. Clare. "But I suppose Treverton has something important to say, or he would hardly ask me to risk a bronchial attack." Tom Sampson, sitting by his comfortable fireside, solacing himself for the Sabbath dullness with a cup of strong tea and a dish of buttered toast, was also surprised by a letter from the manor house, asking him to go there between 8 and 9 that evening. "I am not sorry to trouble you about business on Sunday, but this is a matter which will not keep," wrote John Treverton.
"I never did!" exclaimed Eliza Sampson, when her brother had read the brief letter aloud. Eliza was always protesting that she never did. This fragmentary phrase was her favorite expression of astonishment. And then Miss Sampson began to speculate upon the probable nature of the business which required her brother's presence at the manor house. People who live in such a secluded village as Hazelhurst are very glad of anything to wonder about on a Sunday evening in winter. At 8:30 precisely, Mr. Sampson presented himself at the manor house and was shown into the library. This room was rarely used, as Mr. and Mrs. Treverton kept all their favorite books elsewhere. Here, on these massive oaken shelves, there was no literature that was not at least a century old. It was a repository for the genius of the dead. Travels from Marco Polo to Captain Cook, histories from Herodotus to Mrs. Catherine Macaulay, poetry from Chaucer to Milton, all bound in soberest brown calf, all with the dust of years thick upon their upper edges. It was a long, narrow room with 3 tall windows, curtained with faded crimson cloth. It had an awful and almost judicial look on this Sunday evening, dimly lighted by a pair of moderator lamps on the center table, making a focus of light in the middle of the room, and leaving the corners in darkness. There was a good fire in the wide old basket-shaped grate, and Tom Sampson sat beside it, waiting for his host to appear. Trimmer had told him that Mr. Treverton would be with him presently. Presently seemed to mean half an hour, for the clock struck 9 while Mr. Sampson still waited. Not having any inclination to dip into the literature of the past, he had allowed the fire to draw him to sleep, and was slumbering placidly when the door opened and Trimmer announced Mr. Clare. Tom Sampson started up and rubbed his eyes, thinking for the moment that he had fallen asleep by the fire in his snuggery, and that Eliza had come to call him to supper. Supper being another of those solaces which Mr. Sampson required to beguile the dullness of Sunday leisure. The vicar was surprised to see Mr. Sampson, and Mr. Sampson was equally surprised to see the vicar. They told each other how they had been summoned. "It must be something rather important," said Mr. Clare. "It must be something connected with the estate, or he would scarcely want you and me," said Sampson. John Treverton and his wife entered the room together. Both were very pale, but Laura's countenance wore a look of keen distress, which had no part in the expression of her husband's face. Secure of his wife's allegiance, he was ready to meet calamity, whatever shape it might assume. "Mr. Clare, Mr. Sampson, I have sent for you as the trustees under my cousin Jasper's will," he began, when he had apologized to the lawyer for letting him wait so long, and had placed Laura in a chair near the fire. "That's a misnomer," said Sampson. "Our trusts under Jasper Treverton's will determined on your wedding day. We are only trustees to the settlement made for Miss Malcolm's benefit 16 years ago, and to your wife's marriage settlement. I've sent for you to tell you that I have been guilty of a fraud upon you and upon this lady," answered John Treverton in a steady voice. He was going on with his self-denunciation when the door opened and Trimmer announced Mr. Edward Clare. The young man came into the room quickly, looking round with a swift, viperish glance. He was surprised to see Laura, still more surprised at the presence of Tom Sampson. He had expected to find his father and Treverton alone. John Treverton looked at the intruder with undisguised irritation. "This is an unexpected pleasure," he said. "But perhaps, when I tell you that your father and Mr. Sampson are here to discuss a business of some importance to me, and to them as my wife's trustees, you'll be kind enough to amuse yourself in the drawing-room until we finish our conversation." "I've come to speak to Mrs. Treverton. I've something to say to her which she ought to hear, which she must hear, and that without an hour's delay," said Edward. "Accident has made me acquainted with a secret which concerns her and her welfare, and I am here to communicate it to her and, in the first instance, to her alone. It will be for her to act upon that knowledge, for me to defer to her." "If your secret concerns me, it must concern my husband also," said Laura, rising and taking her stand beside John Treverton. "Whatever touches my happiness must involve his. You can speak out, Edward. Possibly your fancied secret is no secret." "What do you mean?" stammered Edward, startled by her calm look and resolute tone. "Have you come to tell me that my husband, John Treverton, was for a short period of his life known by the name of Chicot?" "Yes, that, and much else," answered Edward, deeply mortified at finding himself forestalled. "You wish to tell me, perhaps, that he has been suspected of murder." "So strongly suspected, and upon such evidence, that it will need all your wifely trustfulness to believe him innocent," retorted Edward, with a malignant sneer. "Yet I do believe in his innocence. I am as certain of it as I am that I myself am no murderess, and if the evidence against him were doubly strong, my trust in him would not fail," said Laura, facing the accuser proudly. "And now, Mr. Clare, since you find that your secret is everybody's secret, and that my wife knows all you can tell her about me—" "Your wife," sneered Edward. "Yes, it is as well to call her by that name." "She is my wife, bound to me as securely as the law and the church can bind her." "You had another wife living when you married her, unless you have been remarried since your first wife's death." "We have been so married. My wife was never mine, save in name, until I was a free man, free to claim her before God and the world." "Then your first marriage was a deliberate felony and a deliberate fraud," cried Edward. "A felony because it was a bigamous marriage, for which the law of the land could punish you even now. A fraud because by it you pretended to fulfill the conditions of your cousin's will when you were not in a position to comply with them." "Stop, Mr. Edward Clare," exclaimed Tom Sampson, whose quick perception had by this time made him master of the case. "You are assuming a great deal more than you can sustain. You're going very much too fast. What evidence have you that my client's first marriage was a legal one? What evidence have you that he was ever married to Mademoiselle Chicot? We know how very loosely tied such alliances are apt to be in that class of life." "How do I know that he was married to her?" echoed Edward. "Why, by his own admission." "My client admits nothing," said Sampson with dignity. "He admits everything when he tells you that he was remarried to Miss Malcolm after Madame Chicot's death. Had he known his first marriage with Miss Malcolm to be valid, there would have been no occasion for a repetition of the ceremony." "He may have erred from excess of caution," said Sampson. "John Treverton," said the vicar, who'd been looking from one speaker to the other, the facts of the case slowly dawning upon him, "this is very dreadful. Why is my son here as your accuser? What does it all mean?" "It means that I have been guilty of a great wrong," answered Treverton quietly, "and that I am ready to undo that wrong so far as it lies in my power. But I cannot discuss this question in your son's presence. He has entered this room tonight as my avowed enemy. To you, to Sampson, as the trustees under my cousin's will, I am prepared to speak with fullest confidence, as I have already spoken to my wife. But I have no confession to make to your son. I recognize no right of his to interfere in my affairs." "No, Edward, really, this is no concern of yours," said the vicar. "Is it not?" cried his son bitterly. "But for my discovery, but for the presence of George Gerard in the church today, do you suppose this virtuous gentleman would have made his confession to his wife or his wife's trustees? He saw himself identified today by the doctor who attended his first wife, who knows the story of his late career under the alias of Chicot. Finding himself face to face with an inevitable discovery, Mr. Treverton very cleverly yields to the pressure of circumstances and makes a clean breast of it. Had Gerard never appeared in Hazelhurst, this honourable gentleman would have gone on till doomsday, untroubled by any scruples of conscience." The vicar looked at his son wonderingly. Was this a loyal regard for truth and justice, or was it the spirit of hatred and envy which moved the youth so strongly? The good, easy-going vicar, full of charity for all the world, except a bad cook, could not bring himself all in a moment to think evil of his son. Nor was he ready to believe John Treverton the vilest of sinners. Yet here was John Treverton accused by the vicar's own son of an unpardonable fraud, and suspected of the darkest crime. "If you will tell your son to retire, we may discuss this business without prejudice or passion," said John. "But as long as he is present, my lips are sealed." "I have no wish to remain a moment longer," answered Edward. "I hope Mrs. Treverton knows that I am ready to serve her with zeal and devotion, should she deign to demand my aid." "I know that you are my husband's enemy," answered Laura, with freezing contempt, "and that is all I know or care to know about you." "That's hard upon an old friend, Laura," remonstrated the vicar, as Edward left the room. "Has he not dealt hardly by my husband?" answered Laura, with a stifled sob. "Now, let us try and look this business in the face," said Mr. Sampson, seating himself quietly at the table and taking out his notebook. "According to your confession, Mr. Treverton, you had a wife living at the date of your first marriage with Miss Malcolm, December the 31st of the year before last. We have nothing to do with your second marriage, except so far, of course, as the lady's honor is concerned. That second marriage can't touch the property. Now, I'm sorry to tell you that if your marriage with the French dancer was a good marriage, you have no more right to be in this house or to hold an acre of Jasper Treverton's land than the meanest hind in Hazelhurst. I am ready to deliver up all I hold tomorrow. Let the hospital be founded. I acknowledge myself an impostor. Shameful as the act appears now that I contemplate it coldly, it seemed hardly a fraud when it first suggested itself to my mind. I saw a way of securing the estate to my cousin's adopted daughter. I knew it had been his dearest wish that she should possess it. When I went through the ceremony of marriage with Laura Malcolm in Hazelhurst Church, I had but the faintest hope of ever being really her husband. When I made the post-nuptial settlement, which was to secure to her the full enjoyment of the estate, I had no hope of ever sharing that estate with her. On my honor, as a man and a gentleman, it was for this dear girl's sake I did these acts, and with no view to my own happiness or aggrandizement." Laura's hand had been in his all the time he was speaking. Its warm grasp at the close of his speech told him that he was believed. "If you make these facts public, you beggar yourself and your wife," said Sampson. "No, we shall not be penniless," exclaimed Laura. "There will be my income left. It was not quite 300 a year, but we can manage to live upon that, can't we, John?" "I could live contentedly on a crust a day in the dingiest garret in 7 Dials, if you were with me," answered her husband in a low voice. Mr. Clare was walking up and down the room in a state of suppressed excitement. The whole business was too dreadful. He was hardly able to realize the enormity of the thing. This John Treverton was a scoundrel, and the estate must all go to found a hospital. Poor Laura must leave her luxurious home. The parish would be a heavy loser. It was sad and troublesome and altogether fraught with perplexity. And the vicar had a cordial liking for this John Treverton. "What have you to say about the murder of that poor creature, your first wife?" he exclaimed presently, walking up to the hearth by which Treverton and Laura were standing. "Only that I know no more who killed her than you do," answered John Treverton. "I did a foolish thing, perhaps a cowardly thing, when I left the house that night, with the determination never to return to it. But if you could know how intolerable my old life had become to me, you would hardly wonder that I took the first opportunity of getting away from it." "We'd better look at things from a business point of view," said Mr. Sampson. "We are not going to do anything in a hurry. There will always be time enough for you to surrender the estate, Mr. Treverton, and to acknowledge yourself guilty of bigamy. But before you take such a step, we may as well make ourselves sure of our facts. You married Mademoiselle Chicot in Paris." "Yes, on the 18th of May, '68. We were married at the Mairie. There was no other ceremony. "Under what name were you married?" "My own, naturally. It was only afterwards that I got to be known by my wife's name." "Were you known to many people in Paris by your own name?" "To very few. I had written in the newspapers under a nom de plume. My sketches at that time were all signed Jack. I was generally known as Jack, and after my marriage I became Jacques Chicot." "How much did you know of your wife's antecedents?" "Very little, except that she'd come to Paris from Aurillac in Brittany about 5 years before I married her, that she lived reputably, although surrounded by much that was disreputable." "But of her life in Brittany you knew nothing?" "I only knew what she told me. She was a fisherman's daughter, born and reared in extreme poverty. She'd grown weary of the hard monotony of her life, and had come to Paris alone, and for the most part of the way on foot, to make her fortune. Aurillac is a long day's journey from Paris by rail. It took her nearly a month to travel the distance." "That is all you know?" "Positively all." "Then you cannot know that she was free to contract a marriage, and you cannot know that you were legally married to her," said Tom Sampson triumphantly. His interests as well as his clients' were at stake, and he was determined to make a hard fight for them. His stewardship was worth a good $500 a year. If the estate came to be handed over for the establishment and maintenance of a hospital, he would in all probability lose his position of land steward and collector of rents. Some officious committee would oust him from his post. His trusteeship would bring him nothing but trouble. "That is a curious way of looking at the question," said Treverton thoughtfully. "It is the only right way. Why should any man be in a hurry to prove himself guilty of felony? How do you know that Mademoiselle Chicot did not leave a husband behind her at Aurillac? It may have been to escape from his ill treatment that she came to Paris. That was a desperate step for a young woman to take. A month's journey through a strange country, alone and on foot." "She was so young," said Treverton. "Not too young to have married foolishly." "What would you advise me to do?" "I'll tell you tomorrow, when I've had time to think the matter over. I can tell you in the meantime what I would advise you not to do." "What is that?" "Don't surrender your estate till you, and we, as your wife's trustees, are thoroughly convinced that you have no right to hold it. Mr. Clare, I must ask you, as my co-trustee to Mrs. Treverton's marriage settlement, to be silent as to the whole of the facts that have become known to us tonight, and to request your son also to keep his knowledge to himself." "My son can have no motive for injuring Mr. and Mrs. Treverton," said the vicar. "Of course not," replied Sampson. "Yet I thought his manner this evening was somewhat vindictive." "I believe he was only moved by his regard for Laura," answered the vicar. "He took up the matter warmly because he considered that she had been deeply injured. I can but think so too, and do not wonder that my son should feel indignant. As to the legal bearing of the case, Mr. Sampson, I leave you to judge that, and to deal with that as you best may for the interests of your client. But as to its moral aspect, I should do less than my duty as a minister of the gospel if I were not to declare that Mr. Treverton has been guilty of a sin which can only be atoned for by deep and honest repentance. I will say no more than that now. Good night, Treverton. Good night, Laura." He took her in his arms and kissed her with fatherly affection. "Keep up your courage, my poor girl," he said in a low voice. "I wish your husband well out of his difficulties, for your sake. Will you come home to the vicarage with me and talk over your troubles with Celia? It might be a relief to you." "Leave my husband!" exclaimed Laura. "Leave him in grief and trouble? How could you think me capable of such a thing?" And then she drew the vicar aside, and in a tremulous voice, which was little more than a whisper, said to him, "Dear Mr. Clare, try not to think evil of my husband for my sake. I know that he has sinned, but he has been sorely tempted. He could not judge the extent of the wrong he was doing. Tell me that you do not suspect him as he has been suspected, that you are not influenced by Edward's cruel words. You do not believe that he killed his wife?" "No, my dear," answered the vicar decidedly. "First and foremost, he is a Treverton, and comes of a stock I love and honor. And secondly, I have lived in friendship with him for the last 6 months, and I don't think I'm such a fool that I could live so long upon intimate terms with a murderer and not find him out. No, my dear, I believe your husband has been weak and guilty, but I do not believe, I never will believe, that he has been a cold-blooded assassin." "God bless you for those words," said Laura, as the vicar left her. "If Mrs. Treverton will go to bed and get a little rest after all this agitation, I shall be glad of some further conversation with you before I go home," said Sampson, when the door had closed upon Mr. Clare. Laura assented, turning her white, weary face to her husband, with a look full of trust and love, as he went with her to the bottom of the staircase. "God bless and keep you, love," he whispered. "You have shown me the way out of all my difficulties. I can afford to lose everything except your affection." He went back to Tom Sampson, who was scribbling in his notebook in a brown study. "Now, Sampson, we are alone. What have you to say to me?" "A great deal. You've got yourself into a pretty fix. Why didn't you trust me from the beginning? What's the use of a man having a lawyer if he keeps his affairs dark?" "We won't go into that question now," said John Treverton. "I want your advice about the future, not your lamentations over the past. What do you recommend me to do?" "Get away from this place tonight on the best horse in your stable. Take the first train at the furthest station you can reach by daybreak tomorrow. Let me see. It's not much over 30 miles to Exeter. You might get to Exeter on a good horse." "No doubt. But what would be gained by such a course?" "You would get out of the way before you could be arrested on suspicion of being concerned in your first wife's murder." "Who's going to arrest me?" "Edward Clare means mischief. I am sure of that. If he has not already given information to the police, depend upon it, he will do so without delay." "Let him," answered Treverton. "If he does, I must stand my ground. I got out of the way once, and I feel now that in so doing I committed the greatest mistake of my life. I'm not going to fall into the same blunder again. If I am to be arrested, if I am to be tried for murder, I will face my position. Perhaps it would be the best thing that could happen to me, for a trial might elicit the truth." "Well, perhaps you are right. Anything like running away would tell against you. But I recommend you to get to the other side of the channel without an hour's loss of time. It is of vital importance for you to find out your first wife's antecedents. If you could be fortunate enough to discover that she was a married woman when she left Ori, that she had a husband living at the time of your marriage—" "Why do you harp so upon that string?" asked Treverton impatiently. "Because it is the only string that can save your estate." "I have no hope of such a thing." "Will you go to Ori and hunt up your wife's history? Will you let me go with you?" "I have no objection. A drowning man will cling to a straw. I may as well cling to that straw as to any other." "Then we'll start by the first train tomorrow. We'll leave the place in the openest manner. You can tell people you are going to Paris on business. But if young Clare does set the police on your track, I think they'll find it hardish work to catch us." "Yes, I'll go to Ori," said John Treverton, frowning meditatively at the fire. "In my wife's antecedents there may lie the clue to the secret of her miserable death. Revenge must have been the motive of that murder. Who was it whom she had so deeply injured that nothing but her life could appease his wrath?" "Who except a deserted husband or lover?" urged Sampson. "Yet we lived together for 2 years in Paris, and no one ever assailed us. The husband or lover may have been out of the way, Beyond seas, perhaps. A sailor, very likely. Auray is a seaport, isn't it? Yes. It was agreed that they should start for Exeter by the 7 o'clock train from Beachhampton, catch the Exeter express for Southampton, and cross from Southampton to Saint-Malo by the steamer which sailed on Monday evening. From Saint-Malo to Auray would be only a few hours' journey. They might reach Auray almost as soon as they could have reached Paris. This ends chapter 32. Chapter 33, At the Morgue. It was midnight when John Treverton went upstairs to his study, where there were lighted candles and a newly replenished fire, for it was one of his habits to read or write late at night. This evening he was in no mood for sleep. He lifted the curtain that hung between the two rooms and looked into the bedroom. Laura had sobbed herself to sleep. The disordered hair, the hand convulsively clasped upon the pillow, told how far from peace her thoughts had been when she sank into the slumber of mental exhaustion. John Treverton bent down and then turned from the bed with a sigh. "My sins have fallen heavily upon you, my poor girl," he said to himself, as he went back to his study and sat down by the fire to think over his position, with all its perplexities and entanglements. Sleep was out of the question. He could only sit and stare at the fire and review his past life and its manifold follies. How lightly had he flung away the treasure of liberty! Without a thought of the future, he bound himself to a woman for whom he had but the transient liking born of a young man's fancy, of whom he knew so little that, looking back now, he was unable to recall anything beyond the barest outline of her history. Well, he was paying dearly for that brief infatuation. He was paying a heavy forfeit for those careless days in which he had lived among men without principle, and had sunk almost to as low a level as his companions. He tried to remember anything that his wife had ever told him of her childhood and youth, but he could only remember that she'd been very silent as to the past. Once, and once only, on a summer Sabbath night, when they two had been driving home alone together from a dinner in the Bois, and when Zaïre's tongue had been loosened by champagne and curaçao, she talked of her journey to Paris, that long, lonely journey, during which she had so little money in her pocket that she could not even afford to give herself an occasional stage in a diligence, but had been content to get a gratuitous lift now and then in an empty wagon, or on the top of a load of buckwheat. She told him how she had entered Paris faint and thirsty, white with dust from head to foot, as if she'd come out of a flour mill, and how the great city, with its myriad lamps and voices and the thunder of its wheels, had made her dazed and giddy as she stood at the junction of two great boulevards, looking down the endless vista, where the lights dwindled to a point on the edge of the dark sky. She told him of her career in Paris, how she'd begun as a laundress on the quay, and how one Sunday night at the Château des Fleurs a man had come up to her after one of the quadrilles, a fat man with a grey moustache and a large white waistcoat, and had asked her where she'd learned to dance, and how she had told him, laughingly, that she'd never learned at all, that it came naturally to her, like eating, drinking, and sleeping, and that he had asked her whether she would like to be a dancer at one of the theatres, and wear a petticoat of golden tissue and white satin boots embroidered with gold, such as she might have seen in the last great spectacle of the Hind in the Wood. And she told him yes, such a life would suit her exactly. Whereupon the gentleman in the white waistcoat told her to present herself at 11 o'clock next morning at a certain big theatre on the boulevard. She obeyed, saw the gentleman in his private room at the theatre, was engaged as one of 150 figurants at a salary of 20 francs a week. And from that to the time when I was the rage at the students' theatre, it was easy, said La Chicot, with an insolent smile upon her full red lips. If I had any other man for my husband, I should be the rage at one of the boulevard theatres, and the Figaro would have had an article about me every other week." "You've never had any fancy for going back to Orai to see your old friends?" asked the husband once, wondering at the cold egotism of the creature. "I never had a friend in Brittany for whom I cared that," answered Zaire, snapping her fingers. "Everyone ill-treated me. My father was a perambulating cider vat. My poor mother, well, I can pity her because she was so miserable, whined and whimpered. It was a mercy to all of us when the good God took her." "And you never had anyone else to care for?" asked Jack in a speculative mood. "No lover, for instance?" "Lover!" cried La Chicot, her great eyes flashing upon him angrily. "What had I to do with a lover? I was but 19 when I left that hole." "Lovers have been heard of even at that early age," suggested Jack in his quietest tone. And after that his wife said no more about her past history. Tonight, sitting in idle despondency, looking into the fire, John Treverton, master of Hazelhurst Manor, husband of a wife he adored, utterly dissociated from that reckless, happy-go-lucky Jack Chicot of Bohemian surroundings, for whom the good and evil of each day had been all sufficient, and who'd never dared to look forward to the inevitable tomorrow, let his thoughts slip back to the bygone days, and saw, as in a picture, those scenes of the past which had impressed themselves most vividly upon his mind when they happened. There was one incident in his married life which had made him wonder, for his wife had not been a woman of a sensitive temper, or easily moved to strong emotion, save when her own pleasure or her own interest was at stake. Yet in this particular instance she had shown herself as susceptible to pity and terror as a girl of 17, fresh from a convent school. They two, husband and wife, had been strolling one summer afternoon upon the quays and bridges, loitering to look at the traffic on the river, sitting to rest under the trees, or turning over the leaves of the old books upon the stalls, and so sauntering carelessly on till they came to the Pont Neuf. "Let us go across and look at Notre Dame," said the husband, for whom the old church had an inexhaustible charm. "Bah!" cried the wife. "What a fancy you have for staring at old stones!" They crossed the bridge and sauntered to the front of a noble old cathedral, where already the hand of improvement was beginning to clear away the houses that surrounded and overshadowed its beauty. Jack Chicot was looking up at the glorious western door, built by Philip Augustus, thickly wrought with fleur-de-lis, where in days of old had appeared the sculpted images of all the kings of Judah, shrined in niches of stonework as delicate as lace or spring foliage. His wife's eyes roved right and left and all around, seeking some diversion for a mind prone to weariness when not stimulated by amusement or dissipation. "See, my friend," she cried suddenly, clutching her husband's arm. "There is something. Look, what a crowd of people! Is it a procession or an accident?" "An accident, I think," answered Chicot, looking down the street facing them, along which a closely packed crowd was hastening, rolling towards them like a mighty wave of black water. "We'd better get out of the way." "But no," cried the wife eagerly. "If there's something to see, let us see it. Life is not too full of distractions." "It may be something unpleasant," suggested Jack. "I am afraid they're carrying some poor creature to the morgue." "That matters nothing. We may as well see." So they waited, and fell in among the hurrying crowd, and heard many voices discussing the thing that had happened, every voice offering a different version of the same ghastly story. A man had been run over on the boulevard, a seafaring man from the provinces, knocked down by the horses of a huge wagon. The horses had kicked him, the wheels had gone over his body. "He was dead when they picked him up," said one. "No, he spoke, and hardly seemed conscious he was hurt," said another. "He died while they were waiting for the brancard on which to carry him to the hospital," said a third. And now they were taking him to the morgue, the famous dead house of the city down by the river yonder. He was being carried in the midst of that dense crowd which had been gathering ever since the bearers started with their ghastly burden from the Porte Saint-Denis, where the accident happened. He was there in the center of that mass of human life, an awful figure, covered from head to foot and hidden from all those curious eyes. Jack and his wife were borne along with the rest, past the great cathedral, down by the river, to the doors of the dead house. Here they all came to a stop. No one was allowed to enter save the dead man and his bearers, and 3 or 4 sergeants de ville. "We must wait till they have made his toilet," said La Chicot to her husband, "and then we can go in and see him." "What?" cried Jack. "Surely you would not wish to look at a piece of shattered humanity? He must be a dreadful sight, poor creature." "On the contrary, monsieur," said someone near them in the crowd, "the poor man's face was not injured. He's a handsome fellow, tanned by the sun. A seafaring man, a fine fellow." "Let's go in and see him," urged La Chicot. And when La Chicot wanted to do a thing, she always did it. So they waited amongst the crowd, close packed still, though about 2/3 of the people had dropped off and gone back to their business or their pleasure, not because they shrank from looking upon death in its most awful aspect, but because the toilet might be long, and the spectacle was not worth the trouble of waiting a weary half-hour in the summer sun. La Chicot waited with a dogged patience, which was a part of her character when she'd made up her mind about anything. Jack waited patiently too, for he was watching the faces in the crowd and had an artistic delight in studying these various specimens of a somewhat debased humanity. Thus the half-hour wore itself out, the doors were opened, and the crowd poured into the dead house, just as it would have poured into a theater or a circus. There he lay, the newcomer, with the summer light shining on him, a calm figure behind a sheet of glass, a brave bronzed face, bearded, with strongly marked brows and close-cropped black hair, gold rings in the ears, and on one bare arm, the arm which had escaped the wagon wheel, an inscription tattooed in purple and red. Jack Chicot, after contemplating the dead man's face with curious interest, fixing the well-marked features in his mind, bent down to look at the tattooed device and inscription. There was a ship, a rose, and these words, "Dedicated to Saint Anne of Auray." The man was doubtless a native of Auray, La Chicot's birthplace. Jack turned to remark this to his wife. She was standing close at his elbow, livid as the corpse behind the glass, her face convulsed, big tears rolling down her cheeks. "Do you know him?" asked Jack. "Is it anyone you remember?" "No, no," she sobbed. "But it is too dreadful. Take me away, take me out of this place, or I shall drop down in a fit." He hurried her out through the crowd, pushing his way into the open air. "You overrated your strength of nerve," he said, vexed at the folly which had exposed her to such a shock. "You should not have a fancy for such horrid sights." "I shall be better presently," answered La Chicot. "It is nothing." She was not better presently. She was hysterical all the rest of the day, and at night had no sooner closed her eyes than she started up from her pillow, sobbing violently and holding her hands before her face. "Don't let me see him!" she cried passionately. "Jack, why are you so cruel as to make me see him? You're holding me against the glass. You're forcing me to look at him. Take me away." Pondering tonight upon this strange scene of 5 years ago, John Treverton asked himself if there might not have been some kind of link between this man and Zaire Chicot. This ends Chapter 33. Chapter 34. George Gerard in Danger. Although George Gerard had made up his mind to leave Beachhampton by the first train on Monday morning,
and although he began to feel doubtful as to the purity of Edward Clare's intentions, and altogether uncomfortable in the society of that young man, when Monday came and showed him a dark sky and a world almost blotted out by rain, he yielded, more weakly than it was his nature to yield, to the friendly persuasion of Mrs. Clare and her daughter, who'd come down to the breakfast room at an early hour to pour out the departing guests' tea. "You really must not travel on such a wretched morning," said the vicar's wife, with maternal kindness. "I wouldn't let Edward start on a long journey in such weather." George Gerard thought of the discomforts of a third-class carriage, the currents of icy air creeping in at every crack, the incursion of damp passengers at every station, breathing frostily and flapping their muddy garments against his knees, the streaming umbrellas in the corners, the all-pervading wretchedness. And then his thoughtful eyes roamed round the pretty little breakfast-room, where the furniture would hardly have fetched £20 at an auction, but where the snugness and coziness and homelike air were above price, and from the room he glanced at its occupants, Celia in her dark winter gown of coarse blue serge, and set off by the last fashion in collar and cuffs. "Why do you worry Mr. Gerard, mother?" asked Celia, looking up from her tea-making. "Don't you see that we are so horribly dull here, and he's so anxious to get away from us, that he would go through a much worse ordeal than a wet journey in order to make his escape?" "I almost wish you knew what a cruel speech that is, Miss Clare," said Gerard, looking down at her with a grave smile from his station in front of the fire. "Why cruel?" "Because you unconsciously taunt me with my poverty. The 8 or 10 patients I ought to see tomorrow morning are worth £100 a year to me at most, and yet I can hardly venture to jeopardize that insignificant income." "How you will look back and laugh at these days years hence, when you are being driven in your brougham from Savile Row to the railway station to start for Windsor Castle, at the command of a telegram from royalty." "Leaving royal telegrams and Windsor Castle out of the question, there is such a distance between my present abode and Savile Row that I doubt my ever being able to traverse it," said Gerard. "But in the meantime, my few paying patients are of vital importance to me, and I have some rather critical cases among my poor people." "Poor dear things! I'm sure they can all wait," said Celia. "Perhaps it will do them good to suspend their treatment for a day or two. Physic seems at best such a doubtful advantage." "I have a friend who looks after anything serious," said Gerard dubiously. "If I were to follow my own inclination, I should most assuredly stay." "Then follow it," cried Celia. "I always do. Mamma, give Mr. Gerard some bacon and potatoes, while I run and tell Peter to go to the George and let them know that the omnibus need not call here." "I'm afraid I am imposing upon your kind hospitality and giving you a great deal of trouble," said Gerard, when Celia had slipped out of the room to give her orders. "You're giving us no trouble, and you must know that I should be happy to receive any friend of my son's." Gerard's sallow cheek flushed faintly at this speech. He felt that there was a kind of imposture in his position at the vicarage. Every one insisted upon regarding him as an intimate friend of Edward Clare, and already it had been made clear to him that Edward was a man whom he could never make his friend. But for Edward Clare's mother and sister he had a much more cordial feeling. He sat down to breakfast with the two ladies. The vicar would breakfast later, and one of Edward's privileges as a poet of the future was to lie in bed until 10 o'clock every morning in the present. Never perhaps was a merrier breakfast eaten. Gerard, having made up his mind to stay, abandoned himself unreservedly to the pleasure of the moment. Celia questioned him about his life, and drew from him a lively description of some of the more curious incidents in his career. He had but rarely joined in the wilder amusements of his fellow students, but he had joined them often enough to see all that was strange and interesting in London life. Celia listened open-eyed, with rosy lips apart in wonder. "Ah, that is what I call living!" she exclaimed.
How different from our system of vegetation here! I'm sure if Harvey had lived all his life at Hazelhurst, he would never have found out anything about the circulation of the blood. I don't believe ours does circulate." "If you could only know how sweet your rural stagnation seems to a dweller in cities," said Gerard. "Let the dweller in cities try it for a month or 6 weeks," said Celia. "He will be weary enough by the end of that time, unless he's one of those sporting creatures who are always happy as long as they can go about with a gun or a fishing rod murdering something." "I should want neither gun nor rod," said Gerard. "I think I could find complete happiness among these hills." "What? Away from all your hospitals?" "I'm speaking of my holiday life. I could not afford to live always away from the hospitals. I have to learn my profession." "I thought you'd done with all that when you passed your examination." "A medical man has never done learning. Medical science is progressive. The tyro of today knows more than the adept of a century ago." As Mr. Gerard had only one day to spend at the vicarage, Celia gave herself up to the task of making that one day agreeable to him with the utmost benevolence and amiability. Her brother seemed dull and morose, and shut himself in his den all day upon the pretense of polishing a lyric he had flung off in a moment of inspiration for one of the magazines. So Celia had the visitor thrown altogether on her hands, as she complained afterwards rather plaintively, though she bore the infliction pretty cheerfully at the time. The two young people spent the morning in conversation beside the breakfast-room fire, Celia pretending to work very hard at an antimacassar and crewels, while Gerard paced the room and stared out of the window and fidgeted on his chair, after the manner of a young man not belonging to the tame cat species when he finds himself shut up in a country house with a young woman. In spite of this restlessness, however, the surgeon seemed particularly well pleased with his idle morning. He found a great deal to talk about: people, places, books, life in the abstract, and finally his own youth and boyhood in particular. He told Celia much more than it was his habit to tell an acquaintance. Those blue eyes of hers expressed such gentle sympathy. The pretty, pouting underlip had a tender look that tempted him to trust her. As a physiognomist, he was inclined to think well of Celia, despite her frivolity. As a young man, he was inclined to admire her. "You must have had a very hard youth," she said compassionately, when he'd given her a sketch, half sad, half humorous, of his life at the Marischal College, Aberdeen. "Yes, and I'm likely to have a hard manhood," he answered gravely. "How can I ever dare ask a woman to share a life which has at present so little promise of sunshine?" "But do not all your great men begin in that kind of way?" interrogated Celia. "Sir Astley Cooper, for instance, and that poor dear who found out the separate functions of the nerves that direct our thoughts and movements. Though goodness knows what actual use that discovery could have been to anybody." "I think you must mean Sir Charles Bell," suggested Gerard, rather disgusted at this flippant mention of genius. "I suppose I do," said Celia. "He wrote a book about hands, I believe. I only wish he had written a book about gloves, for your glove-maker's idea of anatomy is simply absurd. I never yet could find a maker who understands my thumb." "What an advantage my sex has over yours in that respect," remarked Gerard. "How so?" "We never need wear gloves, except when we dance or when we drive." "Ah," sighed Celia, with her wondering look. "I suppose there are sane men in big places like London and Manchester who walk about without gloves. They wouldn't do it here, where everybody knows everybody else." "I think I've bought about 2 pairs of gloves since I attained to man's estate," said Gerard. "But your dances? How do you manage for those?" "Easily. I never dance." "What? Are you never tired of playing the wallflower? Do not German waltzes inspire you?" "I never go in the way of being inspired. I've never been to a party since I came to London." "Good gracious! Why don't you go to parties?" I could give you 50 reasons, but perhaps one will do as well. Nobody ever asks me."
"Poor fellow!" cried Celia, with intense compassion.
Nothing he had told her of his early struggles had touched her like this. Here was the acme of desolation.
"What? You live in London all the season, and nobody asks you to dances and things?"
"In that part of London I inhabit there is no season. Life there runs on the same monotonous wheels all the year round. Poverty all the year round. Hard work all the year round. Debt and difficulty and sickness and sorrow all the year round."
"You are making my heart bleed," said Celia. "At least I suppose that's anatomically impossible, and I ought not to mention such an absurdity to a doctor. But you are making me feel quite too unhappy."
"I should be sorry to do that," returned Gerard gently, "and it would be a very bad return for your kindness to me. Do not imagine that the kind of life I lead is a silent martyrdom. I'm happy in my profession. I'm getting on quite as fast as I ever expected to get on. I believe, yes, I do honestly believe, that I shall make name and fortune sooner or later, if I live long enough. It's only when I reflect how long it must be before I can conquer a position good enough for a wife to share, that I'm inclined to feel impatient." Celia became suddenly interested in the shading of a vine leaf, and bent her head so low over her work that a flood of crimson rushed into her cheeks, and she felt disinclined to look up again. She gave a little nervous cough presently, and as Gerard was pacing the room in silence, felt herself constrained to say something.
"I dare say the young lady to whom you are engaged will not mind how long she has to wait," Celia suggested. "Or, if she is very brave, she will not shrink from sharing your early struggles."
"There is no such young lady in question," answered Gerard. "I am not engaged."
"I beg your pardon. Ah, I forgot you said you didn't go to parties."
"Do you think a man should choose a wife at a dance?"
"I don't know. Such things do happen at dances, don't they?"
"Possibly. For my own part, I would rather see my future wife at home by her father's fireside."
"Darning stockings," suggested Celia. "I believe that is the real test of feminine virtue. A woman may be allowed to play and sing, she may even speak a couple of modern languages, but her chief merit is supposed to lie in her ability to darn stockings and make a pudding. Now, Mr. Gerard, is not that the old-fashioned idea of perfection in womankind?"
"I believe that the darning and pudding-making are vaguely supposed to include all the domestic virtues. It may seem sordid in a lover to consider such details, but the happiness of a husband depends somewhat upon his wife's housekeeping. Could any home be Eden in which the cook gave warning once a month, and the policeman ate up all the cold meat?" Celia laughed, but the laugh ended with a sigh. She had made up her mind that if ever she married, her husband must be rich enough to be above the petty struggles of household economy, the cheese parings of a limited income. He must be able to keep at least a pony carriage, and the pony carriage must be perfect in all its appointments. A footman Celia might forego, but she must have the neatest of parlour maids. She did not aspire to get her gowns from Worth, but she must not be circumscribed as to collars and cuffs, and must be able to employ the best dressmaker in Exeter or Plymouth. But here was a young man who must wait for years before he could marry, or must drag some poor young woman down into the dismal swamp of genteel poverty. Celia felt honestly sorry for him. Of all the men she'd ever met, he seemed to be the most manly, the brightest, the bravest, perhaps altogether the best. If not exactly handsome, there was that in his marked features and vivid expression which Celia thought more attractive than absolute regularity of line or splendor of color. Mrs. Clare had been absent all the morning, engaged in small domestic duties which she considered important, but which Celia described sweepingly as muddling. She appeared by and by at luncheon, a meal which the vicar never ate,
and entertained her guests with a dissertation on the tiresomeness of servants and the various difficulties of housekeeping, until Edward, who honored the family circle with his society while he refreshed his exhausted muse with cold roast beef and pickles, ruthlessly cut short his mother's sermonizing and entered upon a critical discussion with George Gerard as to the relative merits of Browning and Swinburne. Celia was surprised to discover how widely the young surgeon had read. She had expected to find him ignorant of almost everything outside his own particular domain. "How can you find time for light literature?" she asked. "Light literature is my only relaxation." "You go to the theaters now and then, I suppose?" "I like to go when there is something good to be seen," answered Gerard, flushing at the recollection of a time when he had gone 3 nights a week to feast his eyes upon Lachicot's florid loveliness. He felt ashamed of an infatuation which at the time had seemed to him as noble as the Greeks' worship of abstract beauty. By the time luncheon was finished, the rain had ceased, and the gray, wintry sky, though sunless, looked no longer threatening. "Not a bad afternoon for a ramble on yonder moor," said Gerard, standing in the bay window, looking out at the landscape. "Will you have the courage to be my pioneer, Miss Clare?" Celia looked at her brother interrogatively. "I'm not in the humor for any more scribbling today," said Edward, "so perhaps a good long walk would be the easiest way of getting rid of the afternoon. Put on your waterproof and clump soles, Celia, and show us the way." Celia ran off, delighted at the opportunity. A moorland ramble with a conversible young man was at least a novelty. In the hall the damsel met her mother, and in a sudden overflow of spirits stopped to give her a filial hug. "Let us have something nice for dinner, mother dear," she pleaded. "It's his last evening." The tone of the request inspired Mrs. Clare with vague fears. A girl could hardly have said more had the visitor been her plighted lover. "What an idea!" she exclaimed good-humoredly. "Of course I shall do the best I can, but Monday is such an awkward day." "Of course, dear, we all know that, but don't let it be quite a Monday dinner," urged Celia. "As for that young man, I don't believe he knows what he's eating." "Heaven forbid that he should be like my father, and his dinner the most important event in his day," retorted Celia, whereat Mrs. Clare murmured mildly, "My love, your father has a very peculiar constitution. There are things which he can eat, and things which he cannot eat." "Of course, you dear deluded mater. Cold mutton is poisonous to his constitution, but I never heard of his being the worse for truffled turkey." And then Celia skipped off to attire herself, not unbecomingly, in a dark gray ulster and the most impertinent of billycock hats. The ramble on the moor was a success. Edward held himself aloof and smoked his cigar in gloomy silence. But the 2 others were as merry as a brace of schoolboys taking a stolen holiday. They clambered the steepest paths, crossed the wildest bits of hill and hollow, narrowly escaped coming to grief in boggy ground, and laughed and talked with inexhaustible spirits all the time. George Gerard hardly knew himself, and was struck with wonder at finding that life could be so pleasant. The wintry air was fresh and clear. The wind whistled gaily over the vast sweep of undulating turf and heather. Just at sunset there came a flood of yellow light over the low western sky. A farewell smile from a sun that had hidden himself all day. "Good gracious!" cried Celia. "We shall barely have time to scamper home to dinner, and if there is one thing that irritates Papa more than another, it is to wait 5 minutes for his dinner. He never waits more than 5 minutes. If he did, I believe lunacy would ensue before the 10th. You ought not to have led me astray so far, Mr. Gerard." "I think it is you who've been leading me astray," said Gerard, half grave, half gay. "I never felt so far from my workaday self in my life. You have a great deal to answer for, Miss Clare." Celia blushed at the charge, but did not reply to it. She turned and surveyed the ground over which they had traveled.
I can't see Edward anywhere," she exclaimed. "Do you know, I have an idea that he left us about an hour ago," said Gerard. "What a ridiculous young man! And now he will be home ever so long before us, and will make capital out of his punctuality with my father." "Could you imagine him capable of such meanness?" "He is a brother," answered Celia, "and in that capacity capable of anything. Come along, pray, Mr. Gerard. We must scamper home awfully fast." "Won't you take my arm?" asked Gerard. "Walk arm in arm over the moor? That would be too ridiculous!" exclaimed Celia, tripping on lightly over hillock and hollow. "Do make haste, Mr. Gerard, or we shall be lost in the darkness." George Gerard thought it would be rather nice to be benighted on the moor with Celia, or at any rate to go astray for an hour or so and lengthen their ramble. Happily, however, the lights of the village, glimmering in the valley below, were a safe guide to their footsteps, and Celia knew the pathway that descended the moor as well as she knew her father's garden. The only peril was the risk of getting into some boggy patch of the common at the bottom of the moor, and even here Celia's knowledge availed to keep them out of mischief. They arrived at the vicarage breathless, with glowing cheeks, just in time to make a hurried toilet for dinner. Oh, how much too short that winter evening, though one of the longest in the year, seemed to George Gerard, and yet its pleasures were of the simplest. 3 of Celia's particular friends, the one eligible youth of Hazelhurst and his 2 sisters, dropped in to spend the evening, and the vicarage drawing-room resounded with youthful voices and youthful laughter. Celia and the 2 young ladies played and sang, and though neither playing nor singing was above the average young lady power, the voices were tuneful and fresh, and the fingers were equal to doing justice to a German waltz. The eligible young man was capable of joining in a glee, and George Gerard consented to try the bass part, and proved himself the possessor of a fine bass voice and a correct ear, so they asked each other, "Who would o'er the downs so free?" and they requested every one to "see our oars with feathered spray," and they made valorous attempts at Bishop's famous "Stay, prithee, stay," in which they did not break down more than 15 times, and they altogether enjoyed themselves immensely, while the vicar read John Bull and the Guardian from end to end, and good Mrs. Clare nodded comfortably over a crochet comforter, giving her ivory hook a vague dig into the woolly mass every now and then, with an eye that she was working diligently. Edward sat aloof, reading Browning's Paracelsus, and hardly understanding a word he read. His mind was full of perplexity, and darkest thoughts were brooding there. Thus the evening ran its course, till the appearance of a tray of sandwiches and a tankard of claret negus warned the revellers that it was time to disperse. The church clock chimed the half-hour after 11 as George Gerard went up to his room. "Tomorrow night I shall be alone in my Cibber Street parlour," he said to himself, "and I may never see Celia Clare again. Better so, perhaps. What should a piece of pretty frivolity like that have to do in so hard a life as mine?" This ends chapter 34. Chapter 35. On a Voyage of Discovery. After pitching and tossing all night in a manner painfully suggestive of shipwreck, John Treverton and his faithful solicitor arrived at Saint-Malo early in the afternoon, where the comforts and luxuries of that most comfortable hotel, the Franklin, were peculiarly grateful after their cold and dreary passage. There was no train to carry them to Auray that afternoon, so they dined snugly by a glorious wood fire in a private sitting-room, and discussed the difficulties and dangers of John Treverton's position over a bottle of Chambertin with the true violet bouquet. Throughout this long conversation, Tom Sampson showed himself as shrewd as he was devoted. He seized the salient points of the case, fully measured all its difficulties, so that sooner or later John Treverton might be arrested on suspicion of his wife's murder and would have to prove himself innocent. Sampson, as well as Treverton, had seen how much malice there was in Edward Clare's mind,
and both foresaw the probability of that malice being pushed still further. "If we could only prove that your first marriage was invalid, we should get rid at once of any motive on your part for the murder," said Sampson. "You could not prove that I knew my first marriage to be invalid," answered Treverton, "unless you are going to try to prove a lie." "I don't know what I might not try to do if your neck were in danger," retorted Sampson. "I shouldn't stick at trifles, you may depend upon it. The grand thing will be to find out if there was a previous marriage. After your story about the sailor at the morgue, I am inclined to hope for success." "Are you? Poor Sampson, I strongly suspect we are going in search of a mare's nest." They left St-Malo next morning and arrived at Auray early in the afternoon. They were jolted down a long boulevard from the station to the town in an omnibus, which finally deposited them at the Pavillon d'Arnaud, a very comfortable hotel, where they were received by a smiling landlady and a pretty chambermaid in a neat black gown trimmed with velvet, a cambric cap as quaint as a nun's headgear, an apron, collar, and cuffs of the same spotless fabric. As Tom Sampson's knowledge of the French language was that of the average British schoolboy, he naturally found himself unable to understand the natives of an obscure port in Brittany. He was with his client in the capacity of adviser, but it behooved his client to do all the work. "Well, my dear fellow," said Treverton, when they had deposited their travelling bags at the hotel, and were standing in the empty market-place, looking round them somewhat vaguely, "here we are, and what is to be our first move now we are here?" "I should think about the best plan would be to go to the churches and examine the registers," suggested Sampson. "I suppose you know your first wife's real name?" "Not unless it was Chicot. I married her under that name." "Chicot," repeated Sampson dubiously. "It sounds rather barbarous, but it's nothing to the names over the shops here. I never saw such crack-jaw cognomens. Well, we'd better go and look up all the registers for the name of Chicot." "That would be slow work," said Treverton, thinking of the sweet young wife at home, full of fear and trouble, left to brood upon her sorrows at that very time when life ought to have been made bright and happy for her, a time when her mind might be most prone to despondency. He'd written Laura a consoling letter from St-Malo, affecting hopefulness he did not feel, but he knew how poor a consolation any letter must be, and he was longing to finish his business and turn his face homewards. "Can you suggest a quicker way?" asked Sampson. "I think it might be a better plan to find out the oldest priest in the parish and question him. A priest in such a place as this ought to be a living chronicle of the lives of its inhabitants." "Not half a bad idea," said Sampson approvingly. "The sooner you find your priest, the better, say I." "Come along, then," said Treverton, and they went up the steps of a church near at hand, and into the dusky aisle, where a few scattered old women were kneeling in the winter gloom, and where the sanctuary lamp shone like a red star in the distance. "What would they say at Hazelhurst if they could see me in a Roman Catholic church?" thought Sampson. "They'd give me over for lost." John Treverton walked softly round the church till he met with a priest who was just shutting up his confessional, preparatory to departure. He was a youngish man with a good-natured countenance, and acknowledged the stranger's salutation with a friendly smile. John Treverton followed him out of the church before he ventured to ask for the information he wanted, and then he explained himself as briefly as possible. "I have come from England to obtain information about a native of this town," he said. "Do you think that among the priests connected with your church there is any gentleman who can remember the events of the last 20 years, and who would be obliging enough to answer my questions?" "Most certainly, monsieur, since I apprehend your inquiries are to a good end." "I can give you my own word for that. This gentleman is my solicitor, and if he could speak French, or if you could speak English, he would be able to vouch for my respectability. Unhappily, he cannot put half a dozen words together in your charming language. At least, I'm afraid he can't. Do you think you could tell this gentleman who I am, Sampson?" John Treverton asked, turning to his ally. Mr. Sampson became furiously red in the face and blew out his cheeks like a turkey cock.
Mon ami, monsieur, he began with a desperate plunge. Mon ami est bien riche homme, bien affaire, le plus fort riche homme dans notre part de la campagne. Il a un grand état, très grand. Je suis son lawyer. Comprenez, monsieur? Son avocat.
The priest expressed himself deeply convinced of the honorable position of both travelers, though he was inwardly at a loss to understand why a man should go wandering about the country with his advocate. He then went on to tell John Treverton that his superior, Father Le Mescam, the curé of the parish, had been attached to that church for the last 30 years, and could doubtless recall every event of importance that had happened in the town during that period. He was likely to know much of the private history of his congregation, and as he was the most amiable of men, he would doubtless be willing to communicate anything which a stranger could have the right to know. "Sir, you are most obliging," said John Treverton. "Extend your courtesy still further, and bring Father Le Mescam to dine with me and my friend at 6 o'clock this evening, and you will weigh me down with obligations."
"You are very kind, sir," murmured the priest. "We have vespers at 5. Yes, at 6 we shall be free. I shall feel much pleasure in persuading Father Le Mescam to accept your very gracious invitation."
"1,000 thanks. I consider it settled. We're staying at the Pavillon d'Arnaud, where I suppose that if a man cannot dine, he can at least eat."
"Sir, I take it upon myself to answer for the hotel. As a type of the provincial cuisine, the Pavillon d'Arnaud will prove itself worthy of your praise. You shall not be discontented with your dinner. I pledge myself to that."
"Till 6 o'clock, sir." The vicaire lifted his biretta and left them. "It will go hard if I cannot find out something about my wife's antecedents from a man who has lived 30 years in Auray," said John Treverton, as he and his companion walked down the narrow stony street leading to the river. "So beautiful a woman must have been remarkable in a place like this. Judging from the specimens of female loveliness I have met with so far, I should say very remarkable," retorted Sampson, "for, with the exception of that pretty chambermaid at the Pavillon d'Arnaud, I haven't seen a decent-looking woman since we left St. Malo." They went down to the bridge, Sampson hobbling over the stony pathway, and vehemently abusing the vestry and local board of Auray, which settlement he appeared to think was governed exactly after the manner of our English country towns. They crossed the bridge and went to look at an old church on the other side of the river, where the fisher folk had hung models of Three Masters and screw steamers as votary offerings to their guardian saints. Then they recrossed the bridge and went up to an observatory on a hill above the little town, and surveyed as much as they could see of the landscape in the gathering winter gloom. And then Mr. Sampson, who might possibly have been impressed by Vesuvius in a state of eruption, but who had not a keen eye for the quaint and picturesque on a small scale, proposed that they should go back to their hotel and make themselves comfortable for dinner. "I should like a wash, if there's such a thing as a cake of soap in the place," said the lawyer. "But from the appearance of the inhabitants, I should rather suspect there wasn't. Soap would be a mockery for some of them. Nothing less than scraping would be any real benefit." They found their sitting-room at the hotel bright with wax candles and a wood fire. Mr. Sampson nearly came to grief upon the beeswaxed floor, and protested against polished floors as a remnant of barbarism. Otherwise he found things more civilized than he had expected, never before having trusted himself across the Channel, and being strictly insular in his conception of foreign manners and customs. "I should hope the old gentleman who is to dine with us can speak English," he said. "He ought at his time of life." "But if he has lived all his life at Auray?" "Well, no doubt this is a sink of ignorance," asserted Sampson. "I dare say the stupid old man won't be able to understand a word I say." The two priests were announced as the great clock in the market-place struck 6, town time, while the clock on the mantelpiece followed with its shriller chime.
"Father Le Mescam, Father Guédin,"
said the pretty chambermaid in most respectful tones, and thereupon the two gentlemen entered, neatly dressed, clean-shaven, smiling, and having nothing of that dark and sinister air which Tom Sampson expected to discover in every popish priest. Father Le Mescam was a little old man with a quaint comical face, which would have done admirably for the first gravedigger in Hamlet. Small twinkling eyes full of sly humour, a mobile mouth, and a pert little nose, cocked up in the air as if in good-humoured contempt at the folly of human nature in general. "I am extremely obliged to you for the kindness of this visit, Father Le Mescam," said John Treverton, when the vicaire had presented him to his superior.
"My dear sir, when a pleasant-mannered traveller asks me to dinner, I am only too glad to accept the invitation," answered the priest heartily. "A whiff of air from the outside world gives an agreeable flavour to life in this quiet little corner of the universe."
"Lord have mercy on us! How fast the old chap talks!" exclaimed Sampson inwardly. "Thank goodness, we Englishmen never gabble like that." And then, determined not to be left altogether out of the conversation, Mr. Sampson pulled himself together for a bold attempt. He gazed benignantly at Father Le Mescam and shouted at the top of his voice, "Frau, Monsieur, Audiobook, Frau." The little priest smiled blandly, but shrugged his shoulders with seriocomic helplessness.
"Non moins c'est saisonnable temps pour le temps de l'an,"
pursued Sampson, waxing bolder, and feeling as if all the French he had acquired in his school days was pouring in upon him like a flood of light. Father Le Mescam still looked dubious. "Well," exclaimed Sampson, turning to John Treverton, "I've always heard that Frenchmen were slow at learning foreign languages, but I could not have believed they'd be so disgustingly stupid as not to understand their own. Upon my word, Treverton, I don't see any reason why you should explode in that fashion," he remonstrated, as Treverton fell back in his chair in a fit of irrepressible laughter.
"Allons!"
cried Sampson.
"Voici le potage."
"And I'm blessed if they haven't emptied the bread basket into it," he exclaimed, contemplating with ineffable disgust the contents of the soup tureen, in which he beheld lumps of bread floating on the surface of a thin broth.
"Venez donc, Treverton. Si vous avez fini de faire une sorte de votre même, nous pouvons aussi bien commencer."
"Mais, oui, monsieur," cried the curé, enchanted at understanding about 2 words of his last speech, and beaming at the Englishman in a paroxysm of good nature. "Oui, oui, oui, monsieur. Commençons, commençons. C'est très bien dit." "Ah," grunted Sampson, "the old idiot is inspired when one talks about his dinner. If that bread and waterish broth is a specimen of the cuisine of this hotel, I don't think much of it," he added. Poor as the soup was in appearance, Mr. Sampson found it was not amiss in flavour, and when a savoury preparation of some unknown fish had followed the soup tureen, and a fricassee of fowl and mushroom had replaced the fish, he began to feel at peace with the pavillon d'Arnaud. A leg of mutton from the salt marshes completed his reconciliation to provincial cookery, and a dish of vanilla cream à la Chateaubriand raised his spirits to enthusiasm. The 2 priests enjoyed their dinner thoroughly, and chatted gaily as they ate. But it was not till the dessert had been handed round by the brisk serving-maid, and the bottle of pommard had been placed on the table, that John Treverton approached the serious business of the evening. He waited till the chambermaid had left the room, and then, wheeling his chair round to the fire, piled with chestnut logs, invited Father Le Mescam to do the same. Mr. Sampson and Father Guédin followed their example, and the 4 made a cosy circle round the hearth, each nursing his glass of red wine. "I am going to ask you a good many questions, Father Le Mescam," began John Treverton. "I hope you won't think me troublesome or impertinently inquisitive. However trivial my inquiries may seem,
The result is a matter of life and death to me." "Ask what you will, sir," answered the curé. "So long as you ask no question which a priest ought not to answer, you may command me." This ends chapter 35. Chapter 36. Kergariou's Wife. "Father Le Masquin," said John Treverton, "do you ever remember hearing of a girl who left this town a laundress to become afterwards a celebrity in Paris as a stage dancer?" "I ought to remember her," answered the curé, looking somewhat astonished at the question, "for I baptized her. I prepared her for her first communion, poor soul, and I married her." John Treverton started from his chair, and then sat down again profoundly agitated. Samson was right. Yes, there had been a previous marriage. Yet it might be too soon for exultation. The first husband might have died before Lachicot came to Paris. "Are we talking of the same woman?" he asked. "A girl who was known as Mademoiselle Chicot?" "Yes," answered Father Le Masquin. "That was the only woman who ever left Auray to blossom into a stage dancer. Ours is not a soil which freely produces that kind of flower. I have good reason to remember that girl, for I was interested by her singular beauty, and I felt anxious for the safety of her soul amidst the snares and temptations to which such remarkable beauty is subject. I did my best to teach her, to fortify her against all future dangers. But she was as empty within as was lovely without. I hardly know whether one ought to consider such a creature responsible for all her errors. Hers was a case of invincible ignorance. The Church has to deal with many such characters. The heart hard as stone, the intellect a blank." "What's he jabbering about?" said Tom Sampson to his client. "You look as if you had found out something." "Wait, my dear fellow. I'm on the point of making a discovery. You were right in your guess, Sampson. There was a previous husband." "Of course," cried Sampson triumphantly. "My surprise in the case of a woman of that kind would be to discover only one previous husband. I should sooner expect to hear of 6. "Hold your tongue," said John Treverton authoritatively. And then he refilled Father Le Masquin's glass before he proceeded with his inquiry. "You say you married Lachicot?" "She was not Lachicot when I married her, but plain Marie Pomelec, the oldest daughter of a drunken old fisherman down by the quay. Drink was hereditary in her family. Grandfather and great-grandfather, they had all been drunkards from generation to generation. The children had to shift for themselves from the time they could run. I think that may have helped to make them hard and cruel, though some sweet souls educate themselves for heaven in just as hard a life. As Marie grew up to a fine tall slip of a girl, her handsome face attracted notice. She got to know that she was the prettiest woman in Auray, and the knowledge soon spoiled whatever good there was in her. I saw all the perils of her position: dissolute parents, utter want of guidance from without, a mind too frivolous to be a guide to itself. In my idea, her only chance of salvation lay in an early marriage, and although she was but 17 when Jean Kergariou asked her to be his wife, I did not hesitate in advising her to marry him." "Who was Kergariou?" "A sailor, and as good a fellow as ever went to sea. He and Marie had been playfellows. They had attended the same class for instruction. Jean was intelligent. Marie was dull. Jean was frank and good-humored. Marie was reserved and self-willed. But the poor fellow was dazzled by the girl's beauty, and she was endeared to him by old associations. He told me that she was the only woman he ever had cared for, the only woman he ever should care for. He had saved a little money and could afford to furnish one of the cottages in the street by the quay. He would have to go to sea, of course, and Marie would stop at home and keep house and perhaps earn a little money by washing linen, having the river so convenient. I would rather have had a homestaying husband for her, but Jean was a thoroughly good fellow, and I thought such a husband must keep her out of harm's way. He was not the kind of man that any woman could attempt to trifle with. And he married her? Yes, they were married in the church yonder, one Easter Monday. Can you tell me the date? I can find it for you in the book where such events are registered. I could not say at this moment how many years ago it may have been. I could tell you the year of poor Kergariou's death. Oh, he's dead then? Asked Treverton, with a dreadful sinking of the heart. Yes, poor fellow. Let me see. It must have been 3 years ago last summer that Kergariou met with his melancholy death. His melancholy death, repeated Treverton. Why melancholy? He was killed, run over by a wagon on the Boulevard Saint-Denis in Paris. Run over by a wagon 3 summers ago on the boulevard, echoed John Treverton. Yes, I recollect. What? You knew him? No, but I was in Paris at the time of the accident. John Treverton recalled that scene at the morgue, and his wife's ghastly face when she entreated him to take her away. Yes, that one page which had stood boldly out from the book of memory, with a lurid light upon it, was indeed a page of momentous meaning. Tell me all about Jean Kergariou and his wife, he said to the curé. It is a matter of vital importance for me to know. You're doing me a service which will make me grateful to you for the rest of my life. Not quite so long, I hope, retorted the priest, with a sly smile. A man would be but short-lived if his life were to be measured by the endurance of his gratitude. That is a delightful virtue, but not a lasting one. Try me, exclaimed John Treverton. Give me legal proof that Marie Pomelec and the dancer called Chicot were one, and that the man killed on the boulevard 3 summers ago was Marie Pomelec's husband. And you may put me to the hardest proof you choose, but you shall never find me ungrateful. There are noble exceptions, doubtless, said the priest, shrugging his shoulders, just as there is now and then a baby born with 2 heads. As for the story of Marie Pomelec and her marriage, it is simple enough and common enough, and the proof of it is to be found in the registers at the Mairie, while the fact is known to all the inhabitants of the quay where Jean's wife lived. That the man killed in Paris was Jean Kergariou is also certain. He was recognized by a fellow sailor while he was lying in the morgue, and the account appeared in several of the Paris newspapers under the heading of faits divers. The only point open to question might be the identity of the dancer, Mademoiselle Chicot, with Kergariou's wife. But even that was pretty well known to several people in Oreille, who saw the woman dance in Paris and brought back the news of her success, to say nothing of her photographs, which are unmistakable. How did Marie Kergariou come to leave Oreille? Who knows? Not I. What man can explain a woman's caprice? She lived steadily enough for the first year after her marriage. Kergariou was away the greater part of the time, on board a whaler in Greenland. When he came home, he and his pretty wife seemed monstrously fond of each other. But in the second year things were not so pleasant. Kergariou complained to me of his wife's temper. Marie avoided the confessional and grew lax in her attendance at the services of the church. The neighbors told me there were quarrels. Neighbors will talk of each other, you see, sir, and a priest must not always shut his ears, for the more he knows of his parishioners, the better he can help them. I had some serious talk with Marie, but found her sadly impenetrable. She complained of her hard life. She had to work as hard as the ugliest woman in Oreille. I reminded her that the Blessed Virgin, who was portrayed in all our churches as the highest type of human loveliness, had led a humble and toilsome life on earth before she ascended to be the Queen of Heaven. Was beauty to give exception from toil and hardship? If she had been feeble and deformed, I told her, she might plead an infirmity as an excuse for idleness. But God had given her health and strength, and she ought to be proud to think that her labor could help to keep a decent home for her husband, whose career was one of continual peril. I might as well have talked to a stone. Marie told me she was very sorry she'd married a sailor. If she'd waited a little, she had no doubt she might have had a rich young farmer for her husband, a man who could have stayed at home and kept her company and given her fine clothes to wear. When that year was half gone, I heard that there had been a desperate quarrel between Kergariou and his wife the night before he left home for his Greenland voyage, and before he'd been gone a week, Marie disappeared. At first, there was an idea that she'd made away with herself, and some of the good-natured fisher folk who had known her from childhood set to work to drag the river. But when the neighbors came to examine her cottage, they found that she had taken all her clothes and the few trinkets that Jean had given her in his courting days. And soon after that, a wagoner told how he had met her on the road to Rheims, and then everyone knew that Kergariou's wife had run away because she was tired of her toilsome, honest life at Oreille. She had let drop many a hint, it seemed, when she was washing linen among her companions down by the river, and it was pretty clear to them all that she had gone to Paris to make her fortune, and that if she could not make it in a good way, she would make it in a bad one. She was only 19 years of age, but as old in perversity as if she'd been 50. When did her husband come back? Not till late in the following year. He'd been through all kinds of misfortune in the North Seas, and came back looking like the ghost of the fine, handsome young fellow I'd married 2 years before. When he found out what had happened, he wanted to set out for Paris in search of his wife. But he fell ill of fever and ague, and lay for months at a friend's house, between life and death. As soon as he was able to move about, he went to Paris, and spent the remnant of his savings in hunting for his wife without success. She had not yet made herself notorious as a dancer, you must understand, and there were no photographs of her to be seen in the shops. She was only one among many foolish creatures painting their faces and dancing before the foolish crowd. Kergariou came back to Oreille in despair, and then went off to the North Seas again, caring very little whether he ever returned to his native place any more. He did come back, however, after an absence of more than 3 years. By that time, Marie Pommelec had become notorious in Paris, under the name of Zaire Chicot, and a Parisian photographer travelling through Brittany had left 6 of her photographs in Oreille. They were to be seen at the bookseller's shop when Jean Kergariou came home from his last voyage, and no sooner did he comprehend what had happened than he started off again for Paris, on foot this time, for the poor fellow had spent all his money during his former search for his wife. He left Oreille about the middle of June, and in the 2nd week of July I read of his death in the Moniteur Universel, which a friend sends me every week from Orléans. Whether he'd found his wife or not, I never knew. No one ever heard any more about his fate than that he had reached Paris and met his death there. A melancholy end, said John Treverton. Not more melancholy than that of his wife, replied Father Le Masquin, if there was any truth in a story I read last year, copied from an English newspaper. The poor creature seems to have been murdered by the man with whom she was living, possibly her husband. John Treverton's heart sank. Everyone, even this unworldly old priest, looked upon the husband's guilt as a matter of course, and if his innocence should ever be put to the proof, how was he to prove it? It was much to have made this discovery about his first wife, and to know that his second marriage had been valid. He stood possessed of Jasper Treverton's estate without a shadow of fraud. Although guilty in intention, he had been innocent in fact. But beyond this there remained that still darker peril, the possibility that he might have to stand in the dock charged with La Chicot's murder. The two priests helped to discuss a second bottle of Pommard, and then took their departure, after Father Le Masquin had promised to introduce Mr. Treverton to a respected notary, who would procure for him the legal evidence of Marie Pommelec's marriage. While this was being done at Auray, John Treverton and his companion would travel without loss of time to Paris, and there search out the details of Jean Kergariou's death and burial. The appointment with the notary was made for 9 o'clock next morning, so eager was John Treverton to push on the business. "Well," gasped Samson, when the two priests had gone, "if ever a man played patience on a monument for a long winter evening, I think I am that individual. Now they've gone, perhaps you'll tell me what that ridiculous old jack-in-the-box, Father Le What's-his-name, has been saying to you. I never saw an old fellow gesticulate in such a frantic way. If I hadn't been bursting with curiosity, I should have rather enjoyed the performance as a piece of dumb show." John Treverton told his legal adviser the gist of all he had heard from the priest. "Didn't I say so?" exclaimed Samson. "Didn't I say that it was more than likely there was a former husband in the background? It was a desperate guess, of course, and I don't know that I quite thought it when I made the suggestion. But anything was better than relinquishing the estate, as you would have been fool enough to do, if you hadn't had a shrewdish young man for your legal adviser. One of those tip-top firms in the city would have gone straight off to take counsel's opinion, and before you knew where you were, you'd have been counselled and opinioned out of your property." Samson was in a state of intense exultation, at a result which he considered entirely due to his own acumen. He walked up and down the room, chuckling inwardly, in a burst of self-approval. His overstrung feelings at last sought relief in some kind of refreshment. He asked John Treverton to order him a glass of hot gin and water, and he was quite indignant when he was informed that the Pavillon d'Arnaud could not furnish that truly British luxury. "I dare say if I order you a grog, you'll get something in the shape of hot brandy and water," said Treverton. "Oh, pray don't do anything of the kind. Ask that black-eyed girl to bring a jug— Oh, here she is." And thereupon Mr. Samson turned himself to the pretty waiting-maid, gave a loud preliminary hem, and thus addressed her: "Mademoiselle, voulez-vous avoir le bonté de bringer un joug, un tout petit joug, au bouillon? Prenez-vous garde que c'est tout bouillon, avec une demi-pinte de eau-de-vie, un bassin de sucre, et pardonnez aussi un cuillet. N'oubliez pas le cuillet." Here the girl's vacant stare arrested him, and he saw that no ray of British light could pierce an intellect of such a Gallic density. "Here, Treverton," he cried impatiently, "you tell her. The girl's a fool." John Treverton gave the order, and Mr. Samson had the pleasure of mixing for himself a strong jorum of thoroughly English brandy and water, and went to bed happy after drinking it. As soon as the office was open next morning, John Treverton dispatched the following telegram to his wife: "Good news for you. All particulars to follow in today's letter." At 11 railroad time, Mr. Treverton and his lawyer were on their way to Rennes, en route for Paris. This ends chapter 36. Chapter 37. The Tenant from Beachhampton. While John Treverton was in Paris, waiting to obtain proof of Jean Kergariou's identity with the sailor whose corpse he had seen carried to the morgue, Laura was sitting alone in her husband's study, full of anxious thoughts. The telegram from Auray had been delivered at the manor house early in the afternoon, and had given comfort to the weary heart of John Treverton's wife. But even this assurance of good news could not silence her fears. One horrible idea pursued her wherever she turned her thoughts,
an ever-present source of terror. Her husband, the man for whom she would have given her life, had been suspected, even broadly accused, of murder. Let him go where he would, change his name and surroundings as often as he would, that hideous suspicion would follow him like his shadow. She recalled much that she'd read about Lachicot's murder in the daily papers. She remembered how even she herself had been impressed with an idea of the husband's guilt. Every circumstance had seemed to point at him. And who else was there to be suspected? Strong in her faith in the man she loved, Laura Treverton was as fully convinced of her husband's innocence as if she'd been by his side when he came home on the night of the murder and stood aghast on the threshold of his wife's chamber, gazing at the horrid crimson stream that had slowly oozed from under the door, dreadful evidence of the deed that had been done. There was no doubt in her mind, no uncertainty in her thoughts, but she knew that as she had thought in the past when she'd read of the man called Chicot, so others would think in the future if John Treverton, alias Chicot, were to stand at the bar accused of his wife's murder. An awful possibility to face, alone, with the husband she loved far away, perhaps secretly watched and followed by the police, who might distort his most innocent acts into new evidence of guilt. If he were at home, here at my side, I should not suffer this agony, she thought. It is here that he ought to be. Celia had been at the manor house twice since Mr. Treverton's departure, but on both occasions Laura had refused to see her, excusing herself on the ground that she was too ill to see anyone. Edward Clare's conduct had filled her mind with loathing and with fear. She'd felt the hidden tooth of the cobra, and she knew that here was a foe whose hatred was fierce enough to mean death. She could not clasp hands with this man's sister, kiss as they two had been wont to kiss. She could not confide in Celia's sisterly love. Brother and sister were of the same blood. Could she be true when he was so profoundly false? From this day forth I shall feel afraid of Celia, she told herself. When the good-natured vicar himself came on the day after the arrival of a telegram, anxious to comfort and cheer her in this period of distress, Laura was not able to harden her heart against him, even though he was of a traitor's blood. She could not think evil of him, upon whose knees she had often sat in the early years of her happy life at Hazelhurst Manor. She could not believe that he was her husband's enemy. He had behaved with exemplary gentleness when John Treverton stood before him, accused of falsehood and fraud. Even his rebuke had been full of mercy. He was not perhaps a high-minded man, nor even a large-minded man. There was very little of the apostle about him, though he honestly tried to do his duty according to his lights. But he was a thoroughly good-hearted man, who would have gone a long way out of his straight path to avoid treading on those human worms over whose vile bodies a loftier type of Christian will sometimes tramp rather ruthlessly. Laura feared no reproaches from this old friend in her hour of misery. He might be prosy, perhaps, and show himself incapable of grappling a difficulty, but he would shoot no barbed arrow of scorn or contumely against that wounded heart. She felt secure in the assurance of his compassion. "My dear, this is a very sad case," he said, after he had seated himself by her side, and patted her hand, and hummed and hawed gently for a minute or so. "You mustn't be downhearted, my dear Laura. You mustn't give way. But it really is a very sad affair. Such complications, such difficulties on every side. One scarcely knows how to contemplate such a position. Imagine such a gentlemanly young fellow as John Treverton, married to a French ballet dancer." "A French dancer," repeated the vicar, dwelling on the lady's nationality, as if that deepened the degradation. "If my poor old friend could have known, I'm sure he would have made a very different will. He would have left everything to you, no doubt." "Indeed he would not," cried Laura, almost indignantly. "You forget that he made a vow against that." "My dear,
A vow of that kind could have been evaded without being broken. My dear old friend would never have bequeathed his fortune to a young man capable of marrying a French opera dancer."
"Why should we dwell upon that hateful marriage?" said Laura. If my husband was not free to marry me at the time of our first marriage in Hazelhurst Church, we must surrender the estate. That is only common honesty. We are both quite willing to do it. You and Mr. Sampson have only to take up your trusts for the hospital."
"My dear, you talk as lightly of surrendering 14,000 a year as if it were nothing. You have no power to realize your loss. You have lived in this house ever since you can remember, mistress of all its comforts and luxuries. You have no idea what life is like on the outside of it."
"I know that I could live with my husband happily in any house, so long as we had clear consciences."
"My love, have you considered what a pittance your poor little income would be? £260 a year for 2 people at the present price of provisions, and one of the 2 an extravagant young man."
"My husband is not extravagant. He has known poverty and can live on very little. Besides, he has talents and will earn money. He's not going to fold his hands and bewail his loss of fortune."
"My dearest Laura, I shudder at the thought of your facing life upon a pittance, you who have never known the want of money."
"Dear Mr. Clare, you must think me very weak, cowardly even, if you suppose that I can fear to face a little poverty with the husband I love. I can bear anything except his disgrace."
"My poor child, God grant you may be spared that bitter trial. If your husband is innocent of all part in his first wife's death, as you and I believe, let us hope that the world will never know him as the man who has been suspected of such an awful crime."
"Your son knows," said Laura.
"My son knows. Yes, Laura, but you cannot for a moment suppose that Edward would make any use of his knowledge against your interest. It was his regard for you that prompted him to the course he took last Sunday night."
"Is it regard for me that makes him hate my husband? Forgive me for speaking plainly, dear Mr. Clare. You've been all goodness to me, always, ever since I can remember. My heart is full of affection for you and your kind wife. But I know that your son is my husband's enemy, and I tremble at the thought of his power to do us harm." The vicar heard her with some apprehension. He, too, had perceived the malignity of Edward's feelings towards John Treverton. He ascribed the young man's malice to the jealousy of a rejected suitor, and he knew that from jealousy to hatred was but a step. But he could not believe that his son, his own flesh and blood, could be capable of doing a great wrong to a man who had never consciously injured him. That Edward should make any evil use of his knowledge of John Treverton's identity with the suspected Chicot was to the vicar's mind incredible, nay, impossible. "You've nothing to fear from Edward, my dear," he said, gently patting the young wife's hand as it lay despondingly in his. "Make your mind easy on that score." "There's Mr. Gerard. He too knows my husband's secret."
"He too will respect it. No one can look in John Treverton's face and believe him a murderer."
"No," cried Laura naively. "Those cruel people who wrote in the newspapers had never seen him."
"My dear Laura, you must not distress yourself about newspaper people. They are obliged to write about something. They could put themselves in a passion about the man in the moon if there were nobody else for them to abuse."
Laura told the vicar about the telegram received from Ori, with its promise of good news.
"What can be better than that, my dear?" he cried delightedly. "And now I want you to come to the vicarage with me. Celia is most anxious to have you there, and she says you won't have her here."
"Does Celia know?" Laura began to ask falteringly.
"Not a syllable. Neither Celia nor her mother has any idea of what has happened. They know that Treverton is away on business. That is all. Do you think Edward has said nothing? I am perfectly sure that Edward has been as silent as the Sphinx. My wife would not have held her tongue about this sad business for 5 minutes if she had had an inkling of it, or Celia either. They would have been exploding in notes of admiration and would have pestered me to death with questions. No, my dear Laura, you may feel quite comfortable in coming to the vicarage. Your husband's secret is only known to Edward and me." "You are very good," said Laura gently. "I know how kindly your invitation is meant. But I cannot leave home. John may come back at any hour. I am continually expecting him." "My poor child, is that reasonable? Think how far it is from here to Orai. Think how fast he will travel when once he is free to return." "Very well, Laura, you must have your own way. I'll send Celia to keep you company."
"Please don't," said Laura quickly. "You know how fond I have always been of Celia. But just now I had rather be quite alone. She is so gay and light-hearted. I could hardly bear it. Don't think me ungrateful, dear Mr. Clare, but I would rather face my trouble alone."
"I shall never think you anything but the most admirable of women," answered the vicar. "And now put on your hat and walk as far as the gate with me. You're looking wretchedly pale."
Laura obeyed and walked through the grounds with her old friend. She had not been outside the house since her husband's departure, and the keen wintry air revived her jaded spirits. It was along this chestnut avenue that she and John Treverton had walked on that summer evening when he for the first time avowed his love. There was the good old tree beneath whose shaded branches they had sealed the bond of an undying affection. How much of uncertainty, how much of sorrow she'd suffered since that thrilling moment, which had seemed the assurance of enduring happiness. She walked by the vicar's side in silence, thinking of that curious leave-taking with her lover 1.5 years ago. If he had only trusted me, she thought, with the deepest regret. If he'd only been frank and straightforward, how much misery might have been saved to both of us. But he was sorely tempted. Can I blame him if he yielded too weakly to the temptation? She could not find it in her heart to blame him, though her nobler nature was full of scorn for falsehood. For it had been his love for her that made him weak, his desire to secure to her the possession of the house she loved that had made him false. Halfway between the house and the road they met a stranger, a middle-aged man of respectable appearance, a man who might be a clerk or a builder's foreman, a railway official in plain clothes, anything practical and businesslike. He looked scrutinizingly at Laura as he approached, and then stopped short and addressed her, touching his hat.
"I beg your pardon, madam, but may I ask if Mr. Treverton is at home?"
"No, he's away from home."
"I'm sorry for that, as I've particular business with him. Will he be long away, do you think, madam?"
"I expect him home daily," answered Laura. "Are you one of his tenants? I don't remember to have seen you before."
"No, madam, but I am a tenant for all that. Mr. Treverton is ground landlord of a block of houses I own in Beechhampton, and there's a question about drainage, and I can't move a step without reference to him. I shall be very glad to have a few words with him as soon as possible. Drainage is a business that won't wait, you see, sir," the man added, turning to the vicar. He was a man of peculiarly polite address, with something of old-fashioned ceremoniousness which rather pleased Mr. Clare. "I'm afraid you'll have to wait till the end of the week," said the vicar. "Mr. Treverton has left home upon important business, and I don't think he can be back sooner than that."
The stranger was too polite to press the matter further.
"I thank you very much, sir," he said. "I must make it convenient to call again." "You'd better leave your name," said Laura, "and I will tell my husband of your visit directly he comes home." "I thank you, madam. There's no occasion to trouble you with any message. I'm staying with a friend in the village, and shall call directly I hear Mr. Treverton has returned." "A very superior man," remarked the vicar, when the stranger had raised his hat and walked on briskly enough to be speedily out of earshot. "The owner of some of those smart new shops in the Beachampton High Street, no doubt. Odd that I should never have seen him before. I thought I knew every one in the town."
It was a small thing, proving the nervous state into which Laura had been thrown by the troubles of the last few days. Even the appearance of this courteous stranger discomposed her, and seemed a presage of evil. This ends chapter 37. Chapter 38. Celia's Lovers. The day after Mr. Clare's visit brought Laura the expected letter from her husband, a long letter telling her his adventures at Orhaï. "So you see, dearest," he wrote, after he had related all that Father Le Mescam had told him, "come what may, our position as regards my cousin Jasper's estate is secure. Malice cannot touch us there. From the hour I knelt beside you before the altar in Hazelhurst Church, I have been your husband. That unhappy Frenchwoman was never legally my wife. Whether she wilfully deceived me, or whether she had reasons of her own for supposing Jean Kergariou to be dead, I know not. It is quite possible that she honestly believed herself to be a widow. She might have heard that Kergariou had been lost at sea. Shipwreck and death are too common among those Breton sailors who go to the North Seas. The little seaports in Brittany are populated with widows and orphans. I'm quite willing to believe that poor Zaire thought herself free to marry. This would account for her terrible agitation when she recognized her husband's body in the morgue. And now, dear love, I shall but stay in Paris long enough to procure all documents necessary to prove Jean Kergariou's death, and then I shall hasten home to comfort my sweet wife and to face any new trouble that may arise from Edward Clare's enmity. I feel that it is he only whom we have to fear in the future, and it will go hard if I am not equal to the struggle with so despicable a foe. The omnibus is waiting to take us to the station. God bless you, love, and reward you for your generous devotion to your unworthy husband, John Treverton." This letter brought unspeakable comfort to Laura's mind. The knowledge that her first marriage was valid was much. It was still more to know that her husband was exempted from the charge of having possessed himself of his cousin's estate by treachery and fraud. The moral wrong in his conduct was not lessened, but he had no longer to fear the disgrace which must have attached to his resignation of the estate. "Dear old house, dear old home, thank God we shall never be driven from you," said Laura, looking round the study in which so many eventful scenes of her life had been passed, the room where she and John Treverton had first met. While Laura was sitting by the fire with her husband's letter in her hand, musing upon its contents, the door was suddenly flung open, and Celia rushed into the room and dropped on her knees by her friend's chair. "Laura, what has come between us?" she exclaimed. "Why do you shut me out of your heart? I know there's something wrong. I can see it in Papa's manner. Have I been so false a friend that you're afraid to trust me?" The brightly earnest face was so full of warm and truthful feeling that Laura had not the heart to resent this impetuous intrusion. She had told Trimmer that she would see no one, but Celia had set Trimmer at defiance, and had insisted on coming unannounced to the study. "You are not false, Celia," Laura answered gravely, "but I have good reason to know that your brother is my husband's enemy." "Poor Edward," sighed Celia. "It's very cruel of you to say such a thing, Laura. You know how devotedly he loved you, and what a blow your marriage was to him." "Was it really, Celia? He did not take much trouble to avert the blow." "You mean that he never proposed," said Celia. "My dear Laura, what would have been the use of his asking you to marry him when he was without the means of keeping a wife?
It is quite as much as he can do to clothe himself decently by the uttermost exertion of his genius, though he's really second only to Swinburne, as you know. He has too much of the poetic temperament to face the horrors of poverty," concluded Celia, quoting her brother's own account of himself. "I think a few poets, and some of the first quality, have faced those horrors, Celia." "Because they were obliged, dear. They were in the quagmire and couldn't get out, like Chatterton and Burns and ever so many poor dears. But surely those were not of the highest order. Great poets are like Byron and Shelley. They require yachts and Italian villas and thoroughbred horses and Newfoundland dogs and things," said Celia with conviction. "Well, dearest, I bear Edward no ill will for not having proposed to me, because if he had, I could have only refused him. But don't you think there is an extremity of folly and weakness in his affecting to feel injured by my marrying someone else?" "It isn't affectation," protested Celia. "It's reality. He does feel deeply, cruelly injured by your marriage with Mr. Treverton. You can't be angry with him, Laura, for a prejudice that results from his affection for you." "I am very angry with him for his unjust and unreasonable hatred of my husband. I believe, Celia, if you knew the extent of his enmity, you too would feel indignant at such injustice." "I don't know anything, Laura, except that poor Edward is very unhappy. He mopes in his den all day, pretending to be hard at work. But I believe he sits brooding over the fire half the time, and he smokes like— I really can't find a comparison. Locomotives are nothing to him." "I'm glad he is not without a conscience," said Laura, gloomily. "That means you're glad he's unhappy," retorted Celia, "for it seems to me that the chief function of conscience is to make people miserable. Conscience never stops us when we're going to do anything wrong. It only torments us afterwards. But now don't let's talk any more about disagreeable things. Mother told me I was to do all I could to cheer and enliven you. She's quite anxious about you, thinking you will get low-spirited while your husband is away." "Life is not very bright for me without him, Celia, but I have had a cheering letter this morning, and I expect him home very soon, so I will be as hopeful as you like. Take off your hat and jacket, dear, and make up your mind to stay with me. I've been very bearish and ungrateful in shutting the door against my faithful little friend. I shall write your mother a few lines to say I'm going to keep you till Saturday." "You may, if you like," said Celia. "It won't break my heart to be away from home for a day or two, though of course I fully concur with that drowsy old song about pleasures and palaces and little dicky birds and all that kind of thing." Celia threw off her hat and slipped herself out of her sealskin jacket as gracefully as Lamia, the serpent woman, escaped from her scaly covering. Laura rang the bell for afternoon tea. The sky was darkening outside the window. The rooks were sailing westwards with a mighty clamor, and the shadows were gathering in the corners of the room. It was that hour in a winter afternoon when the firelight is pleasantest, the hearth coziest, and when one thinks half regretfully that the days are lengthening, and that this friendly fireside season is passing away. The tea-table was drawn up to the hearth, and Celia poured out the tea. Laura had eaten nothing with any appetite since that fatal Sunday, but her heart was lighter this evening, and she sat back in her chair, restful and placid, sipping her tea and enjoying the delicate home-made bread and butter. Celia was unusually quiet during the next 10 minutes. "You say your mother gave you particular instructions about being cheerful, Celia," said Laura presently. "You're certainly not obeying her. I don't think I ever knew you hold your tongue for 10 consecutive minutes before this evening." "Let's talk," exclaimed Celia, jerking herself out of a reverie. "I'm ready." "What shall we talk about?" "Well, if you wouldn't object, I think I should like to talk about a young man." "Celia!" "It sounds rather dreadful, doesn't it?" asked Celia naively. "But, to tell you the truth, there's nothing else that particularly interests me just now. I've had a young man on my mind for the last 3 days." Laura's face grew graver. She sat looking at the fire for a minute or so in gloomy silence. "Mr. Gerard, I suppose?" she said at last. "How did you guess?" "Very easily. There are only 2 eligible young men in Hazelhurst, and you've told me 100 times that you don't care about either of them. Mr. Gerard is the only stranger who has appeared at the vicarage. You might easily arrange that as a syllogism."
"Laura, do you think I am the kind of girl to marry a poor man?" asked Celia, with sudden intensity.
"I think it is a thing you are very likely to do, because you have always protested most vehemently that nothing could induce you to do it," answered Laura, smiling at her friend's earnestness.
"Nothing could induce me," said Celia.
"Really?"
"Except being desperately in love with a pauper."
"What, Celia? Has it gone so far already?"
"It has gone very far as my heart. Oh, Laura, if you only knew how good he is, how bravely he has struggled, his cleverness and enthusiasm, his ardent love of his profession, you could not help admiring him. Upon my word, I think there is more genius in such a career as his than in all Edward's poetic efforts. I feel quite sure that he will be a great man by and by, and that he will live in a beautiful house at the West End and keep a carriage and pair."
"Are you going to marry him on the strength of that conviction?"
"He has not even asked me yet, though I must say he was on the brink of a declaration ever so many times when we were on the moor. We had a long walk on the moor, you know, on Monday afternoon. Edward was supposed to be with us, but somehow we were alone most of the time. He's so modest, poor fellow, and he feels his poverty so keenly. He lives in a dingy street in a dingy part of London. He's earning about £150 a year. His lodging cost him 30. Quite too dreadful to contemplate, isn't it, Laura, for a girl who is as particular as I am about collars and cuffs?"
"Very dreadful, my pet, if one considers elegance in dress and luxurious living as the chief good in life," answered Laura.
"I don't consider them the chief good, dear, but I think the want of them must be a great evil. And yet, I assure you, when that poor young fellow and I were rambling on the moor, I felt as if money were hardly worth consideration, and that I could endure the sharpest poverty with him. I felt lifted above the pettiness of life. I suppose it was the altitude we were at, and the purity of the air. But of course that was only a moment of enthusiasm."
"I would not marry upon the strength of an enthusiastic moment, Celia, lest a lifelong repentance should follow. You can know so little of this Mr. Gerard. It's hardly possible you can care for him."
"Who ever loved that loved not at first sight?" quoted Celia, laughing. "I'm not quite so foolish as to love at first sight, but in 3 days I seem to know Mr. Gerard as well as if we had been friends as many years."
"Your brother and he are intimate friends, are they not?"
"I cannot make out the history of their friendship. Edward is disgustingly reserved about Mr. Gerard, and I don't like to seem curious, for fear he should suppose I take too much interest in the young man."
"Mr. Gerard has gone back to London, has he not?"
"Yes," sighed Celia. "He went early on Tuesday morning, by the Parliamentary train. Fancy the Sir William Jenner of the future travelling by a horrid slow train in a carriage like a cattle truck."
"He will be amply rewarded by and by, if he's really the Jenner of the future."
"Yes, but it's a long time to wait," said Celia dolefully.
"No doubt," assented Laura, "and the time would seem longer to the wife sitting at home by a shabby fireside."
"Sitting," echoed Celia. "She would never be able to sit. She would have no time for moping over the fire. She would always be dusting or sweeping or making a pudding or sewing on buttons."
"I think you'd better abandon the idea," said Laura. "You could never bear a life of deprivation. Your home nest has been too soft and comfortable. You'd much better think of Mr. Sampson, who admires you very sincerely and who has a nice house and a good income."
"A nice house!" exclaimed Celia,
with unqualified contempt.
"The quintessence of middle-class commonness. I would rather endure George Gerard's shabby lodgings. A nice house!
Oh, Laura, how can you, living in these fine old rooms, call that stucco abomination of a modern villa, those dreadful walnut-wood chairs and sofas and chiffonier, all decorated with horrid wriggling scroll-work, badly glued on, that sticky-looking mahogany sideboard, those all-pervading crochet antimacassars. My dearest, the antimacassars are not fixtures. You could do away with them. Indeed, I dare say if Mr. Sampson thought his furniture was the only obstacle to his happiness, he would not mind refurnishing his house altogether. "His furniture the only obstacle!" echoed Celia indignantly. "What have you ever seen in my conduct or character, Laura, that can justify you in supposing I could marry a stumpy little man with sandy hair?" "In that case, we will waive the marriage question altogether. You say you won't marry Mr. Sampson, and I'm sure you ought not to marry Mr. Gerard." "There's no fear of my doing anything so foolish," Celia replied, with a resigned air. "He's gone back to London, and heaven knows if I shall ever see him again. But I'm certain if you saw more of him, you would like him very much." Laura shuddered, remembering that it was by means of George Gerard that her husband had been identified with the missing Chicot. She could not have a very friendly feeling towards Mr. Gerard, knowing this, but she listened with admirable patience while Celia descanted upon the young man's noble qualities, and repeated all he had said upon the moor, where he really seemed to have recited his entire biography for Celia's edification. Comforted by her husband's letter, Laura was able to support Celia's liveliness, and so the long winter evening wore itself away pleasantly enough. The next day was Saturday. Laura had calculated that, if things went easily with him in Paris, it would be just possible for John Treverton to be home on Saturday night. This possibility kept her in a flutter all day. It was in vain that Celia proposed a drive to Beechhampton or a walk on the moor. Laura would not go a step beyond the gardens of the manor house. She could not be persuaded even to go as far as the orchard, for there she could not have seen the fly that brought her husband to the door, and she had an ever-present expectation of his return. "Don't you know that vulgar old proverb which says that a watched pot never boils, Laura?" remonstrated Miss Clare. "Depend upon it, your husband will never come while you are worrying yourself about him. You should try to get him out of your thoughts." "I can't," answered Laura. "All my thoughts are of him. He is a part of my mind." Celia sighed, and felt more sympathetic than usual. She had been thinking about George Gerard for the last 4 days more than seemed at all reasonable, and it occurred to her that if she were ever to be seriously in love, she might be quite as foolish as her friend. The day wore on very slowly for both women. Laura watched the clock and gave herself up to the study of railway timetables, in order to calculate the probabilities as to John Treverton's return. She sent the carriage to meet an afternoon train, and the carriage came back empty. This was a disappointment, though she argued with herself afterwards that she had not been justified in expecting her husband by that train. An especially excellent dinner had been ordered, in the hope that the master of the house would be at home to eat it. 7 o'clock came, but no John Treverton, and so the dinner was deferred till 8. And at 8 Laura would have had it kept back till 9, if Celia had not protested against such cruelty. "I don't suppose you asked me to stay here with the deliberate intention of starving me," she said, "but that is exactly what you're doing. I feel as if it were weeks since I'd eaten anything. There is no possibility, at least so far as the railway goes, of Mr. Treverton's being here before 10:30, so you really may as well let me have a little food, even if you were too much in the clouds to eat your dinner." "I'm not in the clouds, dear. I'm only anxious." They went into the dining-room and sat down to the table, which seemed so empty and dismal without the master of the house. The carriage was ordered to meet the last train. Celia ate an excellent dinner, talking more or less all the time. Laura was too agitated to eat anything. She was glad to get back to the drawing-room, where she could walk up and down and lift the curtain from one of the windows every now and then to look out and listen for wheels that were not likely to be heard within an hour. Laura, you're making me positively miserable," Celia cried at last. "You are as monotonous in your movements as a squirrel in his cage, and don't seem half so happy as a squirrel. It's a fine, dry night. We'd better wrap ourselves up and walk to the gate to meet the carriage. Anything would be better than this." "I should enjoy it above all things," said Laura. 5 minutes later they were both clad in fur jackets and hats, and were walking briskly towards the avenue. The night was fine and lit with wintry stars. There was no moon, but that clear sky with its pale radiance of stars gave quite enough light to direct the footsteps of the two girls, who knew every inch of the way. They had not gone far before Celia, whose tongue ran on gaily, and whose eyes roamed in every direction, espied a man walking a little way in front of them. "A strange man!" she cried. "Look, Laura! I hope he's not a burglar." "Why should he be a burglar? No doubt he's some tradesman who's been delivering goods at the kitchen door." "At 10 o'clock!" cried Celia. "Most irregular! Why, every respectable tradesman in the village is in bed and asleep by this time." Laura made no further suggestion. The subject had no interest for her. She was straining her ears to catch the first sound of wheels on the frost-bound highroad. Celia quickened her pace. "Let's try and overtake him," she said. I think it's our duty. You ought not to allow suspicious-looking strangers to hang about your grounds without at least trying to find out who they are. He may have a revolver, but I'll risk it." With this heroic determination, Celia went off at a run, and presently came up with the man, who was walking steadily on in front of her. At the sound of her footsteps he stopped and looked round. "I beg your pardon," gasped Celia, in a breathless condition, and looking anxiously for the expected revolver. "Have you been leaving anything at the manor house?" "No, madam. I've only been making an inquiry," the man replied quietly. "It's one of John's tenants, Celia," said Laura, overtaking them. "You've been to inquire about Mr. Treverton's return, I suppose," she added to the stranger. "Yes, madam. My visit is to come to an end on Monday morning, and I'm getting anxious. I want to see Mr. Treverton before I go back. You will save me a journey to and fro, you see, madam, and time is money to a man in my position." "I expect him home this evening," Laura answered kindly, "and if he does come tonight, as I hope he will, I have no doubt he will see you as early as you like on Monday morning. At 9, if that will not be too early for you." "I thank you, madam. That will suit me admirably." "Good evening," said Laura. The man lifted his hat and walked away.
This ends Chapter 38, Part 1. Chapter 38, Part 2. Celia's Lovers.
"A very decent person," remarked Celia. "Not a bit like the popular notion of a burglar, but perhaps not altogether unlike the real thing. A respectable appearance must be a great advantage to a criminal."
"There it is!" cried Laura joyfully.
"What?"
"The carriage! Yes, I'm sure. Yes, he's coming. Let's run on to the gate, Celia." They ran as fast as a brace of schoolgirls, and arrived at the gate in a flutter of excitement, just in time to see the neat little brougham turn into the avenue. "Jack!" cried Laura. "Stop!" cried Jack, with his head out of the window, and the coachman pulled up his horses as his master jumped out of the carriage. "Come out, Sampson," said Mr. Treverton. "We'll walk to the house with the ladies." He put his wife's hand through his arm and walked on, leaving Celia to Mr. Sampson's escort. They had much to say to each other, husband and wife, in this happy meeting. John Treverton was in high spirits, full of delight at returning to his wife, full of triumph in the thought that no one could oust him from the home they both loved. Tom Sampson walked in the rear with Miss Clare. She was dying to question him as to where he and his client had been and what they'd been doing, but felt that to do so would be bad manners, and knew that it would be useless. So she confined herself to general remarks of a polite nature.
"I hope you have had what the Yankees call a good time, Mr. Sampson," she said.
"Very much so, thanks, Miss Clare," answered Sampson, recalling a dinner eaten at Véfour's just before leaving Paris on the previous evening. "The cuisine is really first class." If there was one word Celia hated more than another, it was this last odious adjective.
"You came by the 4 o'clock express from Waterloo, I suppose?" hazarded Celia.
"Yes, and a capital train it is."
"Ah," sighed Celia, "I wish I had a little more experience of trains. I stick in my native soil till I feel myself fast becoming a vegetable."
"No fear of that," exclaimed Mr. Sampson. "Such a girl as you, all life and spirit and cleverness, no fear of your ever assimilating to the vegetable tribe. There's my poor sister Eliza now. There's a good deal of the vegetable about her. Her ideas run in such a narrow groove. I know before I go down to breakfast of a morning exactly what she'll say to me, and I get to answer her mechanically. At dinner again we sit opposite each other like a couple of talking automatons. It's a dismal life, Miss Clare, for a man with any pretence to mind. If you only knew how I sometimes sigh for a more congenial companion."
"But I don't know anything about it, Mr. Sampson," answered Celia tartly. "How should I?"
"You might," murmured Sampson tenderly, "if you had as much sympathy with my ideas as I have with yours."
"Nonsense!" cried Celia. "What sympathy can there be between you and me? We haven't an idea in common. A business man like you, with his mind wholly occupied by leases and draft agreements and wills and writs and things, and a girl who doesn't know an iota of law."
"That's just it," exclaimed Sampson. "A man in my position wants a green spot in his life, a haven from the ocean of business, what's its name? In the barren desert of legal transactions. I want a home, Miss Clare, a home."
"How can you say so, Mr. Sampson? I'm sure you have a very comfortable house and a model housekeeper in your sister."
"A young woman may be too good a housekeeper, Miss Clare," answered Sampson seriously. "My sister is a little over-conscientious in her housekeeping. In her desire to keep down expenses, she sometimes cuts things a little too fine. I don't hold with waste or extravagance. I shudder at the thought of it. But I don't like to be asked to eat rank salt butter on a Saturday morning because the regulation amount of fresh has run out, and Eliza won't allow another half-pound to be had in till Saturday afternoon. That's letting a virtue merge into a vice, Miss Clare."
"Poor Miss Sampson. It's quite too good of her to study your purse so carefully."
"So it is, Miss Clare," answered the solicitor doubtfully. "But I see ribbons round Eliza's neck and bonnets upon Eliza's head that I can't always account for satisfactorily to myself. She has a little income of her own, as you no doubt know, since everybody knows everything at Hazelhurst, and she's made her little investments in cottage property out of her little income, which, as you may also know, is derived from cottage property. And she has added a cottage here and a cottage there, till she is swelling out into a little town, as you may say. Well, I should think she must have 25 tenements in all, and I sometimes ask myself how she manages to invest so much of her little income, and yet to dress so smart. There isn't a better dressed young lady in Hazelhurst, present company, of course, excepted, than my sister. You may have noticed the fact."
"I have," replied Celia, convulsed with inward laughter. "Her bonnets have been my admiration and my envy."
"No, Miss Clare, not your envy," protested Sampson, with exceeding tenderness. "You can envy no one. Perfection has no need to envy. It must feel its own superiority. But I was about to observe, in confidence, that I would rather the housekeeping money was spent on butter than on bonnets, and that when I feel myself deprived of any little luxury, it is a poor consolation to know that my self-denial will provide Eliza with a neck ribbon." No, my dear Miss Clare, the hour must come when my sister will have to give up the keys of her cupboards at the Laurels and retire to a home of her own. She is amply provided for. There will be no unkindness in such a severance. You know the old proverb, two's company, three is none. It doesn't sound grammatical, but it's very true. When I marry, Eliza will have to go.
But you are not thinking of matrimony yet awhile, I hope, Mr. Sampson?
Yet awhile, echoed Sampson. I'm 33. If I don't take the business in hand now, Miss Clare, it will be too late. I'm thinking of matrimony, and have been thinking of it very constantly for the last 6 months. But there's only one girl in the world that I would care to marry, and if she won't have me, I shall go down to my grave a bachelor.
Don't say that, cried Celia. That is deciding things much too hastily. You haven't seen all the girls in the world. How can you know anything about it? Hazelhurst is such a narrow sphere. A man might as well live in a nutshell and call that life. You ought to travel. You ought to see the world of fashion. There are charming boarding houses at Brighton now where you would meet very stylish girls. Why don't you try Brighton?
I don't want to try Brighton or anywhere else, exclaimed Mr. Sampson, with a wounded air. I tell you I am fixed as fate. There is only one girl in this magnificent universe I want for my wife. Celia, you must feel it. You must know it. You are that girl.
Oh, I am so sorry, cried Celia. This is quite too dreadful.
It is not dreadful at all. Don't be carried away by the first shock of the thing. I may have been too sudden, perhaps. Oh, Celia, I have worshipped too long in silence, and I may, perchance— Mr. Sampson rather dwelt on the perchance, which seemed to him a word of peculiar appropriateness, almost a lapse into poetry. I may, perchance, have been too sudden in my avowal. But when a man is as much in earnest as I am, he does not study details. Celia, you must not say no.
But I do say no, protested Celia.
Not an irrevocable no.
Yes, a most irrevocable no. I am very much flattered, of course, and I really like you very much, as we all do, because you are good and true and honest. But I never, never, never could think of you in any other character than that of a trustworthy friend.
Do you really mean it? Asked poor Sampson, aghast. He was altogether crushed by this unexpected blow. That any young lady in Hazelhurst could refuse the honor of an alliance with him had never occurred to him as within the range of possibility. He'd taken plenty of time in making up his mind upon the matrimonial question. He'd been careful and deliberate, and had waited till he was thoroughly convinced that Celia Clare was precisely the kind of wife he wanted, before committing himself by a serious declaration. He'd been careful that his polite attention should not be too significant until the final die was cast. His journey to Brittany had given him ample leisure for reflection. Prostrate in his comfortable berth on board the St. Malo steamer, in the dim light of the cabin lamp, lulled by the monotonous oscillation of the steamer, he'd been able to contemplate the question of marriage from every standpoint, and this offer of tonight was the result of those meditations. Celia told him, with all due courtesy, that she really did mean to refuse him. "You might do worse," he said dolefully.
"No doubt I might. Some rather vulgar person has compared matrimony to a bag of snakes in which there is only one eel. Perhaps you are the one eel, but then you see I am not obliged to marry anybody. I can go on like Queen Elizabeth, in maiden meditation, fancy free."
"That's not likely," said Mr. Sampson moodily. "A young lady of your stamp won't remain single. You're too attractive and too lively. No, you'll marry some scamp for the sake of his good looks, and perhaps the day will come when you'll remember this evening, and feel sorry that you rejected an honest man's offer." They were at the house by this time, much to Celia's relief, as she felt that the conversation could hardly be carried on further without unpleasantness. She stopped in the hall and offered her hand to her dejected admirer. "Shake hands, Mr. Sampson, to show that you bear no malice," she said. "Be assured I shall always like and respect you as a friend of our family." She did not wait for his answer, but tripped lightly upstairs, determined not to make her appearance again that evening. Tom Sampson was inclined to return to his own house, without waiting to say good night to his client. But while he stood in the hall making up his mind on this point, John Treverton came out of a dining room to look for him. "Why, Sampson, what are you doing out there?" he cried. "Come in and have some supper. You haven't eaten much since we left Paris." "Much," echoed Sampson dismally. "A segment of hard biscuit on board the boat and a cup of weak tea at Dover have been my only sustenance. But I don't feel that I care about supper," he added, surveying the table with melancholy eye. "I ought to be hungry, but I'm not." "Why, you seem quite low-spirited, Mr. Sampson," said Laura kindly. "I am feeling a little low tonight, Mrs. Treverton." "Nonsense, man! Low-spirited on such a night as this, after the triumph you achieved at Auray? Wasn't it wonderful, Laura, that Sampson's acumen should have hit upon the idea of my first marriage being invalid? It was the only chance we had, the only thing that could have saved the estate." "Of course it was," replied Sampson, "and that was why I thought of it. A lawyer is bound to see every chance, however remote. I don't know that in my own mind I thought it really likely that your first wife had been encumbered with a living husband when you married her, but I saw that it was just the one loophole for your escape from a most confounded fix." Cheered by the idea that he had saved his client's fortune, and comforted by a tumbler or two of irreproachable champagne, Mr. Sampson managed to eat a very good supper, and he trudged briskly homewards on the stroke of midnight, tolerably content with himself and life in general. "Perhaps, after all, I may be better off as a bachelor than with the most fascinating of wives," he reflected. "But I must come to an understanding with Eliza. Cheese-paring is all very well as long as my cheese is not pared. I must let Eliza know that I'm master, and that my tastes ought to be consulted in every particular. When I think of the melted butter they gave me last night at Vifour's, and the sauce with that sole normande, I shudder at the recollection of the bill sticker's paste I've been asked to eat at my own table. If Eliza is to go on keeping house for me, there must be a revolution in the cookery." John Treverton and his wife spent a Sabbath of exceeding peacefulness. They appeared at church together morning and evening, much to the discomfiture of Edward Clare, who was surprised to see them looking so happy. "Does he think the storm has blown over?" Edward said to himself. "Poor wretch, he will discover his mistake before long." The vicar went to the manor house after the evening service, and he and John Treverton were closeted together in the library for an hour or more, during which time John told his wife's trustee all that had happened at Auray, and showed him documents which proved Marie Pommelec's marriage with Jean Kergariou, and Kergariou's death 2 years after her second marriage. "Providence has been very good to you, John Treverton," said the vicar when he'd heard everything. "You cannot be too grateful for your escape from disgrace and difficulty. But I hope you will always remember that your own sin is not lessened by this discovery. I hope that you honestly and truly repent that sin." "Can I do otherwise?" asked John Treverton sadly. "Has it not brought fear and sorrow upon one I love better than myself? The thing was done to benefit her, but I feel now that it was not the less dishonorable." "Well, we will try to forget all about it," said the good-natured vicar, who, in exhorting a sinner to repentance, never wished to make the burden of remorse too heavy. "I only desired that you should see your conduct in a proper light,
as a Christian and a gentleman. God knows how grateful I am to him for his mercy to you and my dear Laura. It would have almost broken my heart to see you turned out of this house."
"Like Adam and Eve out of paradise," said Treverton, smiling. "And my poor Eve a sinless sufferer." After this serious talk, the vicar and his host went back to the drawing-room, where Laura and Celia were sitting by a glorious wood fire, reading Robertson's sermons. "What a darling he was!" cried Celia with a gush. "And how desperately in love with him I should have been if I'd lived at Brighton in his time and heard him preach. His are the only sermons I could read without feeling bored. If that dear prosy old father of mine would only take a lesson—" Her father's entrance silenced her just as she was about to criticize his capabilities as a preacher. The vicar went straight to Laura and took both her hands in his hearty grasp.
"My dear, dear girl," he said, "Providence has ordered all things well for you. You have no more trouble to fear."
It was not till the next morning that Laura remembered her husband's anxious tenant from Beachhampton. Husband and wife were breakfasting together tête-à-tête in the book-room at 7:30. John Treverton, dressed in his hunting gear, ready to start for a 6-mile ride to the meet of staghounds among the pasture-clad hills. Celia, who did not consider that her obligations as a guest included early rising, was still luxuriating in morning dreams. "Oh, by the by," exclaimed Laura, when she and her husband had talked about many things, "I quite forgot to tell you about your tenant at Beachhampton. He's coming to see you at 9 o'clock this morning. It's a rather important matter he wants to see you about, he says. He's been extremely anxious for your return."
"My tenant at Beachhampton, dear?" said John Treverton with a puzzled air. "Who can that be? I have no property at Beachhampton except ground rents, and Sampson collects those. I have nothing to do with the tenants."
"Yes, but this is something about drainage, and your tenant wants to see you. He said you were the ground landlord of some houses which he holds."
John Treverton shrugged his shoulders resignedly. "Rather a bore," he said, "but if he is here at 9 o'clock, I don't mind seeing him. I shan't wait for him. I've ordered my horse at 9 sharp, and I've ordered the pony carriage for you and Celia to drive to the meet. It's a fine morning, and the fresh air will do you good."
"Then I'd better send a message to Celia," said Laura. "She's given to late hours in wintry weather." She rang the bell and told Trimmer to send one of the maids to Miss Clare to say that she was to be ready for a drive at 9 o'clock. And then John and his wife dawdled over their talk and breakfast till 8:30, by which time the January sun was bright enough to invite them into the garden. "Run and put on your sealskin, Laura, and come for a turn in the grounds," said Mr. Treverton. The obedient wife departed, and came back in 5 minutes in a brown cloth dress, with a jacket, hat, and muff of darkest sealskin. "What a delightful study in brown," said John. They went out into the Dutch garden, that garden where John Treverton had walked alone on the morning after his first arrival at Hazelhurst, the garden where he had seen Laura standing under the yew-tree arch in the glad April sunshine. They passed under the arch today, and made the circuit of the orchard, and speculated as to how long it would be before the primroses would brighten the grassy banks, and the wild purple crocuses break through the sod, like imprisoned souls rising from a wintry grave. Never had they been happier together, perhaps never so happy, for John Treverton's mind was no longer burdened with the secret of an unhappy past. Today it seemed to both as if there was not a cloud on their horizon. They strolled about orchard and garden until the church clock struck 9, and then John went straight to the hall door, where his handsome bay stood waiting for him, and where Laura's ponies were rattling their bits and shaking their pretty little thoroughbred heads, in a general impatience to be doing something, were it only running away with the light basket carriage to which they were harnessed. "Oh, there is your tenant," said Laura, as she and her husband came round the gravel drive from the adjacent garden, "standing at the hall door waiting for you." "Is that he?" exclaimed Treverton. "He looks uncommonly like a Londoner."
"Well, my good fellow," he began, going up to the man, hunting crop in hand, ready to mount his horse. "What is your business with me? Please make it as short as you can, for I've 6 miles to ride before I begin my day's work." "I shall be very brief, Mr. Treverton," answered the stranger, coming close up to the master of Hazelhurst Manor, and speaking in a low and serious tone, "for I want to catch the up train at 11:30, and I must take you with me. I'm a police officer from Scotland Yard, and I am here to arrest you on suspicion of having murdered your wife, known as Mademoiselle Chicot, at Cibber Street, Leicester Square, on the 19th of February, 1870. John Treverton turned deadly pale, but he faced the man without flinching. "I'll come with you immediately," he said, "but you can do me one favor. Don't let my wife know the nature of the business that takes me to London. I can get it broken to her gently after I am gone." "Don't you think you'd better tell her yourself?" suggested the detective, in a friendly tone. "She'll take it better from you than from anyone else. I've always found it so. Tell her the truth, and let her come to London with us if she likes." "You are right," said Treverton. "She'll be happier near me than eating her heart out down here." "You've got someone with you, I suppose. You didn't reckon upon taking me single-handed." "I didn't reckon upon your making any resistance. You're too much of a gentleman and a man of the world. I've no doubt you can clear yourself when you come before a magistrate, and that the business will go no further. It was your being absent from the inquest, you know, that made things look bad against you." "Yes, that was a mistake," answered Treverton. "I've got a man inside," said the detective. "If you'll step into the parlor and have it out with your wife, he can wait in the hall. Perhaps you wouldn't mind ordering a trap of some kind to take us to the station. It might look better for you to go in your own trap." "Yes, I'll see to it," assented John Treverton absently. "Answer me one question, there's a good fellow. Who set Scotland Yard on my heels? Who put you up to the fact that I am the man who called himself Chicot?" "Never you mind how we got at that, sir," replied the detective sagely. "That's a kind of thing we never tell. We got the straight tip, that's all you need know. It don't make no difference to you how we got it, does it now?" "Yes," said John Treverton, "it makes a great difference. But I dare say I shall know all about it before long." This ends Chapter 38, Part 2. Chapter 39, On Suspicion. Mr. Treverton's hunter was taken back to his loose box, where he executed an energetic pas seul with his hind legs, in the exuberance of his feelings at being let off his day's work. Mr. Treverton himself was closeted with his wife in the book-room, but not alone. The man from Scotland Yard was present throughout the interview, while his subordinate, a respectable-looking young man in plain clothes, paced quietly up and down the corridor outside. Laura bore this last crushing blow as she had borne the first, with a noble heroism. She neither wept nor trembled, but stood by her husband's side, pale and steadfast, ready to sustain and comfort him, rather than to add to his burden with the weight of her own grief. "I am not afraid, John," she said. "I'm almost glad that you should face this hideous charge. Better to be put upon your trial and prove yourself innocent, as I know you can, than to live all your life under the shadow of a groundless suspicion." She spoke boldly, yet her heart sickened at the thought that it might not be easy, perhaps not even possible, for her husband to prove himself guiltless. She remembered what had been said at the time of the murder, and how every circumstance had seemed to point at him as the murderer. "My dearest, I shall be able to confront this charge," answered John Treverton. "I have no fear of that. I made a miserable mistake in not facing the difficulty at the time. The business may be a little more troublesome now than it would have been then, but I'm not afraid. I would not ask you to go to London with me, darling, if I feared the result of my journey."
"Do you think I would let you go alone in any case?" asked Laura. She was thinking that even if this trouble were to end in the scaffold, she would be with him to the last, clinging to him and holding by him as other brave women had held by their loved ones, face to face with death. But no, it would not come to that. She was so convinced in her own mind of his innocence that she could not suppose there would be much difficulty in proving the fact in a court of law. "You will take your maid with you, of course," said Treverton. "Yes, I should like to take Mary." "Where am I to be during this inquiry?" asked Treverton, turning to the detective. "At the house of detention, Clerkenwell." "Not the most desirable neighborhood, but it might be worse," said Treverton. "They are surely not going to put you in prison, John, before they have proved anything against you?" cried his wife, with a look of horror. "It's only a form, dear. We needn't call it prison. But I shan't be exactly at large. I think perhaps the best plan would be for you to take quiet lodgings at Islington, say in Colebrook Row, for instance. That's a decent place. You'd prefer that to an hotel, wouldn't you?" "Infinitely." "Very well. You'd better put up at the Midland Hotel tonight, and tomorrow morning you and Mary can drive about in the cab till you find a nice lodging. I shall write a line to Sampson, asking him to follow us as soon as he can. He may be of use to us in London." Everything was settled as quietly as if they'd been starting on a pleasure trip. The brougham was at the door in time to take them to the station. Celia, who was ready dressed to drive to the meet, was the only person who appeared excited or bewildered. "What does it all mean, Laura?" she asked. "Have you and Mr. Treverton gone suddenly mad? At 8 o'clock you send up to tell me you're going to take me to the meet, and at 9 I find you're starting for London with 2 strange men. What can you mean by it?" "It means very serious business, Celia," Laura answered quietly. "Do not worry yourself about it. You will know everything by and by." "By and by," echoed Celia scornfully. "I suppose you mean when I go to heaven and look down upon you with a new pair of eyes? I want to know now. By and by will not be the least use. I remember when I was a child, if people told me I should have anything by and by, I never got it." "Goodbye, Celia dearest. John will write to your father." "Yes, and my father will keep the letter all to himself. When will you be back?" "Soon, I hope, but I cannot say how soon." "Now, madam," said the police officer, "the time is up." Laura embraced her friend and stepped into the carriage. Her husband followed, then the detective, and lastly the faithful Mary, who had had hard work to get a couple of portmanteaus packed for her master and mistress, and a few things huddled into a carpet-bag for herself. She had no idea where they were going, or the motive of this sudden journey. A few hasty words had been said to Trimmer as to the conduct of the household, and that was all. At the station, Mr. Paulby, the detective, contrived to secure a compartment for Mr. and Mrs. Treverton and himself. His subordinate was to travel with Mary in a second-class carriage. "You needn't be afraid of his talking," said Mr. Paulby to his prisoner. "Grummel's is as close as wax." "It can matter very little whether he talks or not," answered Treverton indifferently. "Everybody will know everything in a day or two. The newspapers will make my story public." He thought with supreme bitterness how much easier it would have been for him to face this accusation as Jack Chicot than as John Treverton, alias Chicot. How much less there would have been for the newspapers to say about him had he stood boldly forward at the inquest and faced his difficulty. About Jacques Chicot, the literary bohemian, the world would have been little curious. How much greater was the scandal now that the accused was a man of fortune, a country squire, the bearer of a good old name. At 5 o'clock that winter afternoon, the doors of the house of detention closed upon John Treverton. There was some deference shown to the accused even here, and much consideration for the lovely young wife, who remained quietly with her husband to the last moment, and gave vent to none of the lamentations which were wont to disturb the orderly silence of those stony halls. Laura made herself acquainted with the rules and regulations to which her husband would be subject, the hours at which she would be allowed to see him, and then bade him good-bye without a tear. It was only when she and Mary were alone in the cab, on their way to the Midland Hotel, that her fortitude broke down and she burst into convulsive sobs.
"Oh, please don't," cried Mary, putting her friendly arms round her mistress. "You mustn't give way. Indeed, you mustn't. It's so dreadful bad for you. Everything's bound to come right, ma'am. Look at master, how cheerful he is, and how brave and handsome he looked in that horrid place."
"Yes, Mary, he pretended to be cheerful and confident for my sake, just as I tried to keep myself calm in order to sustain him. But it is a mere pretense on both sides. I shall be a miserable woman until this inquiry is over."
"Well, ma'am, of course it's an anxious time."
"We've hardly a friend who can help us. What does Mr. Sampson know of criminal law? What does my husband know as to what he ought to do to protect himself in his present position? We are like children lost in a dark wood, a wood where there are beasts of prey that may devour us."
"Mr. Sampson seems very clever, ma'am. Depend upon it, he'll know what to do." "Lor, what an ugly place this London is!" exclaimed Mary, looking with astonished eyes at the architectural beauties of the Gray's Inn Road. "Everything so dark and smoky. Bechampton is ever so much grander."
Here the cab turned into the Euston Road, and the palatial front of the Midland Hotel revealed itself in a burst of splendor to Mary's astonished eyes.
"My!" she exclaimed. "It must be Buckingham Palace, surely."
Her astonishment became stupefaction when the cab drove under the Italian Gothic portico, and a liveried page sprang forward to open the door and relieve bewildered Abigail of her mistress's travelling bag. Her surprise and admiration went on increasing, like a geometrical progression, commencing above unity, as she followed her mistress across the pillared hall and up the marble staircase to a corridor whose remote perspective ended far away in a twinkling speck of gaslight.
"Gracious, what a place!" she cried. "If all the hotels in London are like this, what must the Queen's Palace be?"
The polite German attendant opened the door of a sitting room, where a bright fire burned, as if to welcome expected guests. He had softly murmured the word sitting room into Laura's ear as she crossed the hall, and she bowed gently in assent. No more was needed. He felt she was the right sort of customer for the Grand Midland.
"The pet home is within," he said,
indicating a door of communication.
"There is also dressing home. There will be a home wanted for the maid, madam, I suppose. I will send the chambermaid. Madame will wish to dine?"
"No, thanks. You can bring some tea," answered Laura, sinking wearily into a chair. She kept her veil down to hide her tear-stained cheeks. "If a gentleman called Sampson should inquire for me in the course of the evening, please send him here."
"Yes, madame. What name?"
"What, man? Oh, you mean my own name. Treverton. Mrs. Treverton." She shuddered at the thought that in a few days the name might be notorious. Mary ordered a dish of cutlets to be sent up with the tea, and presently she and the chambermaid were arranging Mrs. Treverton's bedroom, opening the portmanteau, setting out the ivory brushes and silver-topped bottles from the travelling bag, and giving a look of comfort and homeliness to the strange apartment. Fires were lighted in the bedroom and dressing-room, and there was that all-pervading air of luxury which to the traveller of limited means suggests the idea that, for the time being, he is living at the rate of 10,000 a year. The evening was sad and weary for Laura Treverton. Now only was she beginning to realize the catastrophe that had befallen her. Now only, as she walked up and down the strange sitting-room, alone, friendless, in the big world of London, did all the horror of her position come home to her. Her husband, a prisoner, charged with the most direful offense man can commit against his fellow man, to be brought, perhaps tomorrow, to face his accusers, and to have the details of his supposed guilt bandied from lip to lip tomorrow night, the subject of idle wonder and foolish speculations. He, her darling, degraded to the lowest depth to which humanity can fall. It was too horrible. She clasped her hands before her eyes as if to shut out an actual scene of horror. The dock, the judgment seat, the hangman, and the scaffold. "My husband suspected of such a crime," she said to herself. "My husband, whose inmost thoughts are known to me, a man incapable of cruelty to the meanest thing that crawls." Sometimes, in the course of those slow hours, a sudden excitement took hold of her. She forgot everything except the one fact of her husband's position. "Let us go to him, Mary," she cried. "Get me my hat and jacket, and let us go to him directly."
"Indeed, ma'am, we can't get in," remonstrated Mary. "Don't you remember what they told us about the hours of admission? You were only to see him at a particular time. Why, they're all abed by this time, poor things, I make no doubt."
"How cruel!" cried Laura. "How cruel it is that I can't be with him!"
"If you go on worrying yourself like this, ma'am, you'll be ill. You haven't eaten a bit since you left home, though I'm sure the cutlets was done lovely. Shall I order some arrowroot for your supper? Or a basin of soup, now? That would be more nourishing."
"No, Mary, it's no use. I can't eat anything. How I wish Mr. Sampson would come."
"It's almost too late to expect him, ma'am. I don't suppose he's left Hazelhurst. Perhaps he couldn't get away today."
"Not get away?" echoed Laura. "Nonsense! He would never abandon my husband in this hour of difficulty." The German waiter at this very moment announced,
"Mr. Sampson."
"I'm awfully late, Mrs. Treverton," said the little man, bustling in, "but I thought you'd like to see me, so I came in. I've engaged a room in the hotel, and I shall stay as long as I'm wanted, even if my Hazelhurst business goes to pot." "How good you are! You have only just come to London?" "Only just come, indeed. I came by the train after yours. I was in London at 7 o'clock. I've been with Mr. Leopold, the well-known solicitor, the man who's so great in criminal cases, you know, and I've got him for our side. And I've been down to Cibber Street with him, and we've picked up all the information we can. The landlady's laid up with low fever, and so we couldn't get much out of her. But we've seen Mr. Gerard, and we know pretty well what he is to bring forward against us, and I think he'll be rather a reluctant witness. It's a pity that Mr. de Rolls is out of the way. We might have made something out of him." Laura turned to him with a startled look. De Rolls? That was the name by which her husband had known her father. He, to whom an alias seemed so easy, had been known in his London lodgings as Mr. de Rolls, and he'd been in the house at the time of the murder. "You have no fear as to the result, have you?" Laura asked Sampson, with intense anxiety. "My husband will be able to prove himself innocent of this terrible crime." "I don't believe the other side will be able to prove him guilty," said Sampson thoughtfully. "But he may remain all his life under the stigma of this hideous suspicion. The world will believe him guilty, though the crime cannot be brought home to him. Is that what you mean?" "My dear Mrs. Treverton, I am not clever enough or experienced enough to offer an opinion in such a case as this. We are only at the outset of things. Besides, I am no criminal lawyer." "What does Mr. Leopold say?" asked Laura, looking at him intently. "I am not at liberty to tell you that. It would be a breach of confidence," answered Sampson. "I see. Mr. Leopold thinks there is a strong case against my husband." "Mr. Leopold thinks nothing at present. He has no data to go upon." "He must remember the report of the inquest and all that was said in the newspapers."
Mr. Leopold thinks that of the newspapers, exclaimed Sampson, snapping his fingers. Mr. Leopold is not led by the nose by the newspapers. He would not be where he is if he were that kind of man.
Well, we must wait and hope, said Laura with a sigh. It is a hard trial, but it must be borne. Will anything be done tomorrow?
There will be an inquiry at Bow Street.
Will Mr. Leopold be present?
Of course. He will watch the case as a cat watches a mouse.
Tell him that I should think half my fortune too little to reward him if he can prove, clearly and plainly prove, my husband's innocence.
Mr. Leopold won't ask for your fortune. He's as rich as, well, rolling in money. He'll do his duty, you may depend upon it, without any prompting from me.
This ends chapter 39. Chapter 40. Mr. Leopold asks irrelevant questions. An inquiry was held at Bow Street next day. Several of the witnesses who had appeared nearly a year ago at the inquest were present, and much of the evidence that had been then given was now repeated. The policeman who had been called in by Desrolles, the doctor who had first examined the dead woman's wound, and the detective who examined the premises. All these gave their evidence exactly as they had given it at the inquest. Mrs. Evatt was too ill to appear, but her previous statements were read. There was one witness present on this occasion who had not appeared at the inquest. This was George Gerard, who had been subpoenaed by the prosecution, and who described, with a somewhat reluctant air, his discovery of a dagger in Jacques Chicot's color box.
"This was a curious discovery of yours, Mr. Gerard,"
asked Mr. Leopold, after the witness had been examined,
"and comes to light at a curious time. Why did you not inform the police of this discovery when you made it?"
"I was not called as a witness."
"No, but if you consider this discovery of yours of any importance, it was your duty to make it known immediately. You make your way into the house of the accused without anybody's authorization. You go prying and peering into rooms that have already been examined by the police, and you come forward a year afterwards with this extraordinary discovery of a tarnished dagger. What evidence have we that this dagger ever belonged to the accused?"
"There need be no difficulty about that," said John Treverton. "The dagger is mine." Mr. Leopold rewarded his client's candor with a ferocious scowl. Was there ever such a man? A man who was legally dumb, whose lips the law had sealed, and who had the folly to blurt out such an admission as this? The magistrate asked whether the dagger could be found. The police had taken possession of all Jacques Chicot's chattels. The dagger was no doubt among them.
"Let it be found and given to the divisional surgeon to be examined," said the magistrate.
The inquiry was adjourned at the request of Mr. Leopold, who wanted time to meet the evidence against his client. The magistrate, who felt that the case was hardly strong enough for committal, granted this respite. An hour later, John Treverton was closeted with Mr. Leopold and Mr. Sampson in his room at Clerkenwell.
"The medical evidence shows that the murder must have been committed at 1 o'clock, said Mr. Leopold. "You only discovered it at 5 minutes before 3. What were you doing with yourself during those hours? At the worst, we ought to be able to prove an alibi."
"I am afraid that would be difficult," answered Treverton thoughtfully. "I was very unhappy at that period of my life, and had acquired a habit of roaming about the streets of London between midnight and morning. I had suffered from a painful attack of sleeplessness, and this night roving was the only thing that gave me relief. I was at a literary club near the Strand on the night of the murder. I left a few minutes after 12. It was a fine, mild night, wonderfully mild for the time of year, and I walked to Hampstead Heath and back."
"Humph!" muttered Mr. Leopold. "You couldn't have managed things better if you wanted to put the rope round your neck. You left your club a few minutes after 12, you say. In comfortable time for the murder. You were seen to leave, I suppose?"
"Yes, I left with another member,
a watercolor painter who lives at Haverstock Hill." "Good. And he walked with you as far as Haverstock Hill, I suppose?" "No, he didn't. We walked to St. Martin's Church together, and there he took a hansom. He had no latchkey and wanted to get home in decent time." "Did you tell him you were going to walk up to the heath?" "No, I had no definite purpose. I walked as far and in whatever direction my fancy took me." "Precisely. Then your friend, the watercolor painter, parted from you at about 12:15? "It struck the quarter while we were wishing each other good night."
"Within 5 minutes' walk of your lodging. No chance of an alibi here, I fear, Mr. Treverton, unless you met anyone on Hampstead Heath, which in the middle of the night was not very likely."
"I neither met nor spoke to a mortal, except a man at a coffee stall near the Mother Redcap, on my way back."
"Ah, you talked to a man at a coffee stall, did you?"
"Yes, I stopped to take a cup of coffee at 10 minutes past 2. If the same man is to be found there, he ought to remember me. He was a loquacious fellow, something of a wag, and we had quite a political discussion. There'd been an important division in the House the night before, and my friend at the coffee stall was well posted in his Daily Telegraph." Mr. Leopold made a note of the circumstance while John Treverton was talking.
"So far, so good. Now we come to another point. Is there anybody whom you suspect is implicated in this murder? Can you trace a motive anywhere for such an act?"
"No," answered Treverton decidedly.
"Yet you see the murder must have been done by someone, and that someone must have had a motive. It was not a case of suicide. The medical evidence at the inquest clearly demonstrated that."
"You remember the inquest?"
"Yes, I was present."
"Indeed!" exclaimed Treverton, surprised.
"Yes, I was there. Now, to continue my argument. You, as the husband of the victim, must have been familiar with all her surroundings. You must know better than anyone else whether there was anyone connected with her who could have a motive for this crime."
"I cannot conceive any reason for the act. I cannot suspect any one person more than another."
"Are you positive that your wife had no valuables in her possession? Money, for instance?"
"She spent her money faster than she earned it. We were always in debt. The little jewelry she had ever possessed had been pledged."
"Are you sure that she had no valuable jewelry in her possession at the time of her death?"
"To my knowledge, she had none."
"That's curious," said Mr. Leopold. "I heard a rumor at the time of a diamond necklace which had been seen round her throat 2 or 3 evenings before the murder by the dresser at the theatre. Your wife wore a broad band of black velvet round her neck when she was dressed for the stage, which entirely concealed the diamonds, and it was only by accident the dresser saw them."
"This must be a fable," said Treverton. "My wife never possessed a diamond necklace. She was never in a position to buy one."
"She may have been in a position to receive one as a gift," suggested Mr. Leopold quietly.
"She was an honest woman."
"Granted. Such gifts are given to honest women. Not often, perhaps, but the thing is possible. Her possession of that diamond necklace may have become known to the murderer and may have tempted him to the crime."
Treverton was silent. He remembered his wife's anonymous admirer, the giver of the bracelet. He had dismissed the man from his thoughts after his interview with the jeweler. No other gifts had appeared, and he had felt no further uneasiness on the subject.
"Have you thought of all the people in the house?" asked Mr. Leopold.
John Treverton shrugged his shoulders. "What can I think about them? No one in the house could have had any motive for murdering my wife."
"It's pretty clear that the murder was not done by anyone outside the house," said Mr. Leopold, "unless, indeed, the street door had been left open in the course of the evening, so as to enable the murderer to slip in quietly and hide himself until everyone had gone to bed. At what time did your wife generally return from the theatre?"
"About 12 o'clock. Oftener before 12 than after."
"The murderer may have followed her into the house. She had a latchkey, I suppose?"
"Yes."
"She may have been careless in closing the door and left it unfastened. It's quite possible that someone may have entered the house after her and left it quietly when his work was done." "Quite," answered Treverton, with a bitter smile. "But if we do not know who that someone was, the fact won't help us." "How about this man who occupied the second floor, this Desrolles? What is he?" "A broken-down gentleman?" asked Treverton, with a troubled look. He had a peculiar reluctance in speaking of Desrolles. "He could not be anything worse," said Mr. Leopold sententiously. "This Desrolles was in the house at the time of the murder. Strange that he should have heard nothing of the struggle. Mrs. Rawber heard nothing, yet she was on the floor below, and was more likely to hear any movement in my wife's room." "I should like to know all you can tell me about Desrolles," said Mr. Leopold, frowning over his pocketbook. Honest Tom Sampson sat and listened, open-eyed and silent. To him the famous criminal lawyer was a god, a being made up of wisdom and knowledge. "I can tell you very little," answered John Treverton. "I know nothing to his discredit except that he was poor, and too fond of brandy for his own welfare." "I see," answered Leopold quickly, "the kind of man who would do anything for money." Treverton started. He could not deny that this was in some wise true of Mr. Desrolles, alias Mansfield, alias Malcolm. It horrified him to remember that this man was Laura's father, and that at any moment the disgrace of that relationship might be made known, should Desrolles' presence at the police court be insisted upon. Happily, Desrolles was on the other side of a channel, where only the solicitor who received his income knew where to find him. Mr. Leopold asked a good many more questions, some of which seemed frivolous and irrelevant, but all of which John Treverton answered as well as he was able. "I hope you believe in me, Mr. Leopold," he said, when his solicitor held out his hand at parting. "From my soul," answered the other earnestly. "And what's more, I mean to pull you through this. It's a troublesome business, but I think I can see my way to the end of it. I wish you could help me to find Desrolles." "That I cannot do," said Treverton decidedly. "It's a pity. Well, good day. The inquiry is adjourned till next Tuesday, so we have a week before us. It will be hard if we don't do something in that time." "The police have done very little in a 12-month," said Treverton. "The police have not a monopoly of human intelligence," answered Mr. Leopold. "We may do better than the police." 2 advertisements appeared in the Times, Telegraph, and Standard next morning. Desrolles, £10 reward will be given to anybody furnishing the present address of Mr. Desrolles, late of Cibber Street, Leicester Square. To jewelers, pawnbrokers, etc. Lost in February 1870. A cullet necklace of imitation diamonds. Anybody giving information about the same will be liberally rewarded. This ends Chapter 40. Chapter 41, Part 1. Mrs. Evatt makes a revelation. Mrs. Evatt was very ill. It may be that a prolonged residence on a level with the sewers, and remote from the direct rays of the sun, is not conducive to health or good spirits. Mrs. Evatt had long suffered from a gentle melancholy, an all-pervading dolefulness, which impelled her to hang her head on one side, and to sigh faintly at intervals without any apparent motive. She'd been also prone to see all the affairs of life in their darkest aspect, as one living remote from the sun might naturally do. She'd been given to prophesy death and doom to her acquaintance, to give a sick friend over directly the doctor was called in, to foresee sheriff's officers in ruin at the slightest indication of extravagance in the management of a neighbor's household, to augur bad things of babies and worse things of husbands, to mistrust all mankind, and to perform under her human aspect that ungenial office which the screech owl was supposed to fulfill in a more romantic age. She'd always been ailing,
She suffered from vague pains and stitches and undefinable aches, which took her at awkward angles of her bony frame, or which racked the innermost recesses of that edifice. She knew a great deal more about her internal economy than is consistent with happiness, and was wont to talk about her liver and other organs with an almost professional technicality. She was not an agreeable companion, but a long succession of lodgers had borne with her, because she was tolerably clean and unscrupulously honest. Upon this last point she prided herself immensely. She knew that she belonged to a maligned and suspected race, nay, that the very name of her calling was synonymous with peculation, and her soul swelled with pride as she declared that she'd never wronged a lodger by so much as a crust of bread. She would let a mutton bone rot in her larder rather than appropriate the barest shank without express permission. Rashers of bacon, half-pounds of Dorset, lard, flour, eggs were as safe in her care as bullion in the Bank of England. George Gerard, to whom every penny was of consequence, had discovered the sovereign virtue in his landlady and honoured her for it. He had suffered much from the harpies with whom he had dwelt in the city. He found his half-pound of tea or coffee last twice as long as in former lodgings, his rasher of bacon less costly, his mutton chop better cooked, his loaf respected. For him Mrs. Evatt was a model landlady, and he rewarded her integrity by such small civilities as lay in his power. What gratified her most was his readiness to prescribe for those ailments which were the most salient feature of her life. Her mind had a natural bent towards medicine, and she loved to talk to the good-natured surgeon of her disorders, or even to question him about his patients.
"That's a bad case of smallpox you got in Green Street, isn't it, Mr. Gerard?"
she would say to him, with a dismal relish, when she came in after his day's work to ask what she ought to do for that grumbling pain in her back. "Who told you it was smallpox?" asked Gerard.
"Well, I had it from very good authority. The charwoman that works at number 7 in this street is own sister to Mrs. Jewell's Mary Ann, and Mrs. Jewell and Mrs. Peacock in Green Street is bosom friends, and the house where you're attending is exactly opposite Mr. Peacock's."
"Excellent authority," answered Gerard, smiling, "but I am happy to tell you I haven't a case of smallpox on my list. Did you ever hear of such a thing as rheumatic fever?"
"Hear of it!" echoed Mrs. Evatt rapturously. "I've been down with it 7 times."
She looked very hard at him as she made the assertion, as if not expecting to be believed. "Have you?" said Gerard. "Then I wonder you're alive."
"That's what I wonder at myself," answered Mrs. Evatt, with subdued pride. "I must have had a splendid constitution to go through all I've gone through, and to be here to tell it. The quinzies I've had! Why, the mustard that's been put to my throat in the form of poultices would stock a first-rate tea grocer with the article. As to fever, I don't think you could name the kind I haven't had since I had the scarlatina at 5 months old and the whooping cough atop of the measles before I'd got over it. I've been a martyr."
"I'm afraid that damp kitchen of yours has had something to do with it," suggested Gerard.
"Damp!" cried Mrs. Evatt, casting up her hands. "You never made a greater mistake in your life, Mr. Gerard, than when you threw out such a remark. There ain't a drier room in London. No, Mr. Gerard, it ain't damp, it's sensitiveness. I'm a regular sensitive plant, and if there's disease going about, I take it. That's why I asked you if the smallpox was in Green Street. I don't want to be disfigurated in me old age."
Mr. Gerard looked upon Mrs. Evatt's ailments as in a large degree imaginary, but he found her weak and overworked, and gave her a gentle course of quinine, ill as he could afford to supply her with so expensive a tonic. For some time the quinine had a restorative effect, and Mrs. Evatt thought her lodger the first man in his profession. That young man understood her constitution as nobody else had ever understood it, she told her gossips, and that young man would make his way. A doctor who had understood a constitution which had hitherto baffled the faculty was bound to achieve greatness.
Unfortunately, the good effect of Gerard's prescription was not lasting. There was a good deal of wet and foggy weather at the close of the old year and at the beginning of the new year, and the damp and fog crept into Mrs. Evatt's kitchen and seemed to take hold of her hard-worked old bones. She exhibited some very fine examples of shivering. Her teeth chattered, her complexion turned blue with cold. Even 3 pennyworth of Best's unsweetened gin, taken in half a tumbler of boiling water, failed to comfort or exhilarate her. "I'm afraid I'm in for it," Mrs. Evatt exclaimed to a neighbour, who had dropped in to pass the time of day and borrow an Italian iron. "And this time it's ague." And then, forcing the attack a little for the benefit of the neighbour, she set up one of those dreadful shivering fits which rattled all the teeth in her head. "It's ague this time," she repeated, when the shivering had abated. "I never had ague till now." "Nonsense!" cried the neighbour, with an assumption of cheerfulness. "It ain't ague. Lord bless you, people don't have ague in the heart of London, in a warm, comfortable kitchen like this. It's only in marshes and such places that you hear of ague." "Never you mind," retorted Mrs. Evatt solemnly. "I've got the ague, and if Mr. Gerard don't say as much when he comes home, he isn't the clever man I think him." Mr. Gerard came home in due course, letting himself in quietly with his latchkey, soon after dark. Mrs. Evatt managed to crawl upstairs with a tray, carrying a mutton chop, a loaf, and a pat of butter. To cook the chop had cost her an effort, and it was as much as she could do to drag her weary limbs upstairs. "Why, what's the matter with you tonight, Mrs. Bouncer?" asked Gerard, who had given his landlady that classic name. "You're looking very queer." "I know I am," answered Mrs. Evatt, with gloomy resignation. "I've got the ague." "Ague? Nonsense!" cried Gerard, rising and feeling her pulse. "Let's look at your tongue, old lady. That'll do. I'll soon set you on your legs again, if you do what I tell you." "What's that?" "Get to bed, and stay there till you're well. You're not fit to be slaving about the house, my good soul. You must get to bed and keep yourself warm, and have someone to feed you with good soup and arrowroot and such like." "Who's to look after the house?" asked Mrs. Evatt dismally. "I shall be ruined." "No, you won't. I'm your only lodger just now." Mrs. Evatt sighed dolefully. "And I want very little waiting upon. You'll want someone to wait upon you, though. You'd better get a charwoman." "8 pence a day, 3 substantial meals, and a pint of beer," sighed Mrs. Evatt. "I should be 8 out of house and home. If I must lay up, Mr. Gerard, I'll get a girl. I know of a decent girl that would come for her victuals, and a trifle at the end of the week." "Ah," said Gerard, "there are a good many decent young men walking the streets of London who would go anywhere for their victuals. Life's a harder problem than any proposition in Euclid, my worthy Bouncer." The landlady shook her head in melancholy assent. "Now, look here, my good soul," said Gerard seriously. "If you want to get well, you mustn't sleep in that kennel of yours down below." "Kennel!" cried the outraged matron. "Kennel, Mr. Gerard! Why, you might eat your dinner off the floor." "I dare say you might, but every breath you draw there is tainted more or less with sewer gas. That furred tongue of yours looks rather like blood poisoning. You must make yourself up a comfortable bed on the first floor, and keep a nice little bit of fire in your room, day and night." "Not in her room, Mr. Gerard," exclaimed Mrs. Evatt with a shudder. "I couldn't do it, sir. It isn't like as if I was a stranger. Strangers wouldn't feel it, but I knew her. I should see her beautiful eyes glaring at me all night long. It would be the death of me." "Well, then, there's Darrell's room. You can't have any objection to that." Mrs. Evatt shuddered again. "I'm that nervous," she said, "that my mind's set against those upstairs rooms." "You'll never get well downstairs. If you don't fancy that first-floor bedroom, you can make yourself up a bed in the sitting-room. There's plenty of light and air there."
"I might do that," said Mrs. Evatt, "though it goes against me to act my beautiful drawing-room."
"You won't hurt your drawing-room. You have to recover your health."
"Health is a blessed privilege. Well, I'll put up a trottle bed in the first-floor front. The girl could sleep on a mattress on the floor at the bottom of my bed. She'd be company."
"Of course she would. Make yourself comfortable, mentally and bodily, and you'll soon get well. Now, how about this girl? You must get her immediately."
"I've got a neighbour coming in presently. I'll get her to step round and tell Jemima to come."
"Is Jemima the girl?"
"Yes. She's stepdaughter to the tailor at the corner of Cricket's Row. He's got a fine family of his own, and Jemima feels herself one too many. She's a hard-working, honest-minded girl, though she isn't much to look at. Her father was in the public line. He was barman at the Prince of Wales, and the stepfather throws it at her sometimes when he's in drink."
"Never mind Jemima's biography," said Gerard. "Get your neighbour to fetch her, and in the meantime I'll help you to make up the bed."
"Law, Mr. Gerard, you haven't had your tea. Your chop'll be stone cold."
"My chop must wait," said Gerard cheerily. And then, with all the handiness of a woman, and more than the kindness of an ordinary woman, the young surgeon helped to transform the first-floor sitting-room into a comfortable bedchamber. By the time this was done, Jemima had arrived upon the scene, carrying all her worldly goods tied up in a cotton handkerchief. She was a raw-boned, angular girl, deeply marked with the smallpox. Her scanty hair was twisted into a knot like a ball of cotton at the back of her head. Her elbows were preternaturally red. Her wrists were bound up with rusty black ribbon. But she had a good-natured grin that atoned for everything. She was as patient as a beast of burden, contented with the scantiest fare, invariably cheerful. She was so accustomed to harsh words and hard usage that she thought people who did not bully or maltreat her the quintessence of kindness. It was on the evening when Mrs. Evatt took to her bed, and the house was entrusted to the care of Jemima, that Mr. Leopold and Mr. Sampson came to make their inquiries at the house in Cibber Street. George Gerard saw them and heard of John Treverton's arrest with considerable surprise and some indignation. He felt assured that Edward Clare must have given the information upon which the police had acted, and he felt angry with himself for having been in some wise a cat's paw to serve the young man's malice. He remembered Laura's lovely face, with its expression of perfect purity and truth, and he hated himself for having helped to bring this terrible grief upon her. "There was a time when I believed John Treverton guilty," he told Mr. Leopold, "but I have wavered in my opinion ever since last Sunday week, when he and I talked together." "You never would have thought badly of him if you'd known him as well as I do," said the faithful Sampson. "He has stayed for a week at a stretch in my house, you know. We've been like brothers. This is an awkward business, and of course it's very painful for that sweet young wife of his. But Mr. Leopold means to pull him through."
"I do,"
assented the famous lawyer. "Mr. Leopold has pulled a great many through, innocent and guilty."
"And guilty,"
assented the lawyer, with quiet self-approval. He was disappointed at not being able to see Mrs. Evatt.
"I should like to have asked her a few questions," he said.
"She's much too ill tonight for that kind of thing," answered Gerard. "Her only chance of recovery is to be kept quiet, and I don't think she can tell you any more about the murder than she stated at the inquest."
"Oh, yes, she could," said Mr. Leopold. "She would tell me a great deal more."
"Do you think she kept anything back?"
"Not intentionally, perhaps, but there's always something untold, some small detail which to your mind might mean nothing, but which might mean a great deal to me. Please let me know directly I can see your landlady."
Gerard promised, and then Mr. Leopold, instead of taking his departure, made himself quite at home in the surgeon's armchair, and stirred the small fire with so reckless a hand that poor Gerard trembled for his weekly 100 of coals. The solicitor seemed in an idle humor, and inclined to waste time. Honest Tom Sampson wondered at his frivolity. The conversation naturally turned upon the deed which had given that house a sinister notoriety. Gerard found himself talking freely of Madame Chicot and her husband, and it was only after Mr. Leopold and his companion had gone that he perceived how cleverly the experienced lawyer had contrived to cross-question him without his being aware of the process. After this evening, Gerard watched the newspapers for any report of the Chicot case. He read of John Treverton's appearance at Bow Street, and saw that the inquiry had been adjourned for a week. At Mrs. Evatt's particular request, he read the report of the case in the evening papers on the night after the inquiry. She seemed full of anxiety about the business. "Do you think they'll hang him?" she asked eagerly. "My good soul, they've a long way to go before they get to hanging. He's not even committed for trial." "But it looks black against him, doesn't it?" "Circumstances certainly appear to point to him as the murderer. You see, there seems to be no one else who could have had any motive for such an act." "And you say he's got a sweet young wife?" "One of the loveliest women I ever saw. I feel very sorry for her, poor soul." "If you was on the jury, would you bring him in guilty?" asked Mrs. Evatt. "I should be sorely perplexed. You see, I should be called upon to find my verdict according to the evidence, and the evidence against him is very strong." Mrs. Evatt sighed and turned her weary head upon her pillow. "Poor young man," she murmured. "He was always affable, not very free-spoken, but always affable. I should feel sorry if it went against him." "It would be awful, wouldn't it?" she exclaimed with sudden agitation, lifting herself up from her pillow and gazing fixedly at the surgeon. "It would be awful for him to be hung, and innocent all the time, and a sweet young wife too. I couldn't bear it. No, I couldn't bear it. The thought of it would wind me down to my grave, and I don't suppose it would let me rest even there." Gerard thought the poor woman was getting delirious. He laid his fingers gently on her skinny wrist and held them there while he looked at his watch. Yes, the pulse was a good deal quicker than it had been when he last felt it. "Is Jemima there?" asked Mrs. Evatt, twitching aside the bed-curtain and looking nervously round. Yes, Jemima was there, sitting before the fire, darning a coarse grey stocking and feeling very happy in being allowed to bask in the warmth of a fire in a room where nobody threw saucepan lids at her. George Gerard had rigged up what he called a jury curtain to shelter the truckle bed from those piercing currents of air which find their way alike through old and new window frames. Mrs. Evatt's thin fingers suddenly fastened like claws upon the surgeon's wrist. "I want to speak to you," she whispered. "By and by, when Jemima's gone down to her supper. I can't keep it any longer. It's prying on my vitals." The delirium was evidently increasing, thought Gerard. There was generally this exacerbation of the fever at nightfall. "What is it you can't keep?" he asked soothingly. "Is there anything that worries you?" "Wait till Jemima has gone down," whispered the invalid. "I'll come up and have a look at you between 10 and 11, said Gerard aloud, rising to go. "I've a lot of reading to get through this evening." He went down to his books in his tranquil solitude, pondering upon Mrs. Evatt's speech and manner. No, it was not delirium. The woman's words were too consecutive for delirium. Her manner was excited, but not wild. There was evidently something on her mind, something connected with La Chicot's murder. Great heaven! Could this feeble old woman be the assassin? Could those withered old hands have inflicted that mortal gash? No, the idea was not to be entertained for a moment. Yet stranger things have been since the world began. Crime, like madness, might give a factitious strength to feeble hands. La Chicot might have had money, jewels, hidden wealth of some kind, of which the secret was known to her landlady, and, tempted by direst poverty, this wretched woman might— The thought was too horrible. It took possession of George Gerard's brain like a nightmare. Vainly did he endeavor to beguile his mind by the study of an interesting treatise on dry rot in the metatarsal bone. His thoughts were with that feeble old woman upstairs, whose skinny hand just now had set him thinking of the witches in Macbeth. This ends Chapter 41, Part 1. Chapter 41, Part 2. Mrs. Evatt makes a revelation. He listened for Jemima's clumping footfall going downstairs. It came at last, and he knew that the girl was gone to her meagre supper, and the coast was clear for Mrs. Evatt's revelation. He shut his book and went quietly upstairs. Never until now had George Gerard known the meaning of fear, but it was with actual fear that he entered Mrs. Evatt's room, dreading the discovery he was going to make. He was startled at finding the invalid risen, and with her dingy black stuff gown drawn on over her night-gear. "Why in heaven's name did you get up?" he asked. "If you were to take cold, you would be ever so much worse than you have been yet."
"I know it," answered Mrs. Evatt, with her teeth chattering, "but I can't help that. I've got to go upstairs to the second floor back, and you must go with me."
"What for?"
"I'll tell you that presently. I want you to tell me something first."
Gerard took a blanket off the bed and wrapped it round the old woman's shoulders. She was sitting in front of the fire, just where Jemima had sat darning her stocking. "I'll tell you anything you like," answered Gerard, "but I shall be very savage if you catch cold."
"If an innocent person was suspected of a murder, and the evidence was strong against him, and another person knew he hadn't done it and said nothing, and let the law take its course, would the other person be guilty?"
"Of murder," cried Gerard. "Of nothing less than murder. Having the power to save an innocent life and not saving it, what could that be but murder?"
"Are you sure Jemima isn't outside on the listen?" asked Mrs. Evatt suspiciously. "Just go to the door and look."
Gerard obeyed. "There's not a mortal within earshot," he said. "Now, my good soul, don't waste any more time. It's evident you know all about this murder."
"I believe I know who did it," said the old woman.
"Who?"
"I can remember that awful night as well as if it was yesterday," began Mrs. Evatt, making strange swallowing noises as if to keep down her agitation. "There we all stood on the landing outside this door, Mrs. Robert, Mr. Desrolles, me, and Mr. Chicot. Mrs. Robert and me was all of a twitter. Mr. Chicot looked as white as a ghost. Mr. Desrolles was the coolest among us. He took it all quiet enough, and I felt it was a comfort to have somebody there that had his wits about him. It was him that proposed sending for a policeman."
"Sensible enough," said Gerard.
"Nothing was further from my thoughts than to suspect him," pursued Mrs. Evatt. "He'd been with me off and on for 5 years, and he'd been a quiet lodger, coming in at his own time with his own key, and giving very little trouble. He had only one fault, and that was his liking for the bottle. He and Madame Chicot had been very friendly. He seemed to take quite a fatherly care of her, and had brought her home from the theatre many a night, when her husband was at his club."
"Yes, yes," cried Gerard impatiently. "You've told me that often before tonight. Go on, for heaven's sake. Do you mean to say that Desrolles had anything to do with the murder?"
"He did it," said Mrs. Evatt,
whispering into the surgeon's ear. "How do you know? What ground have you for accusing him?"
"The best of grounds. There was a struggle between that poor creature and her murderer. When I went in to look at her as she lay there, before the doctor had touched her, one of her hands was clenched tight, as if she had clutched at something in her last gasp. In that clenched hand I found a tuft of iron grey hair, just the colour of their old hair. I could swear to it."
"Is that all your evidence against their rolls? The fact is strongly in favour of poor Treverton, and you were a wicked woman not to reveal it at the inquest. But you cannot condemn their rolls upon the strength of a few grey hairs, unless you know of other evidence against him."
"I do," said Mrs. Evatt. "Dreadful evidence. But don't say that I was a wicked woman because I didn't tell it at the inquest. There was nobody's life in danger. Mr. Chicot had got safe off. What should I up and tell that which would hang Mr. Desrolles? He'd always been such a good lodger to me, and though I could never look at him after that time without feeling every drop of blood in my veins turn to ice, and though I was thankful to Providence when he left me, it wasn't in me to tell that which would be his death."
"Go on," urged Gerard. "What was it you discovered?"
"When the policeman had come in and looked about him, Mr. Desrolles said, 'I shall go to bed. I ain't wanted no more here.' And he got back to his room as quiet and as cool as if nothing had happened. When the sergeant came back half an hour afterwards with the gentleman in plain clothes, which was neither more nor less than a detective, them two went into every room in the house. I went with them to show the way and to open cupboards and such like. They went up into Mr. Desrolles' room, and he was sleeping like a lamb. He grumbled a bit at us for disturbing him. 'Look about as much as you like,' he said, 'as long as you don't worry me. Open all the drawers. You won't find any of 'em locked. I haven't a very extensive wardrobe. I can keep count of my clothes without an inventory.' A very pleasant gentleman," said the detective afterwards.
"Did they find nothing?" asked Gerard.
"Nothing. Yet they looked and pried about very careful. There's only one closet in the second floor back, and that's behind the head of the bed. The bed's a tent with chintz curtains all round. They looked under the bed, and they even went so far as to move the chimney board and look up the chimney, but they didn't move the bed. I suppose they didn't want to disturb Mr. Desrolles, who'd curled himself up in the bedclothes and gone off to sleep again." "I suppose there ain't no cupboards in this room," says the detective. I was tired of that dancing attendance upon them, that I just gave my head a shake that might mean anything. And they went downstairs to the parlours to worrit Mrs. Robber.
Here Mrs. Evatt paused, as if exhausted by much speech. "Come, old lady," said Gerard kindly, "take a little of this barley water, and then go on. You're keeping me on tenterhooks." Mrs. Evatt drank, gasped 2 or 3 times, and continued.
"I don't know what put it into my head, but after the 2 men was gone, I couldn't help thinking about that cupboard, and whether there mightn't be something in it that the detectives would like to have found. Mr. Desrolles came downstairs at 11 o'clock and went out to get his breakfast, as he called it, but I knew pretty well when he went out of doors for his breakfast, he breakfasted upon brandy. If he wanted a cup of tea or a bloater, I got it for him, but there was mornings where he hadn't appetite to pick a bit of bloater with a slice of bread and butter, and then he went out of doors."
"Yes, yes," assented Gerard. "Pray, go on."
"When he was gone, I put up the chain of the front door so as to make sure of not being disturbed, and I went straight up to his room. I moved the bedstead and opened the cupboard door. Mr. Desrolles had no key to the cupboard, for the key was lost when he first came to me, and though it had turned up afterwards, I hadn't troubled to give it to him. What did he want with keys when all the property he had in the world wasn't worth a £5 note?
"Go on, there's a good soul."
"I opened the cupboard. It was a queer, old-fashioned closet in the wall, and the door was papered over just the same as the room. It was so dark inside that I had to light a candle before I could see anything there. There was not much to see at first, even with the candle, but I went down upon my knees and hunted in the dark corners, and at last I found Mr. Dayrell's old chintz dressing gown, rolled up small and stuffed into the darkest corner of the cupboard under a lot of rubbish. He'd been wearing it only a day or two before, and I knew it as well as I knew him. I took it over to the window and unfolded it, and there was the evidence that told who had murdered that poor creature lying cold on her bed in the room below. The front of the dressing gown and one of the sleeves was soaked in blood. It must have flowed in torrents. The stains were hardly dry. Good Lord, says I to myself, this would hang him, and I takes and rolls the gown up tight, and puts it back in the corner and covers it over with other things, old newspapers and old clothes and such like, just as it was before. And then I runs downstairs and routs out the key of the closet and takes and locks it. I was all of a tremble while I did it, but I felt there was a power within me to do it. I had but just put the key in my pocket when there came a loud knocking downstairs. From the time Mr. Dayrell's had gone out, it wasn't quite a quarter of an hour, but I felt pretty sure this was him come back again. I pushed back the bed and ran down to the door, still trembling inwardly. What the wicked word did you put the chain up for? He asked angrily, for it was him. I told him that I felt that nervous after last night that I was obliged to do it. He smelt strong of brandy, and I thought he was looking strange, like a man that feels all queer in his inside and struggles not to show it. I suppose I must put myself into a clean shirt for this inquest, he says, and then he goes upstairs, and I wonders to myself how he feels as he goes by the door where that poor thing lies. Did he never ask you for the key of the closet? Never. Whether he guessed what had happened and knew that I suspected him, I can't tell. But he never asked no questions, and the closet has been locked up to this day, and I've got the key. And if you'll come upstairs with me, I'll show you what I saw that dreadful morning. No, there's no need for that. The police are the people who must see the inside of that closet. It's a strange business, said Gerard, but I'm more glad than I can say for Treverton's sake, and for the sake of his lovely young wife. What motive could the Dayrells have had for such a brutal murder? Mrs. Evatt shook her head solemnly. That's what I never could make out, she said, though I've lain awake many a night puzzling myself over it. I know she hadn't no money. I know that him and her was always friendly up to the last day of her life. But I've got my idea about it. What is your idea? Asked Gerard. That it was done when he was out of his mind with delirious tremings. But have you ever seen him mad from the effects of drink? No, never. But how can we tell that it didn't come upon him sudden in the dead of the night, and work upon him until he got up and rushed downstairs in his madness and cut that poor thing's throat? That's too wild an idea. That a man should be raging mad with delirium tremens between 12 and 1 o'clock and perfectly sane at 3 is hardly within the range of possibility. No, there must have been a motive, though we cannot fathom it. Well, I thank God that conscience has impelled you to tell the truth at last, late as it is. I shall get you to repeat the statement to Mr. Leopold tomorrow. And now get back to bed, and I'll send Jemima up to you with a cup of good beef tea. God grant that this fellow Dayrell's may be found. I hope not, said Mrs. Evatt. If they find him, they'll hang him, and he was always a good lodger to me. I'm bound to speak of him as I found him. You wouldn't speak very well of him if you had found him at your throat with a razor. Ah, replied the landlady, I lived in fear and dread of him ever after that horrid time. I've woke up in a cold perspiration many a time, fancying that I heard his breathing close beside my bed, though I always slept with my door locked and the kitchen table pushed against it. I was right down thankful when he went away, though it was hard upon me to have my second floor empty.
and Queen's taxes and all my rights coming in just as regular as when my house was full."
Gerard insisted on his patient going to bed without further delay. She was flushed and excited by her own revelations, and would have willingly gone on talking till midnight if her doctor had allowed it. But he wished her good night and went downstairs to summon the well-meaning Jemima, who was a very good sick nurse, having ministered to her large family of step-brothers and step-sisters through teething, measles, chicken-pox, mumps, and all the ills that infant flesh is heir to. George Gerard communicated early next day with Mr. Leopold, and that gentleman came at once to Mrs. Evatt's bedside, where he had a long and friendly conversation with that lady, who was well enough to be inordinately loquacious. She was quite fascinated by the famous lawyer, whose manners seemed to her the perfection of courtesy, and she remarked afterwards that if her own neck had been in peril, she could hardly have refused to answer any questions he asked her. Once master of his facts at first hand, Mr. Leopold called a hansom and drove to the shady retreat where his client was languishing in durance. Laura was with her husband when the lawyer came. She started up, pale and agitated, at his entrance, looking at him as the one man who was to save an innocent life.
"Good news," said Leopold cheerily.
"Thank God," murmured Laura, sinking back in her chair.
"We have found the murderer."
"Found him?" cried Treverton. "How? And where?"
"When I say found, I go rather too far," said Leopold. "But we know who he is. It's the man I suspected from the beginning, your second-floor lodger, Desrolles."
Laura gave a cry of horror.
"You need not pity him, Mrs. Treverton," said Mr. Leopold. "He's a thorough-paced scoundrel. I happen to be acquainted with circumstances that throw a light upon his motive for the murder. He's quite unworthy of your compassion. I doubt if hanging, in the gentlemanly way in which it's done now, is bad enough for him. He ought to have lived in a less refined age, when he would have had his last moments enlivened by the yells and profanity of the populace."
"How do you know that Desrolles was the murderer?" asked John Treverton. Mr. Leopold told his client the gist of Mrs. Evatt's statement. Treverton listened in silence. Laura sat quietly by, white as marble.
"The young surgeon in Cibber Street tells me that Mrs. Evatt will be well enough to appear in court next Tuesday," said Mr. Leopold, in conclusion. "If she isn't, we must ask for another adjournment. I think you may consider that you're out of it. It would be impossible for any magistrate to commit you, in the face of this woman's evidence. But Desrolles will have to be found all the same, and the sooner he's found, the better. I shall set the police on his track immediately. Don't look so frightened, Mrs. Treverton. The only way to prove your husband's innocence is to show that someone else is guilty. I wish you could help me with any information that would put the police on the right scent," he added.
"I told you yesterday that I could not help you."
"Yes, but your manner gave me the idea that you were keeping back something, that you could, and if you would, have given me a clue."
"Your imagination, despite the grim realism of police courts, must be very lively."
"Ah, I see," said Mr. Leopold. "You mean to stick to your text. Well, this fellow must be found somehow, whether you like it or not. Your good name depends upon our getting somebody convicted."
"Yes," cried Laura, starting up and speaking with sudden energy. "My husband's good name must be saved at any cost. What is this man to us, John, that we should spare him? What is he to me that his safety should be considered before yours?" "Hush, dearest," said John soothingly. "Let Mr. Leopold and me manage this business between us." This ends Chapter 41, Part 2. Chapter 42. The Undertaker's Evidence. "My father!" cried Laura, when Mr. Leopold had taken his departure, and she and her husband were left alone. "My father, guilty of this cruel murder, a crime of the vilest kind, without a shadow of excuse.
And to think that this man's blood flows in my veins, that your wife is the daughter of a murderer. Oh, John, it is too terrible. You must hate me. You must shrink from me with loathing. Dear love, if you had descended from a long line of criminals, you would still be to me what you have been from the first hour I knew you, the purest, the dearest, the loveliest, the best of women. But as to this scoundrel Desrolles, who imposed on your youth and inexperience, who stole into your benefactor's gardens like a thief, seeking only gain, who extorted from your generous young heart a pity he did not deserve, and robbed you of your money, I no more believe that he is your father than that he is mine. While his claim upon you meant no more than an annuity which it cost us no sacrifice to give, I was too careless to trouble myself about his credentials. But now that he stands revealed as the murderer of that unfortunate woman, it is our business to explode his specious tale. Will you help to do this, Laura? I can do nothing but advise, while I am tied hand and foot in this wretched place. I will do anything, dearest, anything to prove that this hateful man is not the father I lived with when I was a little child. Only tell me what I ought to do. The first thing to be done is to go down to Chiswick and make inquiries there. Do you think you could find the house in which you lived, supposing that it is still standing? I think I could. It was in a very dull, out-of-the-way place. I can just remember that. It was called Ivy Cottage, and it was in a lane where there was never anything to be seen from the windows. Very well, darling. What you have to do is go down to Chiswick with Sampson. We can afford to trust him with all our secrets, for he's as true as steel. See if you can find the particular Ivy Cottage we want. I dare say there are half a dozen Ivy Cottages in Chiswick, all looking out upon nothing particular. And then discover all you can about your father's residence in that house, and how and when he quitted it. I will go today, John. Why would Mr. Sampson go with me? I am not afraid of going alone. No, dear, I could not bear that. You must have our good Sampson to take care of you. He is as sharp as a needle, and, in a country where he is not tongue-tied, will be very useful. He will be here in a few minutes, and then you and he can start for Chiswick as soon as you like. Half an hour later, Laura and Mr. Sampson were seated in a railway carriage on their way to Chiswick, and in less than an hour from the time she left Clerkenwell, Laura was looking wonderingly at the lanes with which her infancy had been familiar. There had been great changes, and she wandered about for a long time, unable to recognize a single feature in the scene, except always the river, which looked at her through the gray mistiness of a winter afternoon, like an old friend. Terraces had been built. Villas of startling newness stared her in the face in every direction. Where erst had been a rustic lane, there was all the teeming life of a factory. "Surely this cannot be Chiswick!" exclaimed Laura. Yes, there was the good old church, looking sober, grey, and rustic as of old, and here was the village, but little changed. Laura and her companion rambled on till they left the new terraces and stuccoed villas behind them, and came at last to a bit of the ancient world, quiet, dull, lonely, as if it had been left forgotten on the bank of a swift-rolling river of time. "It must have been hereabouts we lived," said Laura. It was a very dreary lane. There were half a dozen scattered houses, some of which had a blind look, presenting a blank wall, pierced by an odd window and a door to the passer-by. These were the more aristocratic habitations, and had garden fronts looking the other way. A little further on, the explorers came to a square, uncompromising-looking cottage, with a green door, a bright brass knocker, and 5 prim windows looking into the lane. It was a cottage that must have looked exactly the same 120 years ago, when Hogarth was living and working hard by. "That is the house we lived in!" cried Laura. "Yes, I'm sure of it. I remember those hard-looking windows staring straight into the lane. I used to envy the children in the house further on, because they had a garden, only a little bit of garden, but just enough for flowers to grow in.
There was only a stone yard with a pump in it at the back of our house, and not a single flower.
Had you the whole house, do you think? Asked Samson.
I am sure we had not, because we were so afraid to take liberties in it. I remember my poor mother often telling me to be very quiet, because Miss Somebody, I haven't the faintest recollection of her name, was very particular. I was dreadfully afraid of Miss Somebody. She was tall and straight and old, and she always wore a black gown and a black cap. I would not for the world have done anything to offend her. She kept the house very clean. Too clean, I've heard my father say, for she was always about the stairs and passages on her knees with a pail beside her. I've often narrowly escaped tumbling into that pail.
I wonder if she's alive still, said Samson. The house looks as if it was in the occupation of a maiden lady. I dare say my sister's house will look like that when she set up housekeeping on her own account.
He lifted the brass knocker and gave a loudish knock. The door was opened almost immediately by a puffy widow, who had a chubby boy of 3 or 4 years old clinging to her skirts. The widow was very civil and willing to answer any questions that might be asked her, but she could not give them the information they wanted. She begged them to come into her parlor, and she was profuse in her offer of chairs. But she was not the Miss Somebody whom Laura remembered. That stern damsel, whose name was Fry, after occupying Ivy Cottage with honor to herself and credit to the parish for 38 years, had been called to her forefathers just 1 little year ago, and was taking her rest, after an industrious career, in the quiet old churchyard where the great English painter and satirist lies. She'd left no record of a long line of lodgers, and the amiable widow who had taken Ivy Cottage immediately after Miss Fry's death was not even furnished with any traditions about the people who had lived and died in the rooms now hers. She could only reiterate that Miss Fry had been a most respectable lady, that she'd paid her way, and left the cottage in good repair, and she hoped that she, Mrs. Pugh, would continue to deserve those favors which the public had lavishly bestowed upon her predecessor. If a lady and gentleman should hear of any party wanting quiet lodgings in a rural neighborhood, within a quarter of an hour's walk of the station, Mrs. Pugh would consider it a great kindness if they would name her to the party in question. She would have a parlor, with bedrooms over, vacant on the following Saturday. Samson promised to carry the fact in his mind. Laura thanked the widow for her civility, and gave the chubby boy 50 crowns, a gift which was much appreciated by the mother, who impounded it directly the door was shut.
"Johnny shall have 2 pence to go and buy brandy snaps, he shall," cried the matron,
when her boy set up a howl at this blatant theft, and the prospect of that immediate and sensual gratification pacified the child.
"Failure number 1, said Samson, when they were out in the lane. "What are we to do next?"
Laura had not the least idea. She felt how helpless she would have been without the kindly little solicitor, and how wise it had been of her husband to insist upon Mr. Samson's companionship.
"We are not going to be flummoxed. Excuse the vulgarity of the expression. Quite so easily," said Samson. "Everybody can't be dead within the last 17 years. Why, 17 years is nothing to a middle-aged man. He scarcely feels himself any older for the lapse of 17 years. There are a few grey hairs in his whiskers, perhaps, and his waistcoats are a trifle big around the waist, and that's all. There must be somebody in this place who can remember your father. Let me think it out a bit. We want to know if a certain gentleman, who was supposed by old Mr. Treverton to have died here, did really die, or whether he recovered and left the place, as a certain party asserts. All the probabilities are in favor of the one fact, and we have only the word of a very doubtful character for the other. Let me see now, Mrs. Treverton, where shall we make our next inquiry? At the doctor's? Well, you see, there are a dozen doctors in such a place as this, I dare say. At the undertaker's? Yes, that's it. Undertakers are long-lived men.
we'll look in upon the oldest established undertaker in the village. If your father died in this place, somebody must have buried him, and the record of his funeral will be in the undertaker's books. But before I begin this business, which may be rather tedious, I should like to put you into a train and send you back to London, Mrs. Treverton. A cab will take you from the station to your lodgings. You're looking pale and tired."
"No, no," said Laura eagerly. "I'm not tired. I had much rather stay. Don't think of me. I have no sense of fatigue."
Sampson shook his head dubiously, but gave way. They went to the village, and after making sundry inquiries at the post office, Mr. Sampson and his companion repaired to a quiet, old-fashioned looking shop, in whose dingy window appeared the symbols of the gloomy trade conducted within. Here they found an old man, who emerged from a workshop in the rear, bringing with him the aromatic odor of elm shavings. "Come," said Sampson cheerily, "you're old enough to remember 17 years ago. You look like an old inhabitant."
"I can remember 60 years ago as well as I can remember yesterday," answered the man, "and I shall live in this house 69 years come July."
"You're the man for us," said Sampson. "I want you to look up your books for the year 1856, and tell me if you buried Mr. Malcolm of Ivy Cottage, Markham Lane. You buried Mrs. Malcolm first, you know, and the husband soon followed her. It was a very quiet funeral." The undertaker scratched his head thoughtfully, and seemed to retire into the shadowland of departed years. He ruminated for some minutes.
"I can find out all about it in my ledger," he said, "but I've a pretty good memory. I don't like to feel dependent upon books. Ivy Cottage? That was Miss Fry's house. I buried her a year ago. A very pretty funeral, everything suitable and in harmony with the old lady's character. Some of my oldest tradespeople followed. It was quite a creditable thing."
Sampson waited hopefully while the old man pondered upon past triumphs in the undertaking line.
"Let me see now," he said musingly. "Ivy Cottage. I've done a good bit of business for Ivy Cottage within the last 30 years. I've buried there, I should say, a round dozen of Miss Fry's tenants. They was mostly elderly folks with small annuities who came to Chiswick to finish up their lives as a quiet old-fashioned place, you see, where they was in nobody's way. First and last, I should say, I've turned out a round dozen from Ivy Cottage. It was a satisfaction to do things nicely for Miss Fry herself at the wind-up. She'd been a good friend to me, and she wasn't like the doctors, you know. I couldn't offer her a commission. Malcolm, husband and wife. I ought to remember that. Yes, I've got it. A sweet young lady, 27 at the most, and the husband drooped and died soon afterwards. I remember. She had a very plain funeral, poor dear, for there didn't seem to be much money, and the husband was the only mourner. We buried him in rather superior style, I recollect, for an old friend had turned up at the last, and there was enough money to pay all the little debts and do things very nicely in a quiet way for the poor gentleman. There were only 2 mourners in his case, the doctor and an elderly lady from London who followed in her own carriage. I remember the lady because she called upon me directly after the funeral and asked if I was paid, or sure of being paid, as the deceased was her nephew, and she would be willing to perform this last act of kindness for him. I thought it a very graceful thing for the lady to do. "Did she give you her address?" asked Sampson. "I've a notion that she left her card, and that I copied the address into my book. It would be a likely thing for me to do, for I'm very methodical in my ways, and with a party of that age there's always an interest. She might come to want me herself soon, and might bear it in mind on her deathbed. Well, now I've called upon my memory, I'll look at my ledger." He went to a cupboard in a corner of the shop and took down a volume from a row of tall, narrow books. a series which comprised the story of his life from year to year. "Yes," he said, after turning over a good many leaves. "Here it is. Mrs. Malcolm, pine, covered black cloth, black nails." "That'll do," interrupted Sampson, seeing Laura's distressed look at these details. "Now we want Mr. Malcolm. Here he is, 3 months later. Stephen Malcolm, Esquire, polished oak, brass handles. A very superior article, I remember." "There can be no mistake, I suppose, in an entry of that kind?" asked Sampson. "Mistake!" cried the undertaker, with an offended air. "If you can find a false entry in my books, I'll forfeit 5% upon 10 years' profits." "There can be no doubt, then, that Mr. Stephen Malcolm died at Ivy Cottage, and that you conducted his funeral?" "Not the least doubt." "Very well. If you will get me a certified copy of the entry of his death in the parish register, I shall be happy to recompense you for your trouble. The document is required for a little bit of law business. Is the doctor who attended Mr. Malcolm still living?" "No, it was old Dr. Dewsnip. He's dead. But young Dewsnip is alive and in practice here. He can give you any information you want, I dare say." "Thanks. I think if you get the copy of the register, that will be sufficient. Oh, by the way, you may as well find the old lady's address." "Ah, to be sure. As you are interested in the family, you may like to have it. Though I dare say the old lady has gone to her long home before now. Some London firm had the job, no doubt. London firms are so pushing, and they contrive to stand so well with the medical profession." The address was found. Mrs. Malcolm, 97 Russell Square, and copied by Mr. Sampson, who thanked the old man for his courtesy and gave him his card, with the Midland Hotel address added in pencil. The short winter day was now closing in, and Sampson felt anxious to get Mrs. Treverton home. "I might have gone to the parish register in the first instance," he said, when they left the undertaker's. "But I thought we should get more information out of an old inhabitant. And so we have, for we've heard of this old lady in Russell Square." "Yes, I remember spending a week at her house," said Laura. "How long ago it seems, like the memory of another life." "Oh, yes," said Sampson. "I remember when I was a little chap at Dr. Prosford's grammar school, playing chuck-farthing. I've often looked back and wondered to think that little chap, in a tight jacket and short trousers, was an early edition of me." "You think the later editions have been an improvement on that," said Laura, smiling. She was able to smile now. A heavy load had been suddenly lifted from her mind. What infinite relief to know that her father had never been the pitiful trickster, the crawling pensioner upon a woman's bounty, that she'd been taught to think him. Her heart was full of gratitude to heaven for this discovery, so easily made and yet of such immeasurable value. "Who can that man be?" she asked herself. "He must have been a friend of my father's, in close companionship with him, or he would hardly have become possessed of my mother's miniature and of those letters and papers." She determined to go without delay to the house in Russell Square, in the hope, at best but a faint hope, of finding the old lady in black satin still among the living, and not represented by an entry in the ledger of some West End undertaking firm, or by any number in the dismal catalogue of a suburban cemetery. This ends chapter 42.
Chapter 43, An Old Lady's Diary. On the following afternoon, Laura drove straight from the house of detention to Russell Square. Her interview with her husband had been full of comfort. Mr. Leopold had been with his client, and Mr. Leopold was in excellent spirits. He had no doubt as to the issue of his case, even without Desrolles, and the detectives had very little doubt of finding Desrolles.
"A man of that age and of those habits doesn't go far," said the lawyer, speaking of this human entity with as much assurance as if he were stating a mathematical truth.
Laura got out of her cab before one of the dullest-looking houses in the big, handsome old square, a house brightened by no modern embellishment in the way of Venetian blind or encaustic flower-box, but kept with a scrupulous care. Not a speck upon the window-panes, not a spot upon the snow-white steps, the varnish of the door as fresh as if it had been laid on yesterday. The door was opened by an old manservant in plain clothes. Laura grew hopeful at the sight of him. He looked like a man who had lived 50 years in one service, the kind of man who begins as a knife boy and either stultifies a spotless career by going to America with the plate, or ends as a pious annuitant in the odor of sanctity. "Does Mrs. Malcolm still live here?" asked Laura.
"Yes, ma'am." "Is she at home?" "I will inquire, ma'am, if you will be kind enough to give me your card," replied the man, as much as to say that his mistress was a lady whose leisure was not to be irreverently disturbed. She was to be at home or not at home, as it pleased her sovereign will, and according to the quality and claims of her visitor. Laura wrote upon one of her cards, "Stephen Malcolm's daughter, Laura," while the ancient butler produced a solid old George II salver whereon to convey the card with due reverence to his mistress. The address upon the card looked respectable, and so did Laura, and upon the strength of these appearances the butler ventured to show the stranger into the dining-room, where the furniture was of the good old Brobdingnagian stamp, and there was nothing portable except the fire-irons. Here Laura waited in a charnel-house atmosphere, while Mrs. Malcolm called up the dim shadows of the past, and finally came to the determination that she would hold parley with this young person who claimed to be of her kindred. The butler came back after a chilly interval, and ushered Mrs. Treverton up the broad, ghastly-looking staircase, where drab walls looked down upon a stone-coloured carpet, to the big, bare drawing-room, which had ever been one of the coldest memories of her childhood. It was a long and lofty room, furnished with monumental rosewood. The chiffoniers were like tombs. The sofa suggested an altar. The centre table looked as massive as one of those druidic menhirs which crop up here and there among the wilds of Dartmoor or on the sandy plains of Brittany. A pale-faced clock ticked solemnly on the white marble chimney-piece. 3 tall windows let in narrow streaks of pallid daylight between voluminous drab curtains. In this mausoleum-like chamber, beside a dull and miserly-looking fire, sat an old lady in black satin, the very same figure, the very same satin gown Laura remembered years ago, or a gown so like that it appeared the same. "Aunt," said Laura, approaching timidly, and feeling as if she were a little child again, and doomed to solitary imprisonment in that awful room, "have you forgotten me?" The old lady in black satin held out her hand, a withered white hand clad in a black mitten, and adorned with old-fashioned rings. "No, my dear," she replied, without any indication of surprise. "I never forget anyone or anything. My memory is good, and my sight and hearing are good. Providence has been very kind to me. Your card puzzled me at first, but when I came to think it over, I soon understood who you were. Sit down, my dear. Johnam shall bring you a glass of sherry." The old lady rose and rang the bell. "Please don't, Aunt," said Laura. "I never take sherry. I don't want anything except to talk with you a little about my poor father." "Poor Stephen," replied Mrs. Malcolm. "Sadly imprudent, poor fellow. Nobody's enemy but his own. And so you are married, my dear? Never mind, Jonam, my niece will not take anything." This to the butler. "You were adopted by an old friend of your father's, I remember. I went to Chiswick the day after poor Stephen's death, and found that you had been taken away. I was very glad to know you were provided for, though of course I should have done what I could for you in the way of trying to get you into an institution, or something of that kind. I could never have had a child in this house. Children upset everything.
I hope your father's friend has carried out his undertaking handsomely?" "He was all goodness," answered Laura. "He was more than a father to me, but I lost him 2 years ago." "I hope he left you independent?" "He made me independent by a deed of trust when I first went to him. He settled £6,000 for my benefit." "Very handsome indeed. And pray whom have you married?" "My benefactor's nephew, and the inheritor of his estate." "You have been a very lucky girl, Laura, and you ought to be thankful to God." "I hope I am thankful." "I have often noticed that the children of improvident fathers do better in life than those whose parents toil to make them independent. They're like the ravens. Providence takes care of them. Well, my dear, I congratulate you." "God has been very good to me, dear aunt, but I have had many troubles. I want you to tell me about my father. Did you see much of him in the last years of his life?" "Not very much. He used to call upon me occasionally, and he used sometimes to bring your mother to spend the day with me. She was a sweet woman. You are like her in face and figure, and she and I used to get on very nicely together. She was not above taking advice." "Had my father many friends and acquaintances at that time?" asked Laura. "Many friends? My dear, he was poor." "Do you know if he had any one particular friend? He could not have been quite alone in the world. I recollect there was a gentleman who used to come very often to the cottage at Chiswick. I cannot remember what he was like. I was seldom in the room when he was there. I remember only that my father and he were often together. I have a very strong reason for wishing to know all about that man." "I think I know whom you mean. I have heard your poor mother talk of him many a time. She used to tell me all her troubles, and I used to give her good advice." "You say you want particularly to know about this person?" "Most particularly, dear aunt," said Laura eagerly. "Then, my dear, my diary can tell you much better than I can. I am a woman of methodical habits, and ever since my husband's death, 23 years ago last August, I have made a point of keeping a record of the course of every day in my life. I dare say the book would seem very stupid to strangers. I hope nobody will publish it after I am dead. But it has been a great pleasure to me to look through the pages from time to time and call up old days. It is almost like living over again." "Kindly take my keys, Laura, and open the right-hand door of the chiffonier." Laura obeyed. The interior of the chiffonier was divided into shelves, and on the uppermost of these shelves were neatly arranged 23 small volumes, bound in morocco and lettered "Diary," with the date of each year. The parliamentary records at Strawberry Hill are not more carefully kept than the history of Mrs. Malcolm's life. "Let me see," she said. "Your father died in the winter of '56. Your poor mother a few months earlier. Bring me the volume for '56. Laura handed the book to the old lady, who gave a gentle little sigh as she opened it. "Dear me, how neatly I wrote in '56, she exclaimed. "My handwriting has sadly degenerated since then. We get old, my dear. We grow old without knowing it." Laura thought that in that monumental drawing-room age might well creep on unawares. Life there must be a long hibernation. "Let me see. I must find some of my conversations with your mother. June 2nd. Read prayers. Breakfast. My rasher was cut too thick, and the frying was not up to cook's usual mark. Mem. Must speak to cook about the bacon. Read a leading article on indirect taxation in Times, and felt my store of knowledge increased. Saw cook. Decided on a lamb cutlet for lunch and a slice of salmon and roast chicken for dinner. Sent for cook 5 minutes afterwards and ordered sole instead of salmon. I had salmon the day before yesterday." "Dear me, I don't see your poor mother's name in the first week of June," said the old lady, turning over the leaves. "Here it comes, a little later, on the 15th. Now you shall hear your mother's own words, faithfully recorded on the day she spoke them. And yet there are people who would ridicule a lonely old woman for keeping a diary," added Mrs. Malcolm, with mild self-approval. "I feel very grateful to you for having kept one," said Laura. June 15. Stephen brought his wife to lunch with me by appointment. I ordered a nice little luncheon: filleted sole, cutlets, a duckling, peas, new potatoes, cherry tart, and a custard. The poor woman does not often enjoy a good dinner, and no doubt my luncheon would be her dinner. But my thoughtfulness was thrown away. The poor thing was looking pale and worn when she came, and she hardly ate a morsel. Even the duckling did not tempt her, though she owned it was the first she'd seen this year. After luncheon Stephen went to the city to keep an appointment, as he told us, and his wife and I spent a quiet hour in my drawing-room. We had a long talk, which turned as usual on her domestic troubles. She calls this Captain Desmond her husband's evil genius, and says he is a blight upon her life. He's not an old friend of Stephen's, so there's no excuse for that foolish fellow's infatuation. They met him first at Bologna last year, and from that time to this he and Stephen have been inseparable. Poor Laura declares that this Desmond belongs to a horrid gambling, drinking set, and that he is the cause of Stephen's ruin. "We were poor when we first went to Bologna," she said, with tears in her eyes, poor child, "but we could just manage to live respectably, and for the first year we were very happy. But from the day my husband made the acquaintance of Captain Desmond, things began to go badly. Stephen resumed his old habits of billiard playing, cards, and late hours. He'd grown fond of his home, and reconciled to a quiet domestic life. Darling Laura's pretty ways and sweet little talk amused and interested him. But after Captain Desmond came upon the scene, Stephen seldom spent an evening at home. "I know that it is wicked to hate people," the poor thing said in her simple way, "but I cannot help hating this bad man." "Poor mother," sighed Laura, touched to the heart by this picture of domestic misery. I asked her if she knew who and what Captain Desmond was. She could only tell me that when Stephen made his acquaintance, he was living at a boarding-house at Bologna, and had been living there for some months. He'd spent a considerable part of his life abroad. He had nobody belonging to him, and he seemed to belong to nobody, though he often boasted vaguely of grand connections. To poor Laura's mind he was nothing more or less than an adventurer. "He flatters my husband," she said, "and he tries to flatter me. He's very often at Chiswick, and whenever he comes he takes my husband back to London with him, and then I see no more of Stephen till the next day, or perhaps not for 2 or 3 days after. He has what his friends call a shakedown at Captain Desmond's lodgings in May's Buildings, St. Martin's Lane." "Aunt," exclaimed Laura eagerly, "will you let me copy that address? It might be of use to me if I should have to trace the past life of this man." She wrote the address in a little memorandum book contained in her purse. "My dear, why should you trouble yourself about Captain Desmond?" said the old lady. "Whatever harm he did your poor father is past and done with. Nothing can alter or mend it now." "No, aunt, but as long as this man lives, he will go on doing harm. He will go from small crimes to great ones. It is his nature. Please go on with the diary, dear aunt. You can have no idea how valuable this information is to me." "I have always felt I was doing a useful act in keeping a diary, my dear. I am not surprised to find this humble record of inestimable value," said the old lady, who was bursting with gratified vanity. Where would history be if people in easy circumstances, with plenty of leisure, did not keep diaries? I do not think there is any more about Captain Desmond. No, your mother tells me about her own health. She's feeling very low and ill. She fears she will not live many years, and then what is to become of poor little Laura? Did you ever go to Chiswick, Aunt? Never, till after your poor father's death. I attended his funeral. Was Captain Desmond present? No, but he was with your father up till the last hour of his life. I heard that from the landlady. He helped to nurse him. I thank you, Aunt, with all my heart for what you've told me. I will come and see you again in a few days, if I may. Do, my dear, and bring your husband. Laura shivered. I should like to make his acquaintance. If you will mention the day a little beforehand, I should be pleased for you to take your luncheon with me. I have the cook who roasted that duckling for your poor mother still with me. I shall be pleased to come, Aunt. We are in London upon very serious business, but I hope it will soon be ended, and when it is over I will tell you all about it. Do, my dear. I am very glad to see you again. I dare say you remember spending a week with me when your mother died. I think you enjoyed yourself. This house must have been such a change for you after that poor little place at Chiswick, and there is a good deal to amuse a child in this room, said Mrs. Malcolm, glancing admiringly from the monumental clock on the mantelpiece to the group of feather flowers and stuffed birds on the sepulchral chiffonier. Laura smiled faintly, remembering those interminable days in that cheerless chamber, compared with which a dirty lane where she could have made mud pies would have been Elysium. "I've no doubt you were extremely kind to me, Aunt," she said gently, "but I was very small and very shy. And you did not like going to bed in the dark, which shows that you have been foolishly brought up. Your mother was a sweet woman, but wanting in strength of mind." This ends chapter 43.
Chapter 44. 3 Witnesses. In the forenoon of the following Tuesday, John Treverton again appeared before the magistrate at the police court in Bow Street. The same witnesses were present who had been examined on the previous occasion. 2 medical men gave their evidence as to the dagger which had been sent to them for examination. One declared that the blade bore unmistakable traces of bloodstains, and gave it as his opinion that steel once so sullied never lost the stain. The other stated that a steel blade wiped quickly while the blood upon it was wet would carry no such ineffaceable mark, and that the tarnished appearance of the dagger was referable only to time and atmosphere. The inquiry dragged itself haltingly towards a futile close, when just as it seemed about to conclude, an elderly woman, wrapped in a thick grey shawl and a catskin sable victorine, and further muffled with a Shetland veil tied over a close black bonnet, came forward, escorted by George Gerard, and volunteered her evidence. This was Mrs. Evatt, who was just well enough to crawl from a cab to the witness box, leaning on the surgeon's arm. "Oh," said the magistrate, when Jane Sophia Evatt had been duly sworn, "you are the landlady, are you? Why were you not here last Tuesday? You were subpoenaed, I believe." "Yes, your worship, though I was not in a state of health to bear it." "Oh, you were too ill to appear, were you? Well, what have you to say about the prisoner?" "Please, your worship, he oughtn't to be a prisoner. I ought to have up and spoke the truth sooner. It is pride upon me awful that I didn't do it. A sweet young wife, too." "What is the meaning of this rambling?" asked the magistrate indignantly. "Is the poor creature delirious?" "No, sir, I ain't more delirious than your worship. My body has been all of a shiver, hot fits and cold fits, but thank God my mind is kept clear." "You really must not tell us about your ailments. What do you know of the prisoner?"
"Only that he's as innocent as that lamb yonder," said Mrs. Evatt, pointing to a baby in the arms of a forlorn-looking drab from the adjacent rookeries of St. Giles, which had just set up a shrill squall and was in process of being evicted by a policeman. "He had no more to do with it than that blessed infant that's just been carried out of court." And then, continually beginning to wander, and being continually pulled up sharp by the magistrate, Mrs. Evatt told her ghastly story of the handful of iron grey hair and the blood-stained dressing-gown, hidden in the closet behind the bed in her 2-pair back. "Which is there to this day, as the police may find for themselves if they like to go and look," concluded Mrs. Evatt. "They will take care to do that," said the magistrate. "Where is this de Rolls?" "He's being looked for, sir," replied Mr. Leopold. "If your worship will permit, there are 2 gentlemen in court who are in possession of facts that have a material bearing on this case."
"Let them be sworn."
The first of these 2 voluntary witnesses was Mr. Joseph Lemuel, the well-known stockbroker and millionaire, on whose appearance in the witness box there was a sudden hush in the court, and profound attention from everyone, as at the presence of greatness. Even that tag-rag and bobtail from adjacent St. Giles had heard of Joseph Lemuel. His name had been in the penny newspapers. He was a man who was supposed to make $1 million of money every time there was a war in Europe, and to lose $1 million whenever there was a financial crisis.
"Do you know anything of this affair, Mr. Lemuel?" the magistrate asked, with an offhand friendliness, when the witness had been sworn, as much as to say, "It is really uncommonly good of you to trouble yourself about a fellow creature's fate, and I want to make the thing as light and as pleasant as I can for your sake."
"I think I may be able to afford a clue to the motive of the murderer," said Mr. Lemuel, who seemed more moved than the occasion warranted. "I presented the unhappy lady with a necklace about a week before her death, and I have reason to fear that this gift may have been the cause of her terrible death."
Was the necklace of such value as to tempt a murderer?
It was not, but to an uneducated eye it appeared of great value. It was a gift which I offered to a lady whose talents I, as one of the outside public, enthusiastically admired.
"Naturally," assented the magistrate, as much as to say, "Don't be frightened, my dear sir. I'm not going to ask you any awkward questions."
It was a necklace I had bought in Paris, in the Palais Royal, a short time before. It was made by a man who had a specialty for these things. It would perhaps have deceived any eye except that of a diamond merchant, and might indeed have deceived a dealer if he had judged by the eye alone. I gave £50 for the necklace. It was exquisitely set, and really a work of art."
"Did Madame Chicot suppose the stones were real?"
"I don't know. I told her nothing about the necklace. It seemed to me a suitable offering to an actress to whom appearances are as important as realities."
"Madame Chicot made no inquiry as to the intrinsic value of your gift?"
"None. It was offered and accepted in silence."
"Is that all you have to say?"
"That's all."
The next witness was Mr. Moshe, the diamond merchant. His evidence consisted of a straight and succinct narrative of his interview with the stranger, who offered for sale a set of imitation diamonds under the impression that he was offering real stones of great value.
"These crystals were some of them equal in size to the largest diamonds known in the trade," said Mr. Moshe. "They would have been a tremendous haul for a thief if they'd been real."
He gave the date of the man's visit, which was within a week of La Chicot's murder. "Could you identify the man who called upon you with those stones?" asked the magistrate.
"I believe I could."
"Was he the prisoner?"
"Certainly not. He was a man of between 50 and 60 years of age."
"Has anybody a photograph of de Rolls?"
Yes, there was a photograph in court. Mrs. Evatt had furnished the police with 2, which their Rolls had given her upon different occasions. One was in court,
The other had been taken by the detective who was looking for Desrolles. The photograph was shown to the witness.
"Yes," said Mr. Moshe, "I believe that to be the same face. The man who came to me wore a large gray beard. All the lower part of the face was hidden, and the beard made him look older. I conclude that it was a false beard, but to the best of my belief, that is the same man. The upper part of the face is very striking. I don't think I could be deceived in it."
After this evidence, Mr. Leopold urged that there was no ground for any longer detaining John Treverton. The magistrate, after some little discussion, agreed to this, and the prisoner was discharged. This ends chapter 44. Chapter 45. The Hunt for Desrolles. When Desrolles left the village under the shadow of Dartmoor, after bargaining for a handsome annuity, he meant to enter upon a new and delightful stage of existence. The world was changed for him. Assured of a handsome income, he felt, as it were, new-born. He would rove, butterfly-like, from city to city. He would sip of one sweet, and then fly to the rest. All that was fairest upon earth was at his command. The loveliest spots in southern Europe should be the cradle of his declining years. He would leave off brandy and live decently. Henceforward he would have a full purse and freedom from care, for what tortures can conscience have in reserve for a man who has set it at naught all his life? Mr. Desrolles considered Paris as the first stage in that voyage of pleasure which he had planned for himself, but once having entered Paris, with money in his pocket and a sense of independence, all his schemes became as nothing when weighed against the fascinations of that wonderful city. He'd spent some of his most reckless years in Paris. He knew the city by heart, with all her charms, with all her vices, all those qualities which she possesses in common with the courtesans who spring from her soil. Paris, for Desrolles in his decline, had all the delight she had offered him in his youth. She stretched out her many arms to detain him and hold him like an octopus. Her life of the streets and the café, her dancing places, where the dancing began at 11 at night and ended only at some unearthly hour of the morning, her singing places, where bare-necked brazen women sat smiling in the glare of the gas, her wine shops at every corner, her billiard rooms over every café. All these were charms which for Desrolles proved irresistible. There was an all-pervading note of dissipation in the place that delighted him. In London he felt himself a scamp. In Paris he fancied himself little worse than his fellow men. There were differences, perhaps, but only differences of degree. Desrolles had come to Paris with the intention of curing himself of brandy. He carried out this resolve with laudable firmness. He cured himself of brandy by taking to absinthe. He entered Paris with £95 in his pocket and a promise of 1,000 a year. With the future so amply provided for, he was naturally somewhat reckless as to his expenditure in the present. He was not a man who cared for pomp or show. He had outlived his taste for the refinements of life. With his purse full of money, he had no inclination to put up at Meurice's or the Bristol. The elegant luxury of those establishments would have seemed fade to his perverted taste, just as brandy without the addition of cayenne pepper used to seem tasteless to a luckless English marquis who burned life's brief candle at both ends and brought it to speedy extinction. Desrolles, like the hare, wound back to his old form. Years ago he had lodged in the students' quarter and drunk at the students' cafés and lost his money among those profane young reprobates from whom were to issue the future senators, doctors, and lawyers of France. The lodging had been dirty and disreputable 20 years ago. It was so much the more dirty and no less disreputable after the lapse of 20 years. But Desrolles was grateful to Providence and the prefect of the Seine for having left his old quarters standing. The house, beneath whose weather-worn roof he had spent such wild nights of old,
had been spared from demolition by accident only, and was soon to be numbered with the things of the past. Its doom was fixed. It existed only on sufferance, pending the complete reconstruction of the quarter. A mighty boulevard, marching on with progress as relentless as Juggernaut's car, had cut the narrow, dingy old street across at right angles, letting daylight in upon all its shabbiness, its teeming life, its contented poverty, its secret crimes, squalid miseries, and sordid vices. The house in which Desrolles had lived had but just escaped demolition. It stood at the corner of the broad, new boulevard, where mighty stone palaces were being raised upon the ashes of departed hovels. Its next-door neighbor had been razed to the ground, and the gaudy papers that had lined the vanished rooms were revealed to the open day, showing how, stage by stage, the rooms had waxed shabbier, lower, smaller, till on the 6th story they had dwindled to mere pigeonholes. The ragged paper rotted on the wall, black patches showed where the fireplaces had stood, and a great black column marked the course of a demolished chimney-stack. This outside wall had been shored up, but, even thus supported, the tall, narrow corner house, contemplated from the street below, had an insecure look. Desrolles was delighted to find his ancient den still standing. How well he remembered the little wine shop on the ground floor, the bright-colored bottles in the windows, the odor of brandy within, the blouses sitting on the benches against the wall, squabbling loudly over dominoes, or playing écarté with the limpest and smallest of cards. He inquired in the wine shop if there was une chambre de garçon, a bachelor's room, to be had upstairs. "There's always room for a bachelor," answered the buxom female behind the counter. "Yes, there is a pretty little room on the 5th story, all that there is of the most commodious, où monsieur aurait tous ses aises." Desrolles shrugged his shoulders dubiously. "The 5th story!" he exclaimed. "Do you think my legs are as young as they were 20 years ago?" "Monsieur looks full of youth and activity," said the woman. "Does la veuve Chamard still keep the house?" Alas, no. The widow Chamard had departed some 9 years ago to the narrowest of houses in the cemetery of Montparnasse. The present proprietor was a gentleman in the commerce of wines, and also the proprietor of the shop. That made nothing, Desrolles told the woman. All he wanted was a comfortable room on the 1st or 2nd floor. Unhappily, the chambrette de garçon on the 5th stage was the only unoccupied room in the house, and after some hesitation Desrolles followed an ancient female of the portress species up the dirty old staircase and into the chambrette. "That gives upon the new boulevard," said the portress, opening a small window. "C'est grandement gai. It is awfully lively." Desrolles looked down upon the broad new street, with its omnibuses and wagons and builders' trolleys circulating up and down, its monstrous scaffolding and lofty ladders, and workmen dangling between earth and sky, with an appearance of being in immediate peril of death. The room was small, but to Desrolles' eye it looked snug. There were comfortable stuff curtains to the mahogany bedstead, curtains to the window, a carpet on the red-tiled floor, a hearth on which a wood fire might burn cheerily, a cupboard for firewood, and a bureau with a lock and key, in which a man might put away a bottle or two for occasional use. "It's an infernal way up," he said. "A man might as well live on the top of the gate of Saint-Denis. But I must make it serve. I'm a staunch conservative. I like old quarters." Of old the house had been free and easy in its habits. A lodger could come in at any hour he liked with his pass-key. Desrolles made an inquiry or two of the portress as to the present rule. He found that the old order still obtained. The present proprietor was un bon enfant. He asked nothing of his lodgers but that they should pay him his rent and not embroil themselves with the police. Desrolles flung down the small valise which contained all his worldly gear, paid the portress a month's rent in advance,
and went out to enjoy his Paris. That enchantress had him in her clutch already. He made up his mind by this time that he would defer his journey southward for a few weeks, perhaps until after the procession of the Boeuf Gras had delighted the lively inhabitants of the liveliest city in the world. He went back to his old haunts, loved 20 years ago, and always remembered with fondness. He found many changes, but the atmosphere was still the same. Absinthe was the one great novelty. That murderous stimulant had not attained a universal popularity at the beginning of the Second Empire. Deroles took to absinthe as an infant takes to the gracious fountain heaven has provided for its sustenance. He renounced brandy in favor of the less familiar poison. He found plenty of new companions in his old haunts. They were not the same men, but they had the same habits, the same vices. And Deroles' idea of a friend was a bundle of sympathetic wickedness. He found men to gamble with and drink with, men whose tongues were as foul as his own, and who looked at life in this world and the next from the same standpoint. His brutal nature sank even to a lower depth of brutality in such congenial company. Money gave him a temporary omnipotence. He was spending it with royal recklessness, believing himself secure against all future evils, when one morning chance flung an English newspaper in his way, and he read the report of John Treverton's first appearance at the Bow Street police court. The paper was more than a week old. The adjourned inquiry must have been held a day or two ago. Deroles sat staring at the page in a half-stupid wonderment, his brain bemused with absinthe, trying to consider what effect this arrest of John Treverton might exercise upon his own fortunes. There was no mention of his own name in the report. So far he was entirely ignored. So far he felt himself safe. Yet there was no knowing what might happen. An investigation of this kind once commenced might extend its ramifications in the widest directions. "It is a pity," Deroles said to himself. "The business was so comfortably settled. It must be the parson's son, that young coxcomb I saw in Devonshire, who set the thing moving again." His life in Paris suited him. It was indeed the only kind of life he cared for. Yet so much was he disturbed by the idea of possible revelations to which this new inquiry might lead, that he began to consider the prudence of going further afield. "America is the place," he said to himself. "Some sea-coast city in South America would suit me down to the ground. But that kind of life would only be comfortable with an assured income. And how am I to feel sure of my income if I leave Europe? As to Treverton being in trouble, I can afford to take that coolly. They can't hang him. The evidence against him is not strong enough to hang a mongrel dog. No, unless other names are brought up, the thing must blow over. But if I put the high seas between Mr. and Mrs. Treverton and me, how can I be sure of my pension? They may snap their fingers at me when I am on the other side of the herring pond." This was a serious consideration, yet Deroles had a lurking conviction that it would be wise for him to get to America as soon as he could. Paris might suit him admirably, but Paris was unpleasantly near London. The police of the two cities were doubtless in frequent communication. He went to a shipping office and got the time bill of the American steamers that were to sail from Havre during the next 6 weeks. He carried this document about with him for 2 or 3 days and studied it frequently in his quiet moments. He knew the names of the steamers and their tonnage by heart, but he had not yet made up his mind to which vessel he could entrust himself and his fortunes. There was La Reine Blanche, which sailed to Valparaiso in a week's time. There was the Zenobie, which sailed for Rio Janeiro in a fortnight. He was divided between these two. He told himself that he must have an outfit of some kind for his voyage. This and his passage would cost at least £50. Of the 100 which John Treverton had given him, he had only 60 remaining. "There will not be much left by the time I get to the south," he said to himself. "But I don't think Laura will throw me over. Besides, if the money is paid to my account in Shepherd's Inn, the Trevertons never need know my whereabouts." He made up his mind at last that he would go by the Reine Blanche, the ship which sailed earliest. He went to the Belle Jardinière and laid out £10 upon clothing, and bought himself a portmanteau to hold his new garments. He called to the agents to take his passage and pay the necessary deposit to secure his berth. He had intended to go to the New World with a new name, but exhausted nature had required a good deal of stimulant after the purchase of the outfit, and by the time he reached the office Mr. Desrolles was, in his own phraseology, rather far gone. It was as much as he could do to reckon his money when he took a handful of loose gold and silver from his pocket. The clerk had to help him. When the clerk asked his name, he answered without thinking, "Desrolles." But in the next moment a ray of light flashed through the darkness of his clouded brain, and he corrected himself. "Beg pardon," he ejaculated spasmodically. "Desrolles, a friend's name. My name's Mowbray, Colonel Mowbray, citizen United States. Just finished a grand tour of Europe. Americans very fond of Paris, charming city. Good deal altered since my last tour, 20 years ago. Not altered for the better." "Oh, then your name is not Desrolles, but Mowbray," said the clerk, scanning the American colonel somewhat suspiciously. "Yes, Mowbray. Mowbray, answered Desrolles laboriously. He left the office, and being too far gone to have any definite views as to his destination, drifted vaguely to the Palais Royal, where he came to anchor at the Café de la Rotonde, and there called for the usual dose of absinthe, into which he poured half a tumbler of water with a tremulous hand. He fell asleep in the snug corner by the stove, and slept off something of his intoxication, or at least he awoke so far refreshed as to remember an appointment he had made with one of his new friends of the Quartier Latin, to dine at a restaurant on the Quai des Grands Augustins. He had plenty of time to spare, so he sauntered round the Palais Royal, and stared idly at the shop windows, till he came to one where there was a great display of diamonds, when he recoiled as if he'd seen an adder, and turned quickly aside into the gravelly garden, where he flung himself upon a bench, trembling from head to foot. "Curse them," he muttered. "Curse those shining shams. They've ruined me, body and soul. I never took to drinking, hard, until after that." Beads of sweat broke out upon his contracted brow as he sat there, staring straight before him as if at some horrid vision. Then he pulled himself together with an effort, braced his shattered nerves, and left the Palais Royal with something of the old long-sword, saddle, bridle, swagger which had been peculiar to him 20 years ago, when he called himself Captain Desmond, and had not yet forgotten his youthful days in a cavalry regiment. He kept his appointment, treated his new friend like a prince, dined luxuriously, and drank deeply of the strongest Burgundy in the wine list, winding up with numerous glasses of chartreuse. After dinner, Mr. Desrolles and his guest repaired to a café on the Boulevard Saint-Michel, where there was a billiard table, and the rest of the evening was devoted to billiards, Desrolles growing noisier, more quarrelsome, and less distinct of utterance as the night wore on. There were two things which Mr. Desrolles did not know. First, that his new friend was a distinguished member of the Parisian swell mob, and was constantly under the surveillance of the police. Secondly, that he himself had been watched and followed by an English detective ever since he left the Quai des Grands Augustins, which English detective knew all about M. Desrolles' intended voyage in the Reine Blanche. Desrolles went home to his lodging, not too steady of foot, soon after midnight. He was prepared to encounter some slight difficulty in opening the door with his pass-key, and was pleased at finding that some other night-bird, returning to his nest a little earlier, had left the door ajar. He had only to push it open and go in. Within all was gloom, save in one corner by the portress' den, where a glimmer of gas showed the numbered board whereon whereon hung the keys which admitted the lodgers to their several apartments. But Desrolles knew every twist of the corkscrew staircase. Drunk as he was, he wound his way up safely enough, with only an occasional lurch and an occasional stumble. He managed to unlock the door of his room, after trying the key upside down once or twice, and making some circuitous scratchings on the panel. He managed to strike a lucifer and light his candle, leaning against the mantelpiece as he performed that feat, and giving a drunken chuckle when it was done. But his nerves must have been in a very shaky condition, for when a man, who had crept softly into the room behind him, laid a strong hand upon his shoulder, he collapsed, and made as if he would have fallen to the ground. "What do you want?" he asked in French. "You," answered the intruder in English. "I arrest you on suspicion of being concerned in the murder of La Chicot. You know all about it. You were examined at the inquest. Anything you say now will be used as evidence against you. You'd better come quietly with me." "I don't understand you," said Desrolles, still in French. "I am a Frenchman." "Oh, very much of that. You've been lodging here 3 weeks. You are known to be an Englishman. You took your passage today for Valparaiso. I called at the office to make inquiries an hour after you left. No nonsense, Mr. Desrolles. All you've got to do is to come quietly with me." "You've got someone else outside, I suppose?" said Desrolles, with a savage glare at the door. His expression in this moment was diabolical. A wild beast, a beast of a low type, not your kingly lion or your lordly tiger, at bay and knowing escape impossible, might so look. The thin lips curling upward above the long shark's teeth, the grizzled brows contracted, the eyes emitting sparks of lurid light. "Of course," answered the man coolly. "You don't suppose I should be such a fool as to trust myself in a hole like this without help. I've got my mate on the landing, and we've both got revolvers." "Ah, none of that now," ejaculated the detective suddenly, as Desrolles plunged his lean hand into his breast pocket. "Stow that now. Is it a knife?" It was a knife, and a murderous one. Desrolles had it out, and the long-pointed blade ready, before his captor could stop him. The man sprang upon him, caught him by the wrist, before the knife could do mischief, and then the two closed, hand against hand, limb against limb, Desrolles wrestling with his foe as only rage and despair can wrestle. He'd been a famous bruiser in days of old. Tonight he had the unnatural strength given to the overtasked sinews by a mind on the edge of madness. He fought like a madman. He fought like a tiger. There was not a muscle, not a sinew, that was not strained to its utmost in that savage conflict. For some moments Desrolles seemed the victor. The detective had lied when he said that he had help at hand. The French policeman who had planned to meet him at that house at midnight had not yet come, and the Englishman had been too impatient to wait, believing himself and his revolver more than a match for one drunken old man. He did not want to use his revolver. It would have been a hazardous thing even to wound his man. It was his duty to take him alive and surrender him safe and sound to be dealt with by the law of his country. "Come," he said soothingly, having hardly enough breath for so much speech. "Let me put the bracelets on and take you away quietly. What's the use of this humbug?" Desrolles, with his teeth set, answered never a word. He'd got his antagonist very near the door. Once across the threshold, a last vigorous thrust from his lean arms might hurl the man backwards down the steep staircase, certain death to the intruder. Desrolles' eyes were fixed upon the doorway, the door standing conveniently open. His bloodshot eyeballs flashed fire. It was in his mind that the thing was to be done. One more Herculean effort, and his foe would be across the threshold. Possibly the detective saw that look of triumph in the savage face, and divined his danger. However that might be, he gathered himself together, and with a sudden impetus, flinging all his weight against Desrolles, he drove his foe before him across the narrow room, hurled him with all his might against the wall, casting him loose for the moment in order to grip him tighter afterwards. But as that tall figure fell with terrific force against the gaudy papered wall, there was a sudden crashing sound, at which the detective recoiled with a cry of horror. The frail lath and plaster partition split asunder. The rotten wood crumbled and scattered itself in a cloud of dust. Half that side of the room dropped into ruin, as if the house had been a house of cards. And with one hoarse shriek, their rolls rolled backwards into empty air. They found him presently upon the pavement below, so battered and disfigured by that awful fall as to be hardly recognizable even by the eyes that had looked upon him a few minutes before. In falling, he had struck against the timbers that shored up the rotten old house, and life had been beaten out of him before he touched the stones below. It was a bad end of a bad man. There was nobody to be sorry for him except the detective, who'd lost the chance of a handsome reward. The Parisian journals next day made a feature of the catastrophe. Fall of part of a house in the Boulevard Louis Capet. Horrible death of one of the inmates. The English newspapers of a later date contained the account of the pursuit and arrest of Desrolles, his desperate resistance, and awful death. This ends Chapter 45. Epilogue. Mr. and Mrs. Treverton went back to Hazelhurst Manor, and there was much rejoicing among their friends at John Treverton's escape from the critical position in which the hazards of life had placed him. The subject was a painful one, and people in their intercourse with John and Laura touched upon it as lightly as possible. Those revelations about John Treverton's first marriage, his bohemian existence under an assumed name, his poverty, and so on, had created no small sensation among a community which rarely had anything more exciting to talk about than the state of the weather or the appearance of the crops. People had talked their fill by the time Mr. and Mrs. Treverton came back, for they had spent a month at a Dorsetshire watering place on their way home for the benefit of Laura's health, whereby the scandal was stale and almost worn threadbare when they arrived at the manor house. Only one event of any importance had happened during their absence. Edward Clare, the poet, the man who sauntered through life hand in hand with the muses, dwelling apart from common clay in a world of his own, had suddenly sickened of elegant leisure and had started all at once for the Cape to learn ostrich farming, with the deliberate intention of settling for life in that distant land. "An adventurous career will suit me, and I shall make money," he told those few acquaintances to whom he condescended to explain his views. "My people are tired of seeing me lead an idle life. They have no faith in my future as a poet." Perhaps they are right. The rarest and finest of poets have made very little money. It is only charlatanism in literature that really pays. A man who can write down to the level of the herd commands an easy success. Herrick, if he were alive today, would not make a living by his pen. So Edward Clare departed from the haunts of his youth, and there was no one save his mother to regret him. The vicar knew too well that John Treverton's arrest was his son's work, and treachery so base was a sin his honest heart could not forgive. He was glad that Edward had gone, and his secret prayer was that the young man might learn honesty as well as industry in his self-imposed exile. To the exile himself, anything was better than to see the man he had impotently striven to injure, happy and secure from all future malice. Weighed against that mortification, the possible difficulties and hardships of the life to which he was going were as nothing to him. The year wore on, and brought a new and strange gladness and a deep sense of responsibility to John Treverton. One balmy May morning his firstborn son opened his innocent blue eyes upon a bright young world, arrayed in all the glory of spring.
The child was placed in his father's arms by the good old Hazelhurst doctor who had attended Jasper Treverton in his last illness.
How proud my old friend would have been to see his family name in a fair way of being continued in the land for many a long year to come, he said.
Thank God all things had worked round well for us at last, answered John Treverton gravely. In the ripeness and splendor of August and harvest, when the heather was in bloom on the rolling moor and the narrow streams were dried up by the fierceness of the sun, George Gerard came down to the manor house to spend a brief holiday, and it happened, by a strange coincidence, that Laura had invited Celia Clare to stay with her at the same time. They all had a pleasant time in the peerless summer weather. There were picnics and excursions across the moor, with much exciting adventure, and some risk of losing oneself altogether in that sparsely populated world. And in all these adventures, George and Celia had a knack of finding themselves abandoned by the other two. Or perhaps it was they who went astray, though they always protested that it was Mr. and Mrs. Treverton who deserted them.
"I shouldn't wonder if we came to a bad end, like the babes in the wood," protested Celia. "Imagine us existing on unripe blackberries for a week or so, and then lying resignedly down to die. I don't believe a bit in the birds putting leaves over us. That's a fable invented for the pantomime. Birds are a great deal too selfish. No one who had ever seen a pair of robins fight for a bit of bread would believe in those benevolent birds who buried the babes in the wood."
Being occasionally lost on the moor gave Celia and Mr. Gerard great opportunities for conversation. They were obliged to find something to talk about, and in the end naturally told each other their inmost thoughts. And so it came about, in the most natural way in the world, that one blazing noontide Celia found herself standing before a druidic table, gazing idly at the big grey stones half embedded in heather and bracken, with George Gerard's arm round her waist, and with her head placidly resting against his shoulder. He had been asking her if she would wait for him. That was all. He had not asked her if she loved him, having made up his own mind upon that question unassisted. "Darling, will you wait for me?" he asked, looking down at her, with eyes brimming over with love.
"Yes, George," she answered,
meekly, quite a transformed Celia, all her pertness and flippancy gone. "It may be a long while, dear," he said gravely, "almost as long as Rachel waited for Jacob."
"I don't mind that, provided there is no Leah to come between us."
"There shall be no Leah." So they were engaged, and in the dim cloudland of the future Celia saw a vision of Harley Street, a landau, and a pair of handsome greys.
"Doctors generally have greys, don't they, George?" she asked presently,
apropos of nothing particular. George's thoughts had not travelled so far as the carriage and pair stage of his existence, and he did not understand the question. "Yes, dear, there's a free hospital in the Gray's Inn Road," he answered simply, "but I was at Bartlemy's."
"Oh, you foolish George! I was thinking of horses, not hospitals. What colour shall you choose when you start your carriage?"
"We'll talk it over, dearest, when we're going to start the carriage." Mr. and Mrs. Treverton heard of the engagement with infinite pleasure, nor did the vicar or his easy-tempered wife offer any objection. Before the first year of Celia's betrothal was over, John Treverton had persuaded the good old village doctor to retire, and to accept a handsome price for his comfortable practice, which covered a district of 60 miles circumference and offered ample work for an energetic young man. This practice John Treverton gave to George Gerard as a free gift. "Don't consider it a favour," he said, when the surgeon wanted it to be treated as a debt, to be paid out of his future earnings. "The obligation is all on my side.
I want a clever young doctor whom I know and esteem, instead of any charlatan who might happen to succeed our old friend. The advantage is all on my side. You will help me in all my sanitary improvements, and my nursery will be safe in the inevitable season of measles and scarlatina." Thus it came to pass that Celia, as well as John Treverton and his wife, was able to say, "But in some wise all things wear round betimes, and wind up well." The end.
This ends Epilogue. This ends The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon.